Oh, it's a kind of preference or something. Yeah. Where's my child?
In that little office back there. And I like floppy disk. Yeah. They're compatible.
Probably going on 72 hours mostly.
A couple hours.
Don't want to be rested for you on the way home. Mostly.
Surely they can make it through minutes.
Right. Yes.
So you need to
I like it 3 minutes. It's actually not. I mean, the cars are moving. On Friday night.
Hey, Josh.
Ray, I guess we're missing Summerfest.
Yeah, I think we are. Starts on the 8th, I believe.
You could just delegate all the preparation a night or two to Josh and you could go.
Give it to me. It's ongoing night. Is that in about a week and a half? Next Friday night. I'll take the bit.
Yeah, they used to have. Josh, did you get everything last night?
Sorry?
Did you get everything last night?
Is it,
Are you looking directly to that?
just get that going. Get that bid.
All right. This court is back in session. You may be seated.
I'm gonna prescribe batteries for the mic over there. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, good morning, everyone. We are here this morning, ready to get started, I believe. So
Recording in progress.
I would remind you that the jurors had a question yesterday afternoon before we adjourned, and I'd like to go ahead and deal with that. Let's go ahead and bring the defendant out. I guess that's what's like. All right, I would just remind everyone, the juror's question last night was, the transcript discusses the coffee table being near the double doors, page 2, lines 19 through 25. Does the detective know if Joseph indicated the lock was used on those double doors or the back door? Page 3, lines 1 through 2. The photos showed hasps on both, and it's not clear from the transcript. So, and I believe we had agreed that the lawyers would and address that issue. So, all right, are we ready to recall Detective? Step right up. I would remind you that you remain under oath. We ready for the jury? All right, bring the jury in. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Thank you. Yesterday afternoon, there was a question that was submitted to me by one of you, and I want to read it because I've talked with the lawyers and they're going to address this issue. The question was, the transcript discusses the coffee table being near the double doors, page 2, lines 19 through 25. Does the detective know if Joseph indicated the lock was used on those double doors or the back door? Page 3, lines 1 through 2. The photos showed hasps on both, not clear from the transcript. I've spoken with both of the attorneys and we all agree that's a legitimate question, and we're just going to let the lawyers ask the question to clarify that. Mr. Crouch. And I've reminded the detective she remains under oath.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Right out of the gate, I want to start with some discussion that has already occurred in the courtroom about a request for investigation on Gilliam Hollow Road. Now, you weren't in the courtroom when those questions were asked, but are you familiar with a call that came in from Gilliam Hollow Road with a woman complaining that some boots had been removed from her property?
I'm familiar with a woman that called from Gilliam Hollow Road, but when I responded to that address, she had not reported any boots missing.
Okay. And yesterday when former Sheriff Bledsoe was asked about Gilliam Hollow Road, he wasn't provided the specifics by the defense attorney, but I'm going to ask you some specifics because you actually went to Gilliam Hollow Road. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to turn your attention to the screen. Was the caller from 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road?
That's correct.
Were there multiple searches conducted at 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road?
Yes, sir. At least 2 that I know of.
All right. And Detective, are you familiar with one of our previous exhibits, which is referred to as a Cad report?
Yes.
What is a Cad report?
It's a log that our dispatchers keep of just all the events that happen within a call.
Okay. And Detective, it says that on April the 4th, 2018, it's 1600 hours and 33 seconds, which I think is 4 o'clock.
That would be 4 o'clock, yes.
And 33 seconds?
Yes.
That is Angela Van Elstead with her phone number from 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road advised things have been moved in their barn. They have checked the property and did not find anything, but they thought they needed to tell someone.
Yes.
And when that call came in from Gilliam Hollow Road, did you respond to it?
I responded after she called a second time,
Okay.
actually, just probably 20 minutes later.
And I think we have that extracted from the CAD report. On April 4th, 2018, at 1622:34, additional caller Angela Van Elstein on 1221 Gilliam Hollow called in to say there was activity in her barn overnight. Puppies were let out of their pen. A horse blanket was moved into a birthing stall, and other things have been brought to her attention. Wishes someone with dogs would come and maybe pick up a scent. She does have a pond on her property, and again leaves her phone number.
Yes.
And what did you do?
Myself and Detective Jeff Lovell, right after this call came in, we went over to her property. We looked through her barn. We looked through all of her animal pens. We walked the back of her property, the fence line, walked around the pond. There were at least 10 to 15 other people there, including Miss Alstein. I don't know if the rest of them were family or neighbors, but it seemed like it was probably neighbors, civilians in the area. By that point, there were hundreds of people out searching. So there were quite a few people there helping us look over her entire property.
How long did you spend on the property that day?
I was there for at least an hour, probably longer.
Okay. At any point while you were there, did Miss Austin say that boots were missing from her property?
She did not.
And what did you see in the way of any type of footprints?
She told me that she saw footprints of a child in her barn area. So I went and looked that over thoroughly, and all I could find was hoof tracks from goats.
Now, that didn't conclude the investigations at Gilliam Hollow Road, did it?
No, sir.
And if we could go to the next CAD extract. On what are we looking at?
This is from the virtual command center. So it's similar to a CAD card, but it's just recording information as it comes in. It's called the VCC.
Detective, sometime on the following day, April 5th, someone using social media, we're having an HDMI problem again, posted on News About 5 Facebook the following message. Wish they would have brought dogs out to my farm. Someone was in my barn. Footprints were seen. My 4-year-old's boots are missing. This is new,
Yes,
but it was followed up with as well.
it was.
What happened a little later on 4/5?
At the top of the screen, you can see it looks like 5:05 p.m. Captain Gafford and Detective Troy Martin, they also responded out to the property, and it says they searched the premises multiple times and did not find anything, and that they found the claims that were made were unsubstantiated.
That's the second time in a 24-hour period or roughly that law enforcement have been to Gilliam and investigated.
Yes,
All right. And then there's some additional activity the following day. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Let's go to that next screen, please. On April 6, 2018 at 11:24:37, Angela Van Helsting called again. A volunteer advised her that the sheriff wanted to talk to her. I guess the sheriff didn't remember that. Speak to her, sent text to sheriff, her barn was tampered with and boots stolen.
Yes.
Again. And follow up to that. 4/6, 1441 hours, Van Elstead, 1221 Gilliam Hollow Road, called in and said someone was looking for her, but she was asleep and not at the residence.
Yes.
And is there one more slide? 12/6, 1814 hours, car 2 was patched in to Angela with the complainant, and a complainant on the way, search of her property was conducted.
Yes.
3 occasions,
Yes.
unfounded.
Yes.
When the defense suggests or misleads by saying,
Objection.
Basis for the objection.
He's saying defense is misleading. That is improper and unethical.
Judge, that is exactly what happened.
All right.
Request
Question.
by the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out, please.
Your Honor, it's improper for counsel to mislead and tell a jury that the other side is misleading them. It's inappropriate. General Crouch knows it's inappropriate. And I'm asking that he be instructed not to infer that counsel for the defense is misleading or lying or doing anything improper. It's just not right. He can fake it all he wants to. I mean, my opinion is state has been misleading on several witnesses, but I'm not saying that in front of the jury.
Judge, maybe I wasn't paying close attention yesterday, but Mr. Lockhart spent several minutes suggesting through Sheriff Bledsoe that no search was conducted at Gilliam Hollow Road when Mr. Lockhart and his staff have been provided these exact same CAD reports showing 3 documented searches. So it is misleading to suggest these questions through a sheriff who said he didn't recall when you know the answer, when you know the truth, that 3 searches were conducted. I mean, that is misleading. Not only that, he went from this into an improper questioning about an order the court had already put down relating to another search in Humphreys County, both misleading to the jury.
Well, I think the proper basis for the objection would be that it's argumentative. I think that it basically is that Mr. Crouch is asking a question that could be considered to be argumentative because it essentially is making the argument that Mr. Lockhart's questions to the other witnesses were misleading to the jury or attempts to mislead the jury. And I agree with Mr. Lockhart. I don't think either side should be making those kinds of statements in the presence of the jury, and I'm going to instruct them to disregard that. But the question can be, I mean, the point can be made through other means by simply asking the questions in a different form regarding whether if someone was asking that there or someone asked a question previously about whether or not there was an investigation of Gilliam Hollow Road and elicited that there was no investigation or implied there was no investigation. Is that true? Is that accurate based on this witness's knowledge? I think that's the appropriate way to go about it. But I agree with Mr. Lockhart that we don't need to get into accusations that one side is misleading the other, because that's simply going to be, you may make the appropriate legal argument in your closing argument and save that for argument, but rather the question I think is argumentative. I'm going to sustain the objection, allow you to rephrase it, but I'm going to instruct the jury to disregard it and remind them that questions are not evidence. So, all right. Anything further, Mr. Lockhart?
Just want to state, while the jury's out, what Mr. Crouch has just argued to the court is misleading. If you recall, I asked the sheriff if they did GPS searches or dog searches. Never implied that no searches were done. 2 specific areas. So when Mr. Crouch is trying to say I was saying no searches was done, he's being misleading to the court today. But I'm not going to say that in front of the jury. But I would ask the court to instruct him not to imply in front of the jury until argument, not to say we're misleading. He can't comment on our strategy. That's inappropriate, as Your Honor knows. And in both of those regards, I would ask he be instructed not to comment on strategy or to imply that counsel is doing something improper.
Well, I think it works both ways. I think that the state should be reminded that they are not to comment on the defense strategy and that they're not to imply that the defense is attempting to mislead the jury. I think that's an appropriate instruction to counsel, but I also would point out that it would be likewise inappropriate for defense counsel to try to comment upon or imply the strategy that the prosecution is using under that same rule. And by the same token, you can both ask questions and of a witness that simply says, you know, if a witness was asked a question, or if a witness was asked a question implying that, you know, there was no thorough investigation, would that be accurate? You can ask the question, if a witness was asked whether or not there was a GPS satellite, you can follow up on that and clarify that for the jury. But I think under the circumstances, any argument about whether or not there's been an attempt to mislead the jury would have to necessarily be reserved for final argument, and all argument at the closing would have to be within the bounds of what is accepted, as we all know, and proper argument to the jury. So under those circumstances, I'm simply going to bring the jury back in and tell them that I am sustaining the objection and that any inference of one side or the other misleading you as jurors should not be accepted by them, and that I'm going to instruct them to disregard the form of that question, and Mr. Crouch will be allowed to restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
All right, bring out the jury. All right, thank you, ladies. Gentlemen, you may be seated. In your absence, I considered an objection that was made, and here's what you need to understand. Under the rules that we operate under, neither side should be asking questions that might attempt to portray the other side as somehow misleading you. The questions themselves are not evidence, if you remember that. An attorney can ask a question of a witness that is designed to show that something that was asked by the other side the day before might not be accurate, and that's completely acceptable. But characterizing the efforts by one side or the other, whether it's the defense or the state, as somehow misleading to you and what they're doing is not appropriate. So I'm asking you to, and I'm instructing you rather, to disregard the form of the question that Mr. Crouch asked, and we're going to allow him to restate that question. But I would simply remind you again, the questions themselves are not evidence, and they are important to you only in the form of the fact that they elicit a response. I sustain an objection, as I've done, to a form of a question. Just accept the fact that I've enforced a rule, and I'm going to allow them to restate the question because they have a right to try to get an answer from the witness that they think is important. The form of which they use, whether it's defense or state, may be governed by me, but the answer is what's important. Everybody understand that? All right. Thank you, Mr. Crouch. You may restate.
And Detective, let's just kind of rehash. Were multiple responses to Gilliam Road, did that occur by law enforcement? So is it fair to say that her complaint that came in was received and responded to and investigated on multiple occasions?
Yes,
So any characterization that a search was not conducted would not be accurate.
that's correct.
Thank you. And just to be clear, when you responded on April the 4th of 2018, there was zero mention of any boots missing.
That's right.
All right, thank you. And I will move a copy of the PowerPoint as the next exhibit.
All right. If I recall, it's 106, is that correct?
105.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, 105.
Thank you. Detective, you are familiar with the interior of the residence of Mr. Daniels, the defendant,
Yes,
and you actually spoke with Mr. Daniels. You had him, the defendant, you rode with him.
yes,
You encountered him at his residence as well,
yes,
and there were discussions of a padlocked door. Is that correct?
yes.
And I want to draw your attention to some photos that have previously been made an exhibit. Are we looking at a photo of the rear entrance door?
That is the rear entrance door.
Not the bedroom door, but the rear entrance door.
Correct.
And what is this?
That's a latch.
Okay. And what is this?
That's the hasp for the latch.
And what goes through the hasp and latch?
A padlock.
Padlock. So according to the defendant, padlock was used where?
On that door, on that
rear
latch.
entry door,
Yes, sir.
up here at the top of the door.
Yes,
That padlock was photographed here
yes,
on a mantle,
yes,
which is next to the rear entry door.
correct.
Okay, next photo. And the key to the padlock, is that correct?
Yes,
Also photographed on the mantle next to the rear entry door.
yes,
Next photo. And as a point of clarification, are we looking at a photograph of the master bedroom?
we are.
And the master bedroom has a set of what going into it?
It has double doors.
Double doors. And on these double doors do you see in this photograph a doorknob?
I do,
And is there an Easter basket hanging from it?
yes.
And what do we have up here?
It's a sliding lock.
Okay. So does a padlock go on this door?
No,
This is a slide lock,
yes.
right? Detective, you've been assigned to this case essentially from day one.
Yes,
There have been multiple videos collected. We have multiple body cam videos.
yes.
There's one body cam video of Sergeant Daniel Baker that we've not viewed yet. Did you collect a copy of that?
I did.
Why are you presenting that to the court instead of Sergeant Daniel Baker?
He was killed less than 2 months after this happened.
So he's not available for testimony.
No, sir.
I'm going to present to you a copy of his body cam video. See if you can identify that, please.
This is a copy of Sergeant Baker's body cam video from that morning.
Thank you. And I'll move that as the next exhibit.
Judge, let me correct myself. You were right. First exhibit was 106. This will be 107.
And Judge, for the record, that's going to be 107.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 107 will be played, but in an agreement with defense, it will be played with muted volume. So we will just be.
We're going to do that now.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you had a question the other day or yesterday, I guess it was, about why you couldn't hear certain portions of the video. Things happen at a scene. Sometimes statements are made. People who are not going to be testifying for some reason, maybe talking on that video, and something may be said that I have determined is inadmissible. Both sides in this case have agreed that this video will be played for you so you can see what the late Sergeant Baker's video picked up, but you will not hear anything. So just understand there's a reason why everyone agrees that that would be inappropriate. All right, so we're going to play that video now, and that would be 107 would be the copy of his body cam video.
Okay, Detective McCarthy, in this video, what did you observe that Sergeant Baker did near the semi-truck?
He searched through the interior of it.
Okay, and Sergeant Baker was either the first or second unit on scene that morning.
Yes,
And that was the first search conducted of the semi on the morning of April the 4th.
yes.
All right, thank you. Detective, were you asked as part of your duties on April the 4th or 5th to begin doing a check of local sex offender residences?
I was.
Tell us about that.
My supervisor, Sergeant Trevor Daniel, asked if Jeff Lovell and I would go. We had a list of sex offenders to go check. The first house we checked, I don't remember the address, but no one was home. So we checked the entire yard area and around the house, and then went to the second location. And when we arrived there were multiple TDOC agents, and I think some TBI agents there doing the same thing we were doing. So I called my supervisor and he said, yes, TDOC is going to take care of the sex offender checks. So you guys come back and we'll give you a different assignment.
So as duties began being divvied out, you were redirected?
Yes,
The sex offender check?
yes.
And that assignment was given to TDOC?
Yes, sir.
What does TDOC stand for?
The Department of Correction, Tennessee Department of Correction.
Thank you. Were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from the neighborhood and local businesses?
I was.
And did you do so?
I did.
And did you collect a video from Bethany Retreat?
I did.
And what is Bethany Retreat?
It's a large property and nuns spend time there. I
Is
think
it owned
for
by the Catholic
vacations.
Church?
Yes,
Okay. So a retreat type property?
yes.
And what type of video is collected from Bethany Retreat?
It's a surveillance video that's out at the road at their gate, and it's pointing directly at Garners Creek Road.
I'm going to move a copy of the Bethany Retreat video as the next exhibit. Is that 108?
108.
Detective, did you also collect a copy of surveillance video from an address on Pruitt Springs Road?
That video was collected as well, yes.
Okay. And we'll get more into that video in a second, but do you know the owner of the property at Pruitt Springs?
Yes, his name is Mr. Tim McElhiney.
And about how far is the Pruitt Springs residence and video from the Daniel residence?
It's about 375 yards.
And I'll move a copy of the Pruitt Springs video as exhibit 109.
All right.
Detective, did you collect some video from what I call a light bulb factory on McElhiney Road?
That video was collected, yes.
And I'm not sure the name of the business, but do they produce light bulbs?
They don't produce them, they distribute
They
them.
distribute them.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a light bulb manufacturer, it's a
Right.
distributor.
Yes,
And you collected that video.
yes.
I'll move that as exhibit 110. Detective, did you collect video from Love's Truck Stop?
That video was collected as well.
And where is Love's Truck Stop?
That truck stop is on Highway 48 South. It's approximately 9 miles south of the Daniels residence.
Okay. And I will move a copy of the Love's Truck Stop video. 111.
111.
As exhibit 111. And finally, Detective, did you collect video from the Dollar General store on Highway 70?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me. And how far is the Dollar General store on Highway 70 where you collected video from the Daniels residence?
That's not very far at all from their house, less than half a mile.
Okay. And I'll move that as exhibit 112. Okay, Detective, can you identify this map?
Yes, I can. That's going to be a map of the area of Tennessee City, Highway 48 South, and in the area of the Daniels residence.
Okay.
Zoomed out quite a bit.
So why is it zoomed out quite a bit?
So we can see where video was collected.
All right. And from the distance from Love's truck stop up to 1108 Garner's Creek and 1112 Garner's Creek
Yes,
is about how far?
I think it's about 9 miles.
Okay. And 1112 is the residence of who?
That is the residence of the Daniels family.
Okay, and the defendant?
Yes,
And although, do we see Pruitt Springs camera with the thumbtack on there?
you can.
And,
Yes,
and your testimony is the camera on Pruitt Springs is 300 and something yards?
yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I'm going to distribute a copy of this map to the jury for them to follow along with as we talk about video.
Right.
Copy for the court as well. Okay, Detective, let's first talk about, because I kind of want to do this in chronological order from April of 2018. Let's talk about video surveillance of the defendant on April the 3rd of 2018. Did you find some video with the defendant depicted?
I did.
And where was that found?
That video is going to be at the Dollar General store that you see near their house.
Okay. So if the jury is following along with their map, are they going to be looking at Dollar General thumbtack?
Yes,
That's where this video is collected.
yes.
All right. And on the screen, do we have a copy of this Dollar General video? Is that what you see?
That is the video from there.
Before we play it, I'm going to move a copy of the exhibit of the Dollar General video, please. 113.
Yes, sir.
We already made that 112, copy of the Dollar General video. Is this a different one?
Sir?
I thought you,
So, Judge, we moved the entire video, days worth, as an exhibit, and this next exhibit is just a clip from that, so we don't have to watch all of it. Okay, Detective, what's depicted on the screen?
That's the interior of the dollar store. That's Kyrstal Daniels. And that is Joseph Daniels, the defendant.
All right, and we have it paused. You see the defendant?
I do.
And approximately what time is this and what date is this?
This is going to be on April the 3rd. The approximate time is 1:50 in the afternoon.
1:50 in the afternoon. And can you describe the type of shirt he's wearing?
He's wearing a black t-shirt with a green alien on it.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. And Detective, can you identify this photograph?
That is a picture that I took of the screen inside the store. They could not print me a physical receipt. So they pulled up the defendant's receipt for me and I took a picture of it. And it has the time on there and the date, April the 3rd, 13:48 hours, which is 1:48 p.m.
And is the photograph I just handed you the same photograph we see on the screen?
It is.
And again, what was that date and time?
It's April the 3rd, 2018. The time is 13:48 and 38 seconds.
Which is 1:48 p.m.
Yes, sir.
I'll move that as the next exhibit, 114. You have recovered video footage from Pruitt Springs Road.
Yes.
And you've already testified that video is going to be from quite a distance away.
Yes.
About how many yards?
About 375 yards.
Okay. So is watching this video somewhat difficult if you don't have a good perspective and vantage point?
It's quite difficult.
So in order to get a better idea of what you're seeing, did you prepare a diagram of the field of view from the Pruitt Springs video?
I did.
All right, and can we see a copy of that, please? What do we see on the screen?
In the bottom right-hand corner, that's where the surveillance camera is located. And it's looking out towards the Daniels residence, which is circled. The red lines, that's approximately where the field of view cuts off. So basically, from that Pruitt Springs camera, you can see everything inside that field of view, although it's far away.
Okay, so Detective, what do we have here?
That's the Pruitt Springs surveillance camera.
All right, and this is a home residence.
It is.
And the field of view is depicted by these two red lines?
Yes, sir.
So this would be the right width and this would be the left.
Yes,
Left. And the yellow circle is the defendant's residence?
it is.
All right, and that's 1112 Garners Creek Road?
Yes,
And is this driveway leading to 1108
yes,
Garners Creek Road?
yes.
And is that the residence of Mr. Matthew Ledford?
That is the driveway of Mr. Matt Ledford. At the time this Google image was made, the tiny home was not there on the property like it is now, but that is his driveway.
And I will move a copy of this depiction as the next exhibit. And I also have copies prepared for the jurors to use as we watch some Pruitt Springs video. If I could have those distributed, please. Okay, Detective, just so we can all kind of be on the same page, this is simply a reference to help ourselves get oriented with what we're going to see on the video.
Yes,
And did you take a clip of different clips of video from the Pruitt Springs video camera?
yes,
All right, now, a couple of questions before we watch the video. You've reviewed all of the Pruitt Springs video from April 3rd through April when?
through the morning of April 4th up until about 7 a.m.
And in your observations, did you observe a vehicle enter the residence of 1108 Garners Creek Road on the night of April 3rd?
I did.
And about what time was that?
That was at 10:06 p.m.
All right, 10:06 p.m., a vehicle enters where?
The driveway of 1108 Garners Creek Road, which is Mr. Ledford's residence.
And on this video, you're going to see a car enter this driveway,
Yes,
and that's the home of Mr. Matthew Ledford.
it is.
This time I'm going to move a clip of a car entering the driveway at 1108 Garners Creek Road as the next exhibit. I'm going to step back before we play it. Screen. Okay, Detective, I'm going to ask you to identify what we see here.
That's Mr. Ledford's vehicle.
Okay? He's on Garner Creek Road,
He is
northbound direction.
northbound. He's slowing down there as he approaches his driveway.
We're looking in this area now.
Yes,
Are these his headlights not facing?
It is.
And he's now driving into a driveway?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's kind of hard to see.
It is difficult
And why is that?
because it's so far away. And actually, if you'll notice this video clip in the top left-hand corner
Yes.
is the actual surveillance video, the whole view. We have to zoom into this side, to this corner, to be able to really see what we're looking at. So it's even more difficult to see if you can't zoom in. So this is a zoomed in view, and it's still difficult.
And this is the camera that's over 300 yards away.
Yes, sir.
And looking at the field of view reference map that the jury has, they can see that what we're watching begins on the left field of view, goes to the right field of view.
Yes.
And at the bottom right is where we see Mr. Ledford turn left into his driveway.
Yes, it will be the driveway just to the right of the Daniels driveway.
And in the field of view map, you actually have the far right line intersects with Mr. Ledford's driveway.
It does. It cuts off that little bit of his driveway.
Okay. Now, did you see, in review of the video, did you see a vehicle leave Mr. Ledford's driveway anytime after 10:06 p.m., which we just saw on 4/3/2018, through 9 a.m. on April the 4th of 2018?
No.
And you reviewed this video.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, did you also collect video? Well, we know you did because it's an exhibit, but from Love's gas station?
Yes.
And let me back up just a little bit. You testified yesterday that you had a brief interaction with a man named Daniel McCormick.
Yes,
And from that interaction, did you actually see him?
I did.
Okay. And when you learned that he had described seeing someone on Garner's Creek Road, did you try to obtain video of Mr. McCormick at Love's?
Yes,
And did you do so?
we found that. Yes.
And did you recognize Mr. McCormick in Love's
Yes,
from the video?
I did.
And I'll move a copy of that clip as the next exhibit.
117. Right, 117.
Yes, sir.
And I would again direct your attention to the screen. And is this Mr. McCormick making a purchase at Love's gas station?
It is.
And approximately what time did this purchase occur?
I think that is 10:21 p.m.
10:21 p.m. or 12:28 a.m.?
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong time there.
That's a double zero.
Yes, it's 12:28 a.m.
So midnight 28
Yes,
on the morning of April 4th.
yes.
And he makes a purchase of what?
A case of Dr. Peppers.
And a cup of
Looks like a cup of fruit.
or donuts,
Yes.
fruit?
Yeah, I can see now that could be fruit or donuts.
Okay. This clip is extracted from the overall video of Love's truck stop.
It is.
And he makes his purchase at midnight, 28 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes,
And that's midnight, April 4th, 2018.
yes,
And you've already testified that the Love's truck stop is approximately 9 miles from the Daniels residence. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, do you have, going back to the Pruitt Springs video in the field of view, do you have what you believe to be a video of Mr. McCormick passing in the Pruitt Springs video?
I do.
All right. I'll move a copy of that clip of the Pruitt Springs video as the next exhibit. Now, Detective, if I could turn your attention to the screen again. Again, we're back to the Pruitt Springs video, correct?
Yes.
If we can play that. Okay, detective, in this clip, how many cars did we see pass?
2 vehicles.
And it is your belief, based on the investigation, that one of these two is Mr. McCormick?
Yes.
And why do you believe that one of these two vehicles is Mr. McCormick?
That's going to be based on the time frame. He was in the Love's truck stop at midnight 28. This time is actually midnight 42 and 43. And then there's not another vehicle that comes from the south headed north until after 1:40 in the morning. So based on that, I believe one of these 2 vehicles has to be Mr. McCormick.
And detective, before we go any further, let's clarify exactly what we're seeing on the timestamp from Pruitt Springs. We have April 4th, 2018, which is correct.
Yes,
Is this correct? 000924.
the timestamp is not correct.
And the timestamp is what? Is it slow or fast?
It is slow by 34 minutes.
So the correct time would be 09 plus 34,
Yes,
which puts us to 12:42 when the first car passes and 12:43 when the second car passes.
yes.
And how do you know that 34 minutes is exactly time?
I was able to tell the time frame, the time that it was off, based on when patrol deputies arrived the morning of the 4th, knowing what time they arrive and comparing it to that time. Also with the bus video, the stamp on the bus video, and comparing it to this video, we're able to see that the timestamp is 34 minutes slow.
So you had to essentially reconcile multiple cameras and viewpoints to analyze that this video is 34 minutes off.
Yes,
It's 34 minutes slow.
yes,
And we have 2 cars passing, one at 12:42 a.m. and one at 12:43.
yes,
And it's your testimony, based on your investigation, that one of those 2 is Mr. McCormick.
yes.
Did I make that an exhibit already?
The video,
Yes.
the last one he made was Mr. McCormick on Garner's Creek from the Pruitt Springs.
That's it. Okay, the clip we just saw, 12:42 a.m., 12:43, 2 cars passing. Did either of those 2 cars turn into any driveway that you could see?
Not that I can see on this video.
And those cars are traveling, if we're looking at the map the jury has, from south to north.
Yes,
And
left to right.
if you can go back to So Mr. McCormick made a purchase here at Love's Truck Stop,
Yes,
and that was at 12:28 a.m.
yes,
And he traveled on Garner's Creek
yes,
north,
he did.
and he passes Pruitt Springs video, which we can see at approximately 12:42 or 12:43 a.m.
Yes,
And that is approximately a 15-minute drive.
yes,
Now I want to talk about the morning of 4/4 and the Pruitt Springs video. Were you able to extract a clip of video depicting the defendant leaving his residence on the morning of 4/4?
I was.
And this is on Pruitt Springs again.
Yes,
If we could bring that video up, please. All right, so the conditions, again, this is 300 and something yards away.
yes.
And for this demonstration, I would like for you to actually come over and show the jury what we're going to be looking for. And before I do that, I would move a copy of this video clip as the next exhibit.
129.
And this daylight has started to break, so it looks a little bit different. But the Daniels residence is in this area. And you're gonna be looking for lights in this area. And this is when he drives around his trailer, causing those tire tracks around his house.
Okay, and detective, before we watch the clip, we see on the screen the time is 5:40:59, but the correct time is 6:15
Yes,
a.m.
it will be when we start to see the lights, when that will pass, and it will be at 6:15 a.m.
All right, let's play the video. lights?
Yes.
Can you point those out to us?
They just came around this way and they're traveling in front of the Daniels residence right now.
That's in the Daniels driveway,
It's in their front yard.
in the front yard.
Now it's on the driveway.
Okay.
And going out towards Garner's Creek Road.
And this sounds like a silly question, but can you see who's in the car?
No.
Could anybody see who's in the car from this vantage?
And that would be traveling southbound on Garner's Creek Road.
And detective, is this video occurring with seeing this car leave this residence before the 911 call was made?
Yes.
And it's approximately 6:15 a.m. All right, detective, that's a little difficult to see, but you were able to see headlights coming down the driveway and then more easily to see when he's on Garner's Creek headed south, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to extract a copy of video from when the defendant returns back to his residence in a few moments later?
Yes.
And again, I'm going to ask you to come over to the
Sure.
screen and demonstrate for us because it's even more difficult to see.
This one is hard.
And this is a clip of the defendant returning after making the 911 call. Is that correct?
Ackerman, it's in that same time frame.
Okay.
But I think he has made the call, we can tell based on the time.
Move that to the next exhibit.
120. It's very close to the same time as the 911
Sure.
call. And you're really not going to be able to see much because he's driving from this direction towards the driveway and pulling into the driveway. So you're just going to see some movement in the area of the driveway. And that's his car, what I believe his car pulling back into the residence. Right there.
And can you point to the screen where you believe the car is?
Saw the movement right here. And you're going to see more of it in this area through the trees.
And we see it again.
Yes.
A brief flash of light.
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like for us to play it one more time, just so you can again point out for the jury exactly where we see the lights. Because Detective, how many hours have you spent reviewing these videos?
Probably close to 24 solid.
And it is difficult to see.
Yes.
All right, let's watch it one more time.
Right there, you just saw the light. Movement right there and light.
And is that the defendant's car going back up the driveway?
Yes, leading to the house, which is kind of right behind that third house you can use as a reference.
Okay, thank you. Now, so far from the Pruitt Springs video, we've seen Mr. Ledford, as you pointed out, arriving home at 10:06 p.m. on April the 3rd, 2018.
Yes.
We've seen what we believe is Mr. McCormick passing in front of the Daniels residence on April the 4th at approximately 12:42 or 12:43 a.m.
Yes,
We have seen the defendant leave his residence at 6:15 a.m.
yes,
on April 4th, and then again return at approximately 6:25.
yes.
At any point in any of the Pruitt Springs video, did you ever see a vehicle leave Mr. Ledford's driveway after he arrives home the night before?
No.
And that's going all the way through 9:00 a.m. on April the 4th.
Yes,
And have you seen video where the arriving first responders are actually blocking Mr. Ledford's driveway?
I have.
And Mr. Ledford's car is still in the driveway.
It is.
Okay. Now, you've also testified that video was collected from Bethany's retreat.
Yes,
And I want to go back to the map with the thumbtacks. The jury has in their hand a map with thumbtacks where you collected video. Did you collect video from Bethany retreat?
yes,
Now, that's roughly halfway between the defendant's residence and Love's truck stop,
yes,
roughly.
Yeah.
And on this video, you've reviewed it.
Mhm.
Did you find a clip of the defendant driving south on the morning of April 4th?
yes.
Okay, and about what time was that?
I think that's either around 6:50 or 7:50 in the morning. It's hard to keep all of these times in my head.
Do you think that the camera on the Bethany retreat video is close to accurate?
That time is accurate.
All right, and if it says 7:52 a.m., would that be accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
All right, and if we could pull up a clip of the Bethany retreat video, and I'm going to move that as the next exhibit.
121.
Play. Okay, Detective, what did we see?
The defendant's vehicle driving southbound past that camera.
So that would be, in reference on the map, that would be southbound from his residence toward the Love's truck stop.
Yes,
And the time on the Bethany retreat camera is what?
7:51 a.m.,
All right, on the morning of when?
April the 4th, 2018.
Thank you. Judge, if I could have just 1 second. Pass the witness.
Mr. Mitchell?
Good morning.
Good morning.
On the day of April the 4th, what time did you arrive on the scene?
I believe it was 9:08 a.m.
9:08. And yesterday you testified Mr. Daniels was not there yet.
He was not.
When did he arrive?
9:19 a.m.
9:19 a.m.
Yes,
After he got back there to the house, his car stays out in front of the house, right?
yes.
Who told him to stay in his home?
I'm not sure.
But he was asked to stay in the home, right?
If he was, I didn't hear that. I don't know.
Searches parties were set up. People were interviewing him. The family was in the house.
Yes,
Okay. Yesterday, when discussing this, you talked about Mr. Daniels asking someone to check his trunk.
yes.
What time of day was that?
I think that was around noon that day.
So about 12 to 12:30.
I think so.
So 3 hours after he got back to the house.
Yes,
When you arrived on the scene,
were you there in an investigative capacity?
Yes.
Were you investigating the home for a possible crime?
You know, that's part of something that is in the back of your mind, but really it was to find a missing child. But you're always going to have those types of thoughts in the back of your mind. Every time I go to a call like that, I think, you know, the worst could be possible. But when we respond to a call of a missing child, it's always our goal is to find that missing child alive.
I mean, that's your job, right?
Yes.
I mean, your job is to investigate
Yes.
and look at all possibilities.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that at 9:08 you started investigating this?
Yes.
All right. When did y'all decide that you were going to interrogate Mr. Daniels?
I don't know when that decision was made. I
I'm
wasn't.
saying when you asked him to get in the car and drive him around.
We definitely didn't interrogate him, but we decided around, I think that was 1 p.m. that day.
Around 1 p.m. decided to backtrack where he'd been.
Yes.
Is that helping looking for the kid?
Yes.
To go back and look at places he's already searched?
Yes.
Did Mr. Daniels know you were recording him?
Probably not.
Did you tell him you were going to record him?
Probably not.
Do the jurors, y'all still have the transcripts? Just want to make sure. Page 3 of the transcript from yesterday. Mr. Daniels said that he went down Garner Creek Road to where it meets Harris Road.
Can you tell me what
That'd
line?
be
you're
line
on?
14 to 15.
Yes, sir. Read line 14 to 15.
Yes.
Wade.
You can start the sentence on 13.
Okay. So what I did, I went all the way down to the end of this road, Garner's Creek Road, where it meets Harris Road.
Now, the jurors have been given a map. Do you have that map still?
I don't have that map.
Where's Harris Road?
Harris Road, if you go all the way south, Garner's Creek Road, it will run into Harris Road.
And it takes a left
Harris Road goes to the left, yes.
and turns out at Love's Truck Stop.
Yes.
How fast do you think did he say he was going? It's on that page. Did he talk about what he was doing?
I remember him saying that he was driving slowly through the area.
And you, just a few minutes ago, reviewed the Bethany Creek or
Yes.
Bethany Retreat.
Yes.
How fast do you think he was going?
He looked like he was going pretty slow.
Think he was looking on both sides of the road?
He was driving slowly.
Okay. So at that point, he's come back to the house. You're actually in the house taking photos.
I'm in the house. Detective Troy Martin is taking the pictures. Hold on one second. When Mr. Daniels gets back to the house, no, at that point, pictures are not being taken. That was just a little bit after he got back to the house that Detective Troy Martin got there and started taking pictures. But I was in the house.
What time period are those photos being taken?
I think they're around 10 a.m.
Around 10 a.m.
Yes.
So how long do you think you were in that house?
From my initial response till the first time I left the house,
Yes.
probably 2 hours.
Did you see any blood?
I did not.
Did you see anything broken? I mean, obviously there's a lot of stuff around that house, but
I did see lots of holes in the walls. I can't tell you if anything else was broken in the house. I don't remember seeing anything else broken necessarily.
Okay. You saw a set of clothes on the coffee table.
Yes,
Have you reviewed the chest cam of the first responders?
yes,
Did you see when they entered the home that there were 2 sets of clothes on the coffee table?
that's what it looks like.
You saw the house. You've seen the hasp or the lock at the top. Why is that there?
That is there to prevent Joe Clyde from getting out of the house.
And there's a china hutch on the front door.
Yes,
Why is that there?
for the same reason. So Joe Clyde couldn't get out of the house.
As a detective, would that indicate that Joe Clyde gets out of the house?
It would seem that way, yes.
So they were taking precautions to stop him from getting out.
Yes.
You talked to Mr. Daniels yesterday. We heard it yesterday, but you talked to him, and if you want to turn to page 5. At the very top there, you ask him if it's possible that Joe Clyde would have unlocked the lock.
Yes.
What is his response?
He says, that's a good question because there's some things that he's been doing recently, like he's been progressing and doing things better. So it's a really good question if he did or not. I know recently he's been getting better at doing things. He's progressing but he hasn't really, I haven't seen him unlock the door.
So he's not saying that it's not a possibility that the door was left unlocked.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Does that leave it open for there to be a possibility the door was left unlocked?
I don't think so because he said multiple times that the lock was checked, definitely checked, and that it was locked.
Did he say that he knew he could unlock it?
No, he did not.
Did he say that it's a good question because he doesn't know if he could unlock it?
He did say that.
When you were in the house, who noticed that all of Joe Clyde's shoes were still there?
I don't remember.
Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that at some point during that day, but I couldn't tell you when.
If you'll turn to page 27 of the transcripts. Line 4, what does that say?
The only thing is that all the shoes are in the house, so he wouldn't have had a pair of shoes on.
So is it fair to say that before y'all left in the car to question Mr. Daniels that you knew? Would you have talked about that with the other people in the house?
Which people?
Mr. Daniels, Mrs. Daniels, Aunt Joyce?
It's possible.
Because yesterday, if you'll turn to page 19, the question came up. I believe the general asked you to read line 14.
Okay.
You may want to start all the way back at line 8.
Line 8. Me, are they long sleeves and long pants? Joe Daniels, yes. Me, socks or no socks? Joe Daniels, no socks. Me, and no shoes. Joe Daniels, no shoes, no socks.
And you were asked, how does he know no socks and no shoes?
That on the phone in front of him later in the car ride, right?
Later in the car ride.
Later in the car ride, I mentioned that all of the shoes were in the house. So I still don't know.
But someone knows that all the shoes are in the house.
Someone does, yes. Someone told me that, or I told someone that on the phone. So yes.
Yes.
Someone
You
knows.
told someone on the
Yes,
phone.
I told someone on the phone, yes.
So
So I know and someone knows.
so before you get in the car, y'all know that all the shoes are there.
It appears that way.
And before the line before that, you telling me he doesn't have shoes, right? On line 13,
Back on page
back on page 19.
19, and no shoes. I believe that my intent of that was more of a question rather than a statement.
So you begin by asking him about the pajamas, and then you ask him if he had on socks, right?
Yes,
And when he says he had on no socks, you say, and no shoes.
yes.
So how does he know that he doesn't have on socks and shoes?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Let's go to page 17, line 13. If you don't mind, just read that line 13 through page 18, line 2.
Okay. Can you think of a different direction we should be driving, though? Joe Daniels says that there's an area that's back where there's a dirt road on my road. I would go left or go on through it or 3rd Street. I think it's where Pruitt ends and then turns to 3rd Street. And you take a left right there and go all the way down to the end of the road. Then take a left on that road and eventually you'll end up on a dirt road, Detective Lovell. We'll go there when we go back and we'll go check that out. Has he gone there before? Joe Daniels, I have. He has not actually.
All right. Yesterday, our attention was brought to, I believe it's page 31. And you were asked to read line 11. Why don't you go ahead and read that one again?
Joe Daniels, there's a chance that he could be curious. I don't remember taking him out here this far.
And out of context, that could sound bad, but why don't we move back and put some context into it? Start at line 4.
Is there a specific location we're going to now on here? Like, is there another dirt road or is it Joe Daniels? There is a dirt road out here, just Detective Lovell. Would he be curious to look at anything? Joe Daniels, there's a chance that he could be curious. I don't remember taking him out here this far.
Could that be interpreted as Mr. Daniels saying he's a curious child, but he wouldn't know that anything's out here?
Can you repeat your question?
Could Mr. Daniels' statement be, he is a curious child, and he says, I don't remember taking him out this far, as in, how would he know to be curious about something out here?
I really don't know what he meant by it.
Okay. So Detective Lovell asked him, would he be curious to look at anything?
Yes.
As in, is there something out here he would know to come look for?
Okay.
And then Mr. Daniels responds with, there's a chance he could be curious, but I don't remember taking him out this far.
I suppose it could be interpreted in different ways. I don't know what he means by it.
Okay. Let's go to page 26. starting at the top at line 1.
And just read.
Yeah, go ahead,
Oh,
just line
sorry.
1 through 4.
I'm sorry. Joe Daniels, I know when I got woke up in the middle of the night that he had peed on the floor, but I didn't spank him, inaudible him, scream at him or anything. I just went back to bed.
Now, if that was completely unprompted, that seems like an odd thing to say, doesn't it?
Yes.
Why don't you go back a page to 25, line 10, and start there.
Detective McCartney, is there something that you're wanting to tell us? An accident? Joe Daniels, nothing happened that I know of. No one screamed at him. No one yelled at him. Nobody did anything to him. You know, just let him go to sleep as normal. Detective Lovell, where did he sleep at? Joe Daniels, inaudible. In Nanny's bed with Alex. They sleep with each other. Detective Lovell, so Alex was the only person in the bed with him? Joe Daniels, yeah, Alex was the only one that was in bed with him. Detective McCartney, is it possible that there was some kind of accident that you don't want us to know about? Joe Daniels, I know when I got woke up in the middle of the night that he had peed on the floor, but I didn't spank him, inaudible him, scream at him or anything. I just went back to bed.
How were y'all arranged in this truck?
Detective Jeff Lovell was driving. He was in the driver's seat. Mr. Daniels was in the front passenger seat. I was in the back seat, in the middle back seat.
Was Mr. Daniels able to see you?
If he turned around, but just facing forward in the truck, no, probably not.
You're questioning him throughout this, right? Let's go back to page 25, line 3.
Read line 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Detective McCartney, if there's something that you know that we don't know, inaudible.
So you're trying to get him to tell you that something happened.
If something did happen, I wanted to know.
And he says, I don't know. I don't know where he's at.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. And you say, is there something that you're wanting to tell us, an accident?
Yes,
And he denies it.
he did.
So you're asking him to tell you what could have happened. Is it that odd that he responds by telling you the things that would seem suspicious that didn't happen?
I don't guess so.
I mean, he tells you nobody hit him, nobody yelled at him, nobody spanked him, no one screamed at him. But when you just read page 26, line 1 out of context,
Mm-hmm.
it sounds like he's trying to preemptively make something up.
Okay.
The interview ends with Mr. McCormick.
Yes.
Well, actually, let's go ahead and go to that back page.
Okay.
Ignoring the profanities, on page 41, line 4 through 10, is this Detective Lovell saying that y'all have been authorized to investigate this by the sheriff?
I don't know. Part of it says inaudible, and I don't remember what it said. Y'all can come on by. Inaudible, sheriff said we can talk to inaudible. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. But he does say that y'all are going to start doing a forensic interview of the children.
We probably need to get a forensic interview done on Alex. Yes.
So you are investigating this further.
Yes.
Okay. So this yesterday when you said, we're just trying to find a child, this isn't investigation. This has been investigation since 9/15.
Part of finding a child that's missing is always going to involve an investigation. You can't find a missing person if you don't investigate.
Okay. So let's talk about Mr. McCormick.
Okay.
Did you interview Mr. McCormick?
Very briefly that morning on the side of the road.
What do you tell you happened?
I honestly can't remember our conversation exactly. I know that I wrote in my supplement report that Mr. McCormick said that he was coming home from work the night before and saw a child in skeleton pajamas on the side of the road near the Daniels residence.
He tell you where?
I think it just says near the Daniels residence, and like I said, I can't remember what he said exactly to me that morning. That's reviewing my police report. I
Okay.
think it said it might have been across the street from their home.
All right. You just talked about Matthew Ledford. Do you recall interviewing him on the 4th?
No.
The 5th?
No.
6th?
No.
When did you interview him?
I interviewed Mr. Matthew Ledford in the spring of 2020, I believe it was.
And for context, how long had it been since?
That would be 2 years.
2 years. Why did you interview him?
We went to interview Mr. Matthew Ledford because we had started to understand that Pruitt Springs video that we were watching, and we really started to understand what we were looking at in that video, because as you can see, it's really difficult to tell what you're looking at. So when we really started putting that video together and investigating what we were seeing on that video, we noticed something in the video that looked a little bit off, and it caused us to have some questions of Mr. Matt Ledford, who lives right there at 1108 Garners Creek Road.
At the time, did you tell Mr. Ledford you saw him pulling at 10 o'clock?
I don't remember.
Did you ask him if someone else could have pulled in at 10 o'clock?
I asked him if someone else could have pulled into his driveway besides him, like an additional person.
Did you ask him about someone leaving in the early morning hours?
I think I asked him if anyone could have left, if anybody could have came and left from his residence.
Do you know about what time that the video would have showed someone possibly leaving his residence?
I asked him if anything would have happened around 5 a.m.
Is that because of your study of the videos?
It's because of something strange that I saw in the video at around 5 a.m. Yes.
Okay. And did he say he left at 5 a.m.?
He said he did not.
Did he say there was someone there that night?
He said there was not.
Did you review the footage from Love's truck stop to see when Mr. Ledford actually came back that night on the 3rd?
Can you repeat your question?
Did you see Mr. Ledford at all in the Love's truck stop videos?
No.
Okay. You talked about sex offenders. Why?
That's just kind of the protocol if there's a missing child and we don't find them immediately like we do a lot of times. That's just a next step in the process. You're going to start looking at things like that.
How many sex offenders were in the area?
I believe there were 6 that were in a certain radius that were close, 5 or 6.
What's the radius?
I don't remember what the radius was. I didn't do that workup on that report of the sex offender list.
How far out would you normally look on the first day?
For a child that wanders off and it's cold outside and they're 5 years old and reported to be autistic, I can't give you an exact number, but we would probably stay pretty close to the house, probably within a mile radius, which is a lot of ground to cover. But I would think we would probably start somewhere in that type of radius.
Around the house itself, how many people do you think were searching at 8 or 9 in the morning?
8 or 9 in the morning, searching just right around the house. Mm-hmm. That's hard for me to estimate. There were quite a few people there at that time.
So if we'll go back to page 3 of the transcripts. You can start at the second sentence that begins on on line 10.
On line 10. And then I called the police, and that's when they came out. And while they were out, I searched this area a little bit more and still couldn't find him. So what I did, I went all the way down to the end of this road, Garners Creek Road, where it meets Harris Road.
Now, in the video, you can see Mr. Daniels at about 6:15 driving around looking for him.
That specific video at 6:15 in the morning, that's where you see him pull around his house and down his driveway and onto Garners Creek Road. And yes, he is driving slowly down Garners Creek Road.
And then at 7:50, 2 hours later, you can see him at Bethany Retreat.
That's the camera where you could see his car clearly driving by slow. Yes.
And so says the police were there, people were searching around. So I got in my car and decided to go out further.
Yes, that is what he said.
Okay. You have just a moment, Your Honor. You reviewed the video from Pruitt Springs.
Yes, sir.
Before 6:15, did any vehicle leave the Daniels residence?
No.
Redirect.
Yes. Detective, let's talk a little bit more about Pruitt Springs video. And as we all know, it's hard to watch, but I do want to direct your attention to the screen. And if we could dim the lights. Mr. Mitchell asked you about interviewing Matthew Ledford, who resided next door.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do you know how long Mr. Ledford had lived in the tiny house on the property next to the Daniels prior to April the 4th, 2018?
Apparently, April the 3rd, 2018 was his first night actually staying in.
You testified previously that we observed him pulling into his driveway at 10:06 p.m.
Yes.
and that he did not leave prior to 9 a.m. on April 4th.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mitchell asked you some questions about something odd that you observed in the Pruitt Springs video, which made you want to go question Mr. Ledford.
Yes.
And what did you see in the video that made you want to ask Mr. Ledford some questions?
There are some lights in the video in the bottom right-hand corner, which would be near where his driveway comes out to Garners Creek Road. And the lights are strange.
Okay. Now, direct your attention to the screen. I'm going to move a copy of this clip of video as the next exhibit, please. And Detective, again, we're looking at April the 4th, 2018.
Yes.
The camera time says 5:07 a.m., so we would have to add 34 minutes to that.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And stuff sticks in me. Anyway, here we go. Detective, show me before we start the video where I should be pointing to see what, in your investigation, you wanted to follow up on.
The bottom right side of the screen where, in that area. Yes.
Okay.
Right there.
Let's play the video. That's a vehicle.
Yes. That vehicle is not related to what I saw. It's that light that just popped up. Yes. There again, yes.
Now, is this light we're seeing in the far right field of view?
Yes.
So in referring to the jury's printout they have showing the left and right borders of the field of view, is this light going in and out of the field of view?
That's what it appears like to me.
Still faintly there?
Yes.
You just barely see now.
Yes.
Okay. So, Detective, that's why you wanted to ask Mr. Ledford some questions?
Yes.
And was that a car leaving Mr. Ledford's driveway?
No.
And how do you know that?
After we spoke with Mr. Matt Ledford, his answers to the questions, did you leave? Did someone leave your house? Were both no. So I wanted to figure out what that was, and we extensively reviewed that. And as you can see, because you've seen multiple vehicles on this video, those lights do not act or behave like any other vehicles that you see in the video. A couple of weeks later, I actually went out and did a test drive, and I pulled into Mr. Matt Ledford's driveway and backed out. And then I collected the same video surveillance. And it does not look like what you just saw. It's obviously a vehicle backing out of a driveway in my test video. So those lights, I don't know what that is.
But in a thorough investigation, you wanted to find out.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've also heard some references, anecdotal suggestions of someone else pulling into a driveway.
Yes.
And in fact, on the morning of April 4th, there was a car pulling into a driveway.
Yes.
Was it the Daniels driveway?
It was not.
Was it the Ledford driveway?
No.
Was it the Smithson driveway?
Yes,
Okay, and do we have a video of that?
we do.
All right, and I'm going to ask Mr. Etheridge to pull that video up. And I'm going to move a clip of a car pulling into the Smithson driveway on April 4th, 2018. And again, we see camera time 2:39, but you have to add 34 minutes to that.
Add 34 minutes. And this driveway is going to be across the street from the Daniels residence.
And the address would be 1115.
Yes. There's the vehicle. It's pulling into a driveway across the street from the Daniels, so that's why the lights flash towards you. And the vehicle is backing up now out of the driveway and driving back northbound towards Highway 70.
Did that raise suspicion in your mind, Detective?
Yes, I wanted to know who that was also.
Did you investigate?
Yes,
Who was that?
that was the,
Basis for the objection?
Basis of objection is that she would not have personal knowledge. She would have to talk to somebody, and if they have somebody who's gonna say that's their vehicle, they'll have to testify.
Well,
What, I don't understand the legal objection.
well, that's what I'm trying to determine. I think if I understand it correctly, your legal the basis for your objection is that she would be repeating hearsay as to who it.
Yes, Ron, she would not have personal knowledge that that's whose vehicle that is.
How does he know before I'm allowed to ask questions?
Well,
We can lay a basis.
I think this is an anticipatory objection, but let the, ladies and gentlemen, and sometimes to make decisions on objections, I need to hear a little bit more about it. But bear with me while I'm going to allow the district attorney to ask a question to lay a foundation about how she has any knowledge about who that might be.
Detective, when you saw this video of this car pulling into the Smithson residence, again, you've conducted lots of hours, 24 hours, just reviewing video.
Yes,
Did that make you want to go back and review more video
yes,
from prior to April 4th?
yes,
And did you do so?
I did.
Did you review a month's worth of video?
I did.
And did you find a similar pattern of a car pulling into the Smithson's driveway in the middle of the night on Wednesdays and Fridays?
That happens on Wednesdays and Fridays at that same address,
And did you cut a
or in the
clip-
same time frame.
And did you cut a clip of that video?
Yes.
All right, I'll move the clip of video from Smithson driveway as the next exhibit. We can put that on the screen.
123.
What are we looking at here?
This is the prior 4 Wednesdays to April the
Prior
4th.
4 Wednesdays,
Yes,
1, 3/16, 3/21, 3/23, which would be a Friday,
yes.
and 3/28.
Sorry, yes, that one's a Friday, yes.
And you combine these?
Yes.
Let's play this video. Detective, what do we see in all 4 videos?
A vehicle pulling into the driveway of 1115 Garners Creek Road and backing out and then driving northbound towards Highway 70.
What happens on Wednesdays and Friday mornings in
Um,
Jackson County, Tennessee?
On Wednesdays and Friday mornings, newspaper, the Dixon Herald, is delivered.
And did you contact the Dixon Herald delivery man?
Yes,
And who delivers the Dixon Herald in this neighborhood?
his name is Mr. Braden Parker.
Okay, and who runs this route with Mr. Brandon Parker?
He has family members as well that have run this route for quite some time.
And were they running this route in March of 2018?
Yes,
And were they delivering papers in March and April?
Basis for your objection.
He's got to lay a foundation, he's got to lay a non-hearsay foundation as to how she knows it. She can't just look at a video and say that's this guy or that guy's family. There has to be a foundation, a non-hearsay foundation.
Judge, we're watching them deliver papers on video. She interviewed the delivery man. They are,
Well, this witness is testifying as to the investigation that she's made as to identifying who those lights are. And what she's testifying to is that her investigation shows that that is the same time as the paper is being delivered.
yes, sir.
So based on that, I overrule your objection. It shows basically her investigation is determining what those lights are in her opinion. That's subject to just her interpretation. It can be subject to different interpretations, but she's entitled to testify as to why she led the investigation in that direction.
And Your Honor, is the court saying that she can, based on her investigation, say who's driving that vehicle?
No. I'm just simply saying that that's why she took the steps she did to make the investigation and why, in her opinion, that's what the investigation revealed. It is not, I'm not allowing her to say that that's who that was. I'm just saying that's her investigation led her to determine that. And then it's subject to your cross-examination if you choose to about whether that's accurate or not.
And that was my point. I don't have any objection to the testimony that this is when papers are delivered. But Mr. Crouch was asking about who was driving and family members, and she simply cannot testify to that.
Well, as to that part, I'll sustain because clearly she doesn't know on each of those days who it was in particular, but clearly her investigation revealed that those lights were the result of the paper being delivered. And I think common sense would tell you that under those circumstances that that's probably what it was, but you're welcome to. All right.
So Detective, on the morning of April 4th, 2018, at approximately the same time,
Yes,
we see a vehicle turn into the Smithson driveway,
yes, sir.
which is across the street from the Daniels residence.
Yes,
And we also see a vehicle during that same time frame turn into the Smithson driveway on March 16th,
yes,
March 21st,
yes,
March 23rd,
yes,
March 28th.
yes,
And from your investigation, you learned that the Dixon Herald is delivered on those days.
yes,
And did you determine if the Smithson residents received the Dixon Herald?
yes, they did.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Mitchell?
Based off your investigation of those videos, you questioned Matthew Ledford.
Yes,
And subsequently, you contacted him to try to get his cell phone.
I did not contact him and ask him for his cell phone.
You didn't have him contact you to tell you that he wasn't going to give you the cell phone?
No, he called and left a message. He wanted to talk to me. And I think someone else had already asked him if he would provide his cell phone. And when I called him back, he just wanted to let me know that he wasn't going to provide his cell phone. But I don't believe I was the one that actually asked him for his cell phone, but someone within the team did.
Was he adamant that he wasn't going to give it over?
Yes.
Mr. Crouch?
Based on your investigation, was there any reason to believe that Mr. Ledford committed any crimes in this case?
Objection. Call for opinion as to the ultimate issue. She can't give an opinion as to what Mr. Ledford did or didn't.
Well, that's not what he's asking her. What he's asking her, if I understand, restate your question if you will.
Based on your investigation, was there any evidence that Mr. Ledford committed any crimes in this case?
I think that's a legitimate question, overruled.
There was not.
Thank you.
Mr. Ledford had indicated that he thought something might be on his phone.
Objection, Your Honor. We'll ask her to figure out the nature of this question directly into.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go ahead and step out, and probably we'll go ahead and take our morning recess at this time after I've finished with this one. You come back, we'll conclude this witness, but we'll go ahead and take a recess. You can expect it to be about 15 minutes. All right, Mr. Crouch.
My objection should have been made earlier. Mr. Mitchell elicited testimony from Detective McCartney about hearsay statements of Mr. Ledford that this court has already entered a rule on. So before that goes any further, I want to make sure both sides are clear on the non-hearsay statements of Mr. Ledford will not be allowed in to testimony.
Your Honor, General Crouch is opened the door by asking a question. Was there any information or evidence that Mr. Ledford committed a crime? That opens the door for me to ask about any aspect of her investigation that would indicate that Mr. Ledford may have committed a crime or was concerned about them looking at his phone. That question opened it up wide open. If he can ask if there's any evidence or information that Mr. Ledford committed a crime, and then I can't cross in regard to that.
Well, let me suggest this. If you are arguing that you should be allowed to then ask questions regarding Mr. Ledford, number one, normally it's the attorney that starts questioning a witness or cross-examining a witness would be the same attorney who would do that. We've been kind of loose about that, but Mr. Mitchell is the one who began this cross-examination. I don't suppose there's any real reason you can't follow up on it since you're all co-counsel, but why don't you ask the questions you intend to ask in the front of the jury and let me determine whether or not they're meet what you're saying would be evidence of some that contradicts what she just said. So.
Was Mr. Ledford confronted with the statement that y'all had done a video study that showed his?
I went.
Your Honor, the form of the question first, the study doesn't show, and that wasn't her testimony, that a vehicle left his driveway at 5 in the morning. So, and that's what I'm talking about. If he's gonna phrase the questions in a suggestive way so the jury can hear that, that's wrong.
Your Honor, this is out of jury. I mean, if he wants to object to out of jury.
Now, out of the jury's presence.
Well, what I think we're trying to do is to determine what's permissible question to ask in front of the jury to avoid impermissible questions being asked while they're here. So restate your question, make sure that your question is not going to be something that can be containing information that the jury should not hear. But let's first of all ask the question you want to, and let me, Mr. Christ, let me hear the question so I can determine whether it is or is not objectionable.
All right, I'm not saying that it was Mr. Ledford's vehicle that left, but was he confronted by you and other law enforcement and told that a video study showed his vehicle leaving around 5 in the morning?
No,
You're saying no one told him that?
no one told him that his vehicle left his driveway.
Not his vehicle, a vehicle.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you just said his vehicle.
Was he confronted with law enforcement who told him that a video study had been done and a vehicle was seen leaving his driveway around 5 in the morning?
When I went to Mr. Ledford's house with Sergeant Trevor Daniel, we did discuss lights in the area of his driveway. I cannot remember whether or not we said a vehicle actually left his driveway.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Show this transcript
Yes, sir.
of that recorded interview. If you would read that page to refresh your memory, please.
Being flown in kind
No, I
of.
mean just to yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was Mr. Ledford in fact confronted with a statement that a video study showed a vehicle leaving his driveway around 5 in the morning?
No, sir.
No?
No.
What was said?
That lights come on and go south.
And when he was going through the footage from the night on April the 3rd at 10 o'clock, a vehicle pulls in your driveway and the lights go out. the headlights go out. At 5, Detective McCartney, yeah, about 5 something, a little after 5 or around 5, after in the morning, the lights come back on and they back and you can see them. They go back down south.
Okay.
So y'all told him you see a vehicle coming his drive and you see the lights go out.
Yes.
And then you say, and yeah, about 5, a little after 5, around 5, the lights come on. You're referring to his vehicle or a vehicle.
Can I see that again?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. Sergeant Trevor Daniel did say the lights come on and they go back. The lights come on and they back, and you can see them. They go back down south.
So it's talking about a vehicle.
Yes.
It's talking about a vehicle leaving his drive around 5 and going south.
We did think it could be a possibility, and that's why we wanted to investigate it further.
And I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, was Mr. Ledford confronted with the statement that we saw a vehicle come in your drive at 10, we saw the lights come back on and the vehicle leave around 5 and then go south?
The statement was that we saw the lights come on, back, and go back down south. Yes, that he was confronted with that statement. Yes.
And you're talking about a vehicle, not a person running down the road with lights.
No, not at that time. We weren't talking about that. We were talking about a vehicle. Yes.
Okay. And did you further, at some point, was he confronted with a request for his phone to determine the location of his phone during this time period?
At some point, yes, he was.
All right. And did he indicate that he would provide that phone?
I don't know what his answer was to that initial questioning.
But in any event, he told you that he was not going to provide that phone.
He did.
And he was adamant about that.
Yes.
That's it, Your Honor.
Judge, I have no problems with those questions, but none of that suggests that Mr. Ledford committed any kind of crime. That's the issue. Mr. Locker, and the reason we had the pretrial issue hearing on this issue was we've all been there and done that. So as long as he doesn't get into suggesting that
You can ask those limited questions based on that fact. I'm not sure how that is suggestive of the fact that the investigation, it contradicts what she said about his, but that's something you can argue to the jury. I will allow the questions that you have just put before this witness when we return.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, while we have the jury out of the room and before we take our break, let me tell you that I've been handed 2 additional questions. First question is these are from the jury. Did Detectives Level and McCartney ever follow up with the unidentified male on page 41 and report to the supervisor that a follow-up may be needed? That's question 1. Question 2 is, did the Detectives Level and McCartney follow up on the brown vehicle, page 26, line 16? Those appear to me to be questions the jury requests. Anybody have any objection to those questions being asked? And does either side wish to ask those questions?
May we confirm this?
Certainly.
Could you read the questions again, please?
Yeah. Did the Detectives Level and McCartney follow up on the brown vehicle, page 26, line 16? What that says is, Detective Level, do you see that brown vehicle in the, we'll check when we come back? And Joe Daniels says inaudible. And that was basically it. The other question is on page 41. and it has to do with the unidentified male on page 41. The guy saw him at the 1 o'clock in the morning standing up here by the road. I take that as Mr. McCormick. I think that just is a clarification as to who the unidentified male is not Mr. McCormick. It is someone identifying Mr. McCormick. I'm assuming that it's another investigator on the scene. Am I correct? So both of those, I think, can be clarified easily when we return from our break, so.
I think they'll probably be clarified by further proof. By anticipation.
The question on page 41,
Yeah.
I wouldn't even have to take the card.
Well,
He knew that out of jury.
do you know who that was, that the unidentified male on page 41 that identified Mr. McCormick to?
Oh, on page 41, that's THP Trooper Adhd. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly.
And he was just simply identifying Mr. McCormick to you as someone that might have seen something.
Yes.
On page 26, the brown vehicle, do you know anything about that?
I don't know. I don't know anything further about it.
All right. Then I think those questions can legitimately be asked and I will ask them if that suits everyone when we return. Sure.
I'm just trying to get straight in my mind. Was the brown vehicle, was that the loggers? Do you recall?
It's on page 26.
I'm just trying to determine if that's what the jury's wanting to know.
It doesn't appear to be. From what I'm reading in my memory, I think we're driving by all of the command post area at that time.
Okay.
So we could have been talking about a new resource that had shown up. Lots of vehicles were starting to park there with the command posts. I don't know.
I can't.
Well, the question is, did you ever follow up? And it's just a yes or no question.
Not to my knowledge.
All right.
That's fine.
I think it's just a question they're asking if that was something that became significant enough to follow up. She can answer whether she did or she didn't. And then y'all can ask her any other questions you want to after that. But I think those two questions are legitimate, and I will ask those when the jury comes back from break. All right, then let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll be in recess until that time. So.
All rise.
Recording stopped.
Court is in recess.
Y'all haven't seen a phone with a pink case, have you? I cannot find my phone.
Yeah. As compared to.
I found it. Found it. It's under the boxes.
Follow-up questions, and then I'm going to ask the questions that one of the jurors had submitted for Detective McCartney. Mr. Locker.
During the initial interview with Mr. Ledford, was he confronted with a video study that led y'all to believe at that time, not now, but at that time, that a vehicle pulled in his driveway at 10 p.m. on the 3rd?
Yes.
And was he then confronted with that video study and around 5 in the morning?
He was confronted specifically that lights had turned on in the driveway, backed, and went south on Garners Creek Road.
And you say backed out and then went south?
That would be the assumption, yes.
Mr. Crouch.
Detective, after reviewing the video, and you testified you did a test drive yourself
Yes, sir.
and compared the same footage,
Yes.
do you believe that it was a vehicle leaving Mr. Ledford's driveway at around 5 a.m.?
I do not.
Thank you. And speaking of vehicles leaving driveways, did Mr. Smithson, the resident at 115 or 1115 Garners Creek, did he leave that morning?
He did leave that morning around 6 a.m.
Okay. And do you know where he went?
He went to the golf course, I believe.
Okay. Did he come back?
He did at some point, yes, that morning.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Detective, let me ask you these questions. On page 26 of the transcript, line 16, a question has been asked of you. Did Detectives Lovell and McCartney follow up on the brown vehicle that was identified on that line in that page?
I don't know anything further about that brown vehicle.
All right. The next question is, did Detectives Lovell and McCartney ever follow up with the unidentified male on page 41 or report to the supervisor that a follow-up may be needed? Let me first ask you, and I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. The unidentified male on page 41, do you know who that unidentified male's voice was?
Yes, Your Honor. That is a THP trooper that was relaying that information to Detective Lovell and I.
And what information did he relay?
That a male subject had seen something, and that was Daniel McCormick. And he was there with the trooper on the side of the road, and we were able to talk to him at that time too. And that information was passed up to a supervisor.
All right, so that answers this question.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, thank you. Based on those questions, is there anything necessary to be followed up? You may.
So, Detective, the first question about a brown vehicle, in perspective, where were you, Detective Lovell, and the defendant when that brown vehicle was seen?
When I looked at that page in the interview, it appears that we were somewhere near South 3rd Street, which is where the command posts were being set up.
Okay. Were there lots of vehicles there?
There would have been lots of vehicles there at that time, yes.
So are we talking about a suspicious vehicle or one of many?
It would have been one of many. There would have been many vehicles there, but I don't remember anything about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Locker?
The information that was relayed to you from Mr. McCormick was specifically that this person had seen a child wearing pajamas consistent with Joe Clyde Daniels.
That is what I wrote in my supplement police report. My memory, I don't remember what Mr. McCormick said to me, but I did write in my police report very soon after this happened that is what he reported to have seen.
And your memory would have been better at the time.
Yes, sir.
And you certainly wouldn't have written down that he said he saw a child if he said he had seen an adult, would you?
I would not have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to allow Detective McCartney to sit down, and if you will pass your exhibits that you've been given individual copies of and to the bailiff, then we'll hold those for you until they are necessary for future use. Detective McCartney, unless you are on the witness list to be recalled, you're welcome to stay in the courtroom or go about your duties, whatever you'd like. While the jury's passing the notes in, do you have another witness ready?
Yes, sir. Judge, the state calls Agent Stephen Kennard.
Pam, if you want to put him up.
Well, I figured if I put them up here, I'd have to move them down.
While we're waiting on that witness, let me just say, apparently, some people misinterpreted my statement about giving you a tour of this building. My understanding is that since I talked about this place when we were in Chattanooga and talked to you about how nice it was and everything, and then you've been shoveled in through the private entrance and kept in either that room or this room. And it was my understanding y'all would like to see the entire building just for curiosity or whatever, and we're proud to show it off. So we will arrange to get that done for you at some point. So it will have to be when there's no one else here, obviously, so that you can have an unfettered access to it. So, all right. All right, step right up here, sir. I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. Let the clerk place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
When you're seated, if you will be sure to speak directly into that microphone, it'll help.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Stephen Kennard.
Thank you. And will you spell your first and last name?
Stephen is Steven. Kennard is Kennard.
Thank you. Agent Kennard, where are you employed?
At the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And what's your position there?
Special agent.
Thank you. How long have you been employed for the TBI?
With TBI, approximately almost 12 years.
Thank you. And were you an agent in April 4th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And were you assigned to assist with the Joseph Daniels investigation?
Yes, sir, it was.
And at the time, it was a missing persons assignment when you were assigned?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you know about what time you came to Dixon County on April 4th?
I believe I arrived in Dixon County approximately 1 or 2 o'clock p.m.
8 p.m.?
p.m. Yes, sir.
And what was your first detail? Excuse me.
Upon arrival in Dixon County, we were still formulating search plans, and so I was kind of put to the side to help with search teams, put search teams together of local departments that were coming to help for the searches.
Okay. Later in the evening, did you go to the residence of the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was the purpose for going to his residence?
To interview the parents.
Okay. And what type of interview did you conduct with the defendant?
Just a regular consensual non-custodial interview.
Non-custodial interview?
Yes, sir.
What's a non-custodial interview?
It simply means it's a voluntary interview where they are not in custody. They're free to leave at any time. They do not have to be there. It's on their, that's voluntary.
Okay. And the defendant allowed you into his home?
Yes, sir, he did.
He was not under arrest?
No, sir, he was not.
No threats, no force?
No, sir.
It was a consensual interview?
Yes.
And did you record this interview?
I did not. It was recorded. I did not record it.
It was recorded, and you reviewed a copy of the recording?
Yes, sir.
And who all was present for this recording?
Also with myself was Special Agent Andrew Graves with TBI and Detective Trevor Daniel with the Dixon County Sheriff's Office.
And when we listen to the audio recording, we will hear those voices of Detective Trevor Daniels and also Agent Graves?
Yes, sir.
And as well as you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know about what time this interview started?
I believe we started approximately 9 o'clock p.m.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to move a copy of the interview as the next exhibit.
We're at 124.
125.
What was 124?
124 was the paper delivery bill.
All right.
And Your Honor, we also have transcripts to assist the jury in listening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the same process. We're going to give you a transcript to follow along with on this audio, but when this witness's testimony is concluded, we'll take it back up. If you make notes on it, just make sure that you'll be able to recognize your own handwriting.
Okay, Mr. Etheridge, if you would start the audio recording.
The house.
We all want to be on the same page, so it's all along with here. Everybody out, and getting, all the good stuff there, and stuff like that. We always put this part of it, so they, he's going to have stuff, and then we'll wait it out, we'll We'll always put the maybe repetitive, the checklist, and so go down, okay? So, he's not wearing or carrying any kind of tracking technology device, is he? Okay. John, is he attracted to water?
He loves water.
He loves water?
Plays with it, like, for example, like, or what it's really, he was spraying.
Can he swim?
Okay, Detective Kennard, just so we can all be on the same page.
Yes, sir.
There was some background noise before the actual interview begins, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just referring to the transcript, are we on page 2, approximately line 14?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Is he attracted to roadways or highways? Do you have any fascination with any vehicles? Certain types of vehicles? You know, trucks? Anything else?
Green truck that's outside.
That truck there, the Ford over there. Have you wondered away before?
Yes. Always in town.
Where was he found at?
The neighbor found it. She brought it back. And then we found it. House next door. And that's the one I was to.
Okay. Some of those you wasn't that he told about.
The one I wasn't looking to was one that where he had escaped the house. Or something like that, but he ended up going down into the ditch at the end of the driveway at night. So, and Crystal would know more about that because she was the one that had witnessed that one.
Okay. Has any other children ever wandered away?
No.
Okay. Does he have a favorite place or where does he like to go?
That's a good question because when he takes off, he's usually somewhere in the neighbor's area. He's not in any specific place. He likes church. He likes to go to church.
Where's that?
Hillview Baptist.
Is that anywhere close or?
It's
It's
not.
not anything walking distance, like they do not walk to anything. No.
No, that's decent.
That will happen.
But it's on 70 there.
Yeah.
That's the Butler Park area. We know he's nonverbal. How would he react to his name being called?
If I call his name, he may come up. He may not. And if grandma or my stepmom were to say his name, he would probably come up to her. Okay. And as well as with my wife, if she called out his name, then he would come up to her too. Sometimes he would, sometimes he won't. So it's just.
That leads right into the next question. Will the child respond to a particular voice? And you're saying your stepmom.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Belle.
Belle?
Yeah. Her real name's Nyla, but she goes by Belle.
What's her real name first?
Nyla Belle Daniels.
Does he have a favorite song, a toy, or anything?
His favorite stuffed animal is Olaf, which we found in the house, so he did not take that. His favorite song, it really just depends. The one I've seen him dance to the most is a song called Anthem by Good Charlotte. And he likes some older music like the Mellow Yellow song.
I mean, I don't know how you would know this unless, can he read or write? Anything?
He writes some.
Can you write his address, phone number, or anything like that?
No.
Do you know if he knows any of that?
I do not. We try to tell him, but he just doesn't want the information.
Does he know y'all's name, like besides mom and dad?
No.
Does he have anything he specifically does not like?
He gets angry when he doesn't get his way.
Well, that's most kids I know.
Yeah. Stuff that he does not like, that's a good question. Crystal would know more on that one, because when I'm home, I'm usually playing with him.
What about anything that triggers his behavior, bad behavior, any specific thing like sound, light, whatever?
I wouldn't say certain sounds, but if it's too loud, he'll get angry.
Okay.
Or sometimes, now this happens too.
Just because he likes it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's vice versa on that one. It's really odd.
So if he heard a bunch of sirens or something like that, or helicopters and stuff real loud, how would he react to that?
Knowing him, he would probably be scared, or he may not have any kind of effect at all on him.
What about when he gets hurt or injured? How does he react?
When he gets hurt, he'll point to where he's hurting, and we'll like take, if he needs to go to the doctor, we'll take him to the doctor. We'll just give him a Band-Aid on, depending on the situation. But most of
Is he one that maybe cries a lot over anything, gets cut, knocked down, or whatever? Or is he a tough kid? I mean, handles a lot of pain real well.
He can handle some pain, but if it's really, really forceful, he'll start crying.
Okay, so normal reaction maybe?
Yeah.
How does he react when somebody touches him?
When it's just us in his house, he doesn't, push us away or anything like that. Although when I'm holding his hand, he does not want me to hold on to his hand when we go places.
What about a stranger?
I don't think he would.
Don't think he would what?
I don't think he would actually accept that.
Let a person, let a stranger touch him?
He may not. He may just run away from him if he doesn't know him, because if he doesn't know him, he's not going to come up to him.
Would you fight him if somebody?
If someone tries to
Or
force,
fire drum or.
if someone tries to forcefully pick him up, he'll start kicking.
He doesn't have any medical ID tags or anything like that, though. Does he have any sensory, medical, or dietary issues or requirements?
No.
Special foods or anything like that? He doesn't take any life-sustaining medication. The Ritalin is just for his ADHD.
Right.
Okay. Does he get upset easily?
Yes.
He does?
He can get upset easily. He can get really frustrated if he's trying to do something and it's not working out for him. And he'll get really frustrated.
What do you do to calm him down?
I either show him how, or I just do it for him. And in most of the cases, it's just me doing it for him. So.
Does he know sign language or anything?
A small amount.
Small amount of sign language?
Small amount, not a lot, but he knows stuff like more. And some other stuff too. Crystal would know more, because she tries to work with him on that every now and then.
Does she know it?
She doesn't know it completely, but she knows like the stuff that they gave her, like, the little, pamphlets that they do sometimes. And, she knows some of that, what that means, so.
And is he 4 feet, or is that just a guess?
That's a guesstimate. He stands about 4 feet though to me, so.
When was the last time you went to a doctor's appointment where they measured him?
They measured him at Vanderbilt.
You know when?
That was last month.
That's gonna be that Dr.
Alexander Moore.
Yeah, when I got in the, wrote down. Yeah, I'm gonna, let me go in there, finish that.
This was the last time that I remember. I know the day 30 years was supposed to have been his surgery, but that was supposed to forward to May.
Surgery for what?
Tonsils.
Tonsils, okay. March 7th, is this what you're saying, Dr. Moore?
That's the last one I remember.
Okay. How much did he weigh?
He weighed 65 pounds.
What's, I don't know that, let's see. Is it familiar with the area? Is he familiar with this area? Did y'all go out and walk in or hikes or anything like that?
So, a couple times, I actually did take him for on a walk with a couple of us in the summer, and it was just this area here, from Garner's Creek down Third to Old Garner's Creek.
And back around this bit of walk? Yeah. Okay. That's as far as y'all ever traveled outside walking around here?
That's the first time we walked around this area was there, so.
I know he's just getting over what? Pneumonia? Now, when was that March the 7th, that's when y'all took him for the pneumonia?
No, that was his routine checkup for his,
So did y'all carry him somewhere for the pneumonia?
we did,
Where?
that would be Horizon,
Here in Dixon?
yes.
And do you know when you did that?
Let's see, yeah, it was actually Friday, not last Friday, but Friday before.
Okay, so, alright.
So it's the day before, last Friday was 29th, so much Friday before that.
Yeah, before that, because of the next day, Noah got RSV, so. And we were to Vanderbilt.
So you took it to Horizon, they gave him some medications, what they do?
They gave him amoxicillin.
Okay, anything else?
No, just amoxicillin.
And have you taken all of that medicine?
He took all the 10 days you're supposed to take it. He took the 10 days and then we threw the remainder away.
Okay. And I guess he was better?
Yeah, he was a lot better. So,
So overall, health-wise, he was in good condition?
right.
And physically, he's fine.
Yeah, physically he's fine. He doesn't have any kind of physical issues.
Has he ever been diagnosed with any psychological problem other than ADHD?
No.
Okay. Does he have any side effects from his Ritalin?
No.
Okay. And we've already discussed what you did, prior to us getting here today, and I even had a couple of my detectives ride you around and show them where you drove to, right?
Right.
Do you know of any of your family or friends that went out looking and didn't tell us what they did or where they went that we might need to know about?
My cousin Jason.
What's his last name?
Blackburn.
Okay.
Vince Richardson.
Vince?
Vince, like
Vince, okay.
Yeah, Vince Richardson. And their family members, they came to the search party and they didn't tell me anything.
So they actually come down and volunteered on our teams? Okay, so we know what they did.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else?
There was a guy that came up that was my stepmom's nephew that came up like tonight after the search party was over with and asked about what the search warrant.
He came to the house?
Yes.
Do you know his name?
Billy. Let's see here. Billy. Billy Nicholson.
N-I-C-H-O-L-O?
Yeah, N-I-C-H-O-L-S-O-N.
Stepmom too?
Stepmom's nephew, I believe, yeah.
What did you tell him?
I told him, yeah, ask them before doing anything.
Okay, you tell him where to go to? Just pointed up to us?
I just didn't know where you were. I think he may have saw you guys, so.
Okay. Did he say he went looking anywhere or anything, or?
No, I haven't heard back from him.
Okay, anybody else?
No. I've had my stepsister come, but she wasn't able to come to be a part of it, so.
Okay. So I know you did your wife, she never went with you riding around, did she?
No, Alex did.
Who's Alex?
That's my stepson, but I don't know him since he was like 8 months old.
So the one that's here?
Yeah.
Alex rode with you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty much sort of the same questions he already asked. I believe that's all of the questions so far. The rest of the stuff I already have. I just got to fill in the blanks. All right. You good? Yeah.
Okay, you go by Joseph? You go by Joe? You know, Joe, I'm sorry, what's your full name? I didn't catch that.
Joseph Ray Daniels.
Gray?
Right, R-A-Y.
Oh, Ray, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to call you Joe, I'm Steve. Feel free to call me Steve.
Okay.
Again, we weren't here on the front end when they came to talk to you. You know, I know you talked to law enforcement a couple times today. I apologize for having to go back through it a little bit, but I would, to know, just so we all have all the information, we'll ask you to run back through today, as best you can remember, and I may have some follow-up questions to that effect. So you just start by telling me, I guess starting from last night when you guys went to bed, what time you went to bed?
So he went to bed at 8 o'clock. We had the TV on, because he sleeps with the TV on. And
Cecily,
it was in the bedroom.
okay, beyond in the living room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was sleeping there, and Alex went to bed with him at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, I went to bed. My wife may have still been away, may not have been, so.
Where do you sleep?
I sleep on the edge of it.
Oh, that's your room, okay. Okay.
I sleep.
So, gotcha. So Alex and you were in that bed, and you were, okay.
And I got woke up at 11:30, something like that. 12 o'clock, he had peed in the floor. So I just, waited until he went back to sleep. And then I came back in here and went back to sleep. She got up and checked on him, make sure he was, asleep, still in the bed. At 1 o'clock, at 5:30, I woke up and I went to the bedroom back there. I got his clothes out, and Alex's clothes out for them to go to school. I noticed something weird was going on because the coffee table that sits in the living room was pointed towards the two doors to the room that they were sleeping in, and I walked in and he wasn't there.
Okay. So the coffee table was in the living room out here.
It was pointed in a weird it was pointed towards the two doors that, not parallel to the, to the sofa, but it was more like how this bed is sitting right here, it was towards that, towards the doors, yeah.
Okay. Those two doors that go into that, is it double doors that go into that bedroom?
Yeah.
Do they stay closed when he's in there sleeping?
No, they stay open,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I
Those
checked.
doors, so those doors were open when you went out?
Yeah,
Those were open,
and,
okay.
I checked every room,
Yeah.
and, you know, all around the house, and I didn't find them.
Mhm.
So I got Crystal up, and we went outside, we looked to the obvious locations, like the neighbor's yard, and the next door neighbor.
Mhm.
I looked over there, and I took the car, and went up to the end of the road and turned around, came back, and didn't see anything.
Okay, Tim, I'm gonna slow you up just a little bit before we get that far. Was he freely able to get out, open the doors, or was there any sort of locks on the doors?
There was locks on the doors.
Okay. Padlock.
The back
The
door.
back door when we came in? Okay. Why is that padlock on the door?
To prevent him.
Specifically? It was closed, clasped.
Yeah.
And that's how you keep it at night. And you're certain that it was closed when you guys went to sleep?
Yeah, so she checked it and actually locked it, so.
Okay. Okay, so the door was locked. When you got up and saw that he was not in his room, what was the state of that door? How did you find that
The
door?
door was closed, but the lock was not, and I could not find the lock.
Okay. So the lock was not on the door, it was not on the latch. But the door was closed itself.
Yeah.
So it had been open. Does he have any, in his thought process, does he know how to open that door, open that lock? Does he know how to, I assume it's a key lock, just like a regular padlock, right?
Right.
Does he know how to open that lock? Does he have any idea where the key would be kept? Is
That-
it reasonable to think that he would be able to open that door?
Right, he has seen me unlock it,
Okay.
and so the issue there is that he may have figured out how to unlock it,
Mhm.
and he also knows where I put the key at.
Where do you put it?
It was on the mantle, I put it on the mantle.
Okay. Is it just sitting out open on the mantle?
Yeah.
Okay. So if he knew where the key was, that he would be able to potentially, and is that lock elevated?
Yes.
Okay.
So
Are you thinking that coffee table was over there, moved, that he was using it to stand on, or
that's what I'm thinking.
was it next to the door, close to the door?
It was not close to that door, so, because it was, see the TV's right here, the back door was right here,
Mhm.
the coffee table was right here.
Okay, so it was moved maybe even further to the right than where it normally is.
Yeah.
But it was different than how you guys normally have it.
Correct.
Okay.
And the door, which was not, it wasn't open. Last time this happened, the door was open, and he was found, the neighbor had found him.
Mhm. Did that happen at night as well, or was this just?
That was in the morning that it happened, yeah. She, neighbor said he was looking around precariously, so she grabbed him and brought him back over here to us.
Does he know the neighbors?
Not really. That one, the only reason why she knows about him is because of, that. And the neighbor across the street might know him too from him, he's seen throughout the yard and stuff.
Have any of these times when he's gotten out, was he able to unlock that himself, or is this potentially the first time he's ever actually unlocked it?
First time I've sort of seen him unlock the door. I've never seen him actually do it.
Mhm.
Crystal said that one day when she was home, he had taken a chair and was trying to actually unlock the door. The key was in the padlock, from what she said, so.
How long ago was that?
The door, I don't know, she would have to tell you on that.
So that was the only time he'd ever actually tried to unlock the door
Yeah.
and get out? Okay. Okay, so he's so the door's pulled shut. Any of the other times that he's gotten out, I know you spoke about a couple of other times, were those all during the daytime, during daylight hours?
Yes, and when he escaped the first time, that's when we put the padlock on the door because we were trying to prevent this from happening.
Was that the time when he was 2 or the early on time that you said he was out in the yard?
Yeah, last time was I'm gonna say about 6 months ago is the last time it happened.
Okay.
I'll say, and that's when we decided to go ahead and buy the padlock, buy the lock, and
Oh, okay, so it was the last time that this had happened, was
Yeah.
about that.
yeah.
Okay, so he sleeps in there with Alex, is that right?
Yeah, normally when he has this attraction, it's like it's not like loving attraction or anything like that. It's more like he's like, you know how people have an attraction to one item, like they absolutely love that item. That's how he's with his nanny.
With his what?
With my stepmom.
Oh, okay.
So when she's not here, usually my aunt and Noah sleep with him. Well, that was not the case last night. And then this happens.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out where he could be,
Sure. So he usually sleeps with Noah and your stepmom?
He usually sleeps with, when she's not here, usually with all of them, all 4 of them sleep in that bed. Alex, Noah, and Joyce and Joe sleep in that king size bed because they can all fit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And, but we just,
Okay, but last night it was just,
Alex and Joe.
okay. Has he ever slept in there with just Alex before?
Yes, and he doesn't do this usually.
He doesn't have, does he have any problems with sleeping with Alex?
No, because they've slept back there in their room before, and we've had no issues.
So that's not something that would upset him necessarily?
Right.
Okay. Okay, so let's figure at the house when you got him this morning.
Me, Crystal, Alex, Noah, and Aunt Joyce was all here.
Aunt Joyce?
Yep.
Is she out there now?
She's in the bed.
Okay. Okay, so you said something about that he went to bed at 8, Alex went to bed at about 9. You went to bed at 10. Crystal was up a little bit later than that,
Yeah.
11 or so. You said he got up and peed on the floor.
Yeah.
Is that something that he's done before?
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
it's nothing, unusual
Okay.
or anything like that. It's just something that he does it every now and then. He'll just pee on the floor.
Okay. He has, you said he has ADHD, is that right? Does he have any other disabilities or anything?
The doctor, if I could find the actual notes, they tested him for autism. I didn't read the paper because for some reason no one wanted me to read it. I don't know why, but Crystal said it said autism on there with ADHD. The problem is like I just don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't know why he wants to run away like this for it. And it's not just every now and then. It's like when I go to work, my fear is he's going to run away from school. He's going to take off during recess and nobody's going to be able to find him.
Has he ever run away from school?
No, not that I know of. They've never told me anything like that. Because when he was a baby, like, I was about 2 years old. That's when he started having problems with going out the door, and we have to go find him.
Right.
And
How many, maybe you said this earlier, how many times has he done that?
several,
Sorry, so the first time was around 2, how many total?
I want to say
down
it's
has he done?
10, 15 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not like, always someone comes here and just kept on.
So is it a situation where if he sees that door open, he'll go for it?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's just he just wants to be outside, wants to be, is there something that is attractive to him outside, or is it?
I don't know.
When he gets outside, does he just kind of, what does he do when he gets outside? Does he try to get away, or does he just get out there and kind of mill around, or?
Kind of basically, mellow around.
Mm-hmm.
One time I did see him play with the neighbor's toy, when I found him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You said he has an attraction to water.
Yes.
Anytime when he's gone out previously, has he ever gone to any of these surrounding little ponds or anything? Has he ever made his way over to this one here at the neighborhood or anything that's close?
Crystal, the one that Crystal told me about when he ran out of, somehow was being executed out of the house and they could find him.
Mm-hmm.
He was in a dish full of water. And he was crying and they got him out and then back to the house. Well, that was my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know.
But you think that you'd say he likes water though? He has an attraction to water?
Yeah, that's one thing. He has another attraction to is water because he'll. I've seen him be in this bathtub here,
Mm-hmm.
and one day they had to break into the bathroom by getting the door handle off the door.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was flooding the bathroom while he was in the bathtub. He had locked himself in.
And just kept the water on?
Yeah.
Okay. He doesn't stay in the bathtub though? He doesn't fight it, anything like that, or?
No, when we get in the bath, he doesn't fight or anything. And sometimes he just has like a. And when I find him in those situations, when there's water everywhere, it's flooded, it's the hottest setting.
Yeah.
Like it's hot water. No cold, no warm, just hot.
Does he know how to swim? Has he ever been swimming or anything?
No.
Never been swimming. Never been exposed to that. The incident where he was being on the floor, you said that happens every once in a while. How often does that happen?
I want to say about once a month. So it's nothing, unusual for me to see,
How does he react when he does that? Is there anything that triggers that?
He starts laughing.
Do you think it's just kind of think it's funny type thing?
Yeah.
And I don't want to insult his intelligence or anybody else's, but he knows where to use the bathroom and everything.
Yeah.
Does that any issues with that?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't have issues with using the bathroom. So.
Does he get in trouble when he does the on the floor thing?
I don't do anything to him.
Yeah. Is there any normal discipline with that? Would he have any reason to be scared after that? He's going to get punished or anything like that?
No, he was just laughing. He was just laughing. And we don't punish him for that stuff. We just say, hey, you're not supposed to do that. And that's all we do.
Mm-hmm.
We don't. And last night I didn't, I just told Alex, just don't worry about it. Just,
Who got in there and addressed that? Who got in there and cleaned it up and addressed that? Was it you or your wife or?
I didn't clean it up actually because I was making sure that he was okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, he did eventually, go to the bathroom, but because he peed on the floor and then went to the bathroom. So,
Okay.
and then, he got back to bed and went back to sleep. And that's when, I went back to sleep.
And that was about what time?
That was about 12.
Okay.
And Crystal got up about 1, made sure he was okay.
Okay.
And she saw him in bed and saw he was sleeping and then came back in here and went to sleep.
And I assume Alex was in there sleeping as well.
Yeah.
Was everybody else? You guys are in here. Y'all see the door closed?
Yes,
They're in that room with the door open. Where does Aunt Joyce sleep?
back there.
Is that kind of isolated too? Is it reasonable to think that he could get out of the house without anybody hearing anything?
that door is right next to our room, so we can hear it.
Mhm.
And normally when someone opens the door and closes the door, we can hear it, but
This exit door that goes out,
yeah,
the one we can.
because we hear a lot of people slam that door.
Mhm.
Well, and he slams doors, he did not slam that door.
That's what I said, yeah. Okay, you didn't hear the door at all. Is it normal for you guys to be up and down in the evening with him? And the reason I asked that, I didn't know if you were getting more tired than you normally were. I mean, you said you were up, you kind of woke up, got to bed around 11 or 12.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't hear anything. Is that normal for you guys not to hear anything?
We didn't hear anything, and it's normal for us, to not hear anything, when he's sleeping.
Right.
And, but this is,
Does he ever get up in the night and wander around inside the house?
yes,
He does?
yes, he does do that.
And you guys hear him when he does that, or?
Yeah, because we'll go to like the pots and pans and play with it. I play with the, canned goods.
Okay.
He'll play with that, or he'll play with his toys, wants to watch TV, so we'll turn the TV on.
Y'all try to put him back to sleep, or do you just let him leave, or how do you deal with that?
We just stay up until he goes back to sleep. Or wait till school, is back in session, and we'll just send him off to school.
So you just, if he's up, sometimes he'll just stay up?
And another issue is what bothers me is the fact that he can stay up for a long periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, just 8 hours,
He doesn't have, you would say he has a regular sleep cycle?
No.
Okay. Has he been having, and some of these questions, I don't want you to think, we just gotta, for the totality of things and to cover all the bases, we gotta ask all these questions, so I don't wanna upset you with any of the stuff, but we do have to ask it so we can say we asked it, okay? And so I don't want you to think anything about these, but just so we can say we did, but has he had any, did he get along with his siblings?
Yeah, he gets along with them. Every now and then he'll have some type of thing where he'll start taking toys away from Noah,
Mm-hmm.
and Noah will start crying.
How old's Noah?
He is 3.
Okay.
And he doesn't do this, so
Right.
when he goes to sleep.
What about with Alex? What's their relationship like?
They try to play with each other.
And Alex is how old? 8?
8, yeah. And sometimes I have to tell Alex to play with Joe, because he just won't do it. I say, please go play with him, because he's either sad or he needs someone to play with.
Right. Does he ever get upset? Do they ever get in? I know siblings get fights. So aside from the regular stuff, do they ever get into physical altercations, anything like that?
No.
Does anybody else in the family discipline the children, him or any of the other children? Whether it's Aunt Joyce or
We don't. What we do with Joe, because of his disabilities, we tell him, you're not supposed to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't scream at him. We don't spank him.
Is it pretty calm in this house normally, or is it?
There's a lot of noise that goes on that I've been out of work for about a month and a half now.
Mm-hmm.
But and since I've been here, it does get quite noisy. Aunt Joyce is deaf, has hearing problems, so she has to speak louder than most people.
Mm-hmm.
So the TV stays on constantly with some type of like cartoons or something like that.
So it's noise like that, but I'm talking about you guys yell a lot, like so. And what I mean by that is, some families are just yellers, and some families are really soft-spoken. And
so my dad has an issue with yelling at people.
Your dad does?
Yeah. And me and my wife sometimes get into really heated arguments where I don't really want to be around her anymore, kind of deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he lives here, but he's not here all the time.
Okay.
So.
And he's not currently here?
No.
Okay. When was the last time he was here?
He was here Monday.
Okay.
And, you know, there was nothing that went on Monday, except for Joe was, what was so weird was he said he wanted to go back in the house. He didn't want to go with us to take him down to the truck stop. So he said, no. I said, you don't come with us? He said, no. And you want to go back in the house? He shook his head. I said, okay, well, let's take you back then. As soon as we left the yard. So I don't know if that triggered this somehow, and he's trying to go to the truck stop.
Mm-hmm.
So that.
Who was he here with when he stayed here?
Crystal, Joyce, Alex. No.
Oh, okay, so your wife was here with you.
Yeah.
When you left.
Yeah. So my feeling is he's trying to go down to the truck stop.
Has there been any recent, have you guys had any recent issues, recent arguments, recent,
Yeah. One of the basketball games on Saturday, and he was cussing at the TV.
Mm-hmm. How does Joe react to that?
He gets scared.
Does he?
Yeah, he does get scared of that. I just remember that. He does get scared of that.
When people were yelling?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't any yelling going on, so at night you guys didn't yell at him for anything that
No.
caused him to get scared, right? Okay. What's your dad's relationship with them, with the kids? I mean, does he have a decent relationship with them? Does he interact with them?
He tries to, but sometimes, he speaks really loudly.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of
Is it a normal talk that he's loud, or?
Sometimes he gets really loud. Sometimes he'll be, like just me and you are right now, just normal. And the reason why I was thinking, about the interstate deal was because I went down there to see if I could find him anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he could be around that area or not, because if he is, around that area down there near the interstate, where the Love's truck stop is on 163, if he somehow got lost and is scared.
But you wouldn't think that he would know how to get down there, would you? When you said you knew the area very well, that you would.
The only thing I can think of is if, because he's been down that area a lot. Like we drove truck stop. He's seen the road, because we put him in the truck once to go down there, and took him out of the truck and put him in the car. So, that's my guess is that he might be somewhere down that area, and he's probably somewhere in that area as well. So I'm gonna check there too.
Yeah, we're definitely checking everywhere. I mean, we're doing a super, super thorough search as best we can. So we're definitely working with that. Have there ever been any custody issues with the children in particularly? But you guys had, and I don't mean to insult you, and I don't want to.
Right.
And I'm not saying that to say the chat, but I didn't know.
With Noah and Joe, we've had no custody issues.
Okay. With Alex?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what's the issue there?
There was a custody issue, but that's been taken care of though, where Crystal had give temporary custody over to Deborah and James Rosenbaum. That was 2011.
Who were they?
They were Jack, Crystal, and Graham, which their siblings, they put up with them. They took care of them. Crystal went with their foster grandmother, and Jack and Wales stayed with Debbie and Jim as over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And recently, now I don't know if this is something that you might want to look into or not, or what, but the other day that I didn't see this because I did not see it, but others did here in this house. They saw a red Ford pull up to the driveway and then turn around and it was going back and forth.
What kind of Ford car or truck?
It was a I think it was a car. That's what they said. It was just a car, it wasn't a truck.
When was that?
Sunday,
Who saw that?
my Aunt Joyce. My Aunt Joyce saw them. I think my dad may have saw it too. And they, I don't know. And then the other clue was Jack said that Deborah and Kenny bought a new red car. And
But they have no connection to Joe, right? I mean, there's.
Deborah knows Joe. She knows where he lives. She knows when he was born, because she was at the hospital the day that he was born.
And she again is Crystal's, somebody that grew up with Crystal.
Someone that
Not sibling, but somebody that grew up with her.
Somebody that took care of her brothers
Okay.
for a long time.
I mean, is there any reason to believe that she would have any interest in taking Joe?
I don't know.
Where does she live?
Eno Road, from what I've been told.
Eno Road?
Yeah. E-N-O.
You familiar with that? Here in town?
Yeah, that's not, it's not too terribly far away.
What's her last name?
Her last name, I know her last name used to be Rosenbaum, but it changed to Bybee, B-Y-B-E-E.
She married?
Yeah, she remarried to somebody else who's blind.
No.
So, I don't know.
When's the last time they were over here?
She hasn't been over here since 2013. Since
And is that what they went into those custody issue? Yeah. Okay. And that situation was Crystal was given her temporary custody of Alex? Is that what happened there?
Yeah, we found was able to get that resolved in court, and she was able to get full custody.
Is Alex your son?
No.
Okay, so he's from his another father.
Yeah.
Is that somebody that's with her, or or is he in the picture at all? Or?
No.
Okay.
We don't even know where he's at.
Okay, I got you. Joe, Noah, your children?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You say his only familiarity with the area would be a couple of walks that you guys have taken around here.
Correct.
But you say you've driven down to the truck stop multiple times. Why do you guys go down there? Just to go down and look at the trucks? You guys go down there to the store, or?
We go down there to take, I go down there usually to drive my dad to the truck, because that's where he parks his truck, is the Lowe's truck stop.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes, my stepmom was with them, and they go out on the road together, which I wish she was here right now.
You dad?
Yeah, I wish they were both here right now. I think he probably wouldn't have done this.
Why is that?
Yeah, it's an attraction. Like, he's so attracted to them, it's almost like, yeah. So my guess is that he's trying to find them.
Your stepmom live here as well?
Yes.
She does. What's her name?
Cylde Daniels.
Okay.
They're called Bell though.
Okay. And they all stay back in, where's their room when they stay here?
Back to the king size bedroom is where they.
Oh, they stay in that bed with them? Okay. See, I see what you're saying. You take it over there and there with them, you wouldn't. Okay. Anybody else in your family that has any issues? And I know this, I don't want to put you in a difficult spot, but again, we gotta ask these things.
Right.
Just so we can say that we ask them, cover all their bases. Has Crystal had any issues with the kids? Has there been has she been under a lot of stress, or have you been under a lot of stress with these kids lately? Is anything that would?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen, a lot of stress. It's been, your typical everyday, no stress, just playing, make sure the kids are fed, make sure they have a bath, and
Sure.
Make sure they're taking their medicine, obviously, make sure,
Is he in school? You were getting up to take him to school, is that right?
Yeah.
So he would have gone to school today?
Yeah.
And he went to school yesterday?
Yes, he did school yesterday.
Do you have any reason to believe, again,
anything at all, any reason to believe that something has happened to him as opposed to him just getting out this door,
I don't know.
walking off.
There was a guy, one of the police officers I was talking to, I asked him if he's heard anything that's been out of the ordinary.
Mhm.
He said there was a witness who came up, that they stopped, or he stopped, and said that he saw a boy in the yard in the middle of the night, walking, going in the yard, thinking that, no. Wouldn't you find it odd if this person told you that that was something that was, ordinary in the middle of the night?
Sure.
It sounds like to me, whoever that person is knows where he's at. That's just my take on it, because no one will say, oh, it's just, it's normal for a 4 or 5-year-old child to be out in the middle of the night. Is that normal? That's not normal.
Right.
He could have at least stopped and come up to the house with him and knocked on the door and say, hey, do you know who this is?
Right.
But that was not done.
Remember which officer told you that?
I can't remember his name. I think he was Dixon County Sheriff's officer, and then there was another lady, a really tall lady. I don't know her name either, but she came in and said that she heard the same, that's what the information they got as well was that. So my guess is that he's somewhere around this area, whoever that person is.
I lost train of thought.
Sorry.
But so nobody's having any issues, nobody has any issues with the children, Joe in particular, none of the adults in the house.
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that any other adult in this house has had anything to do with his disappearance?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that any of his siblings in this house would have anything to do with his disappearance?
No.
Nobody is overly physical with anybody. There's nobody, never seen any, or have you ever seen any instance where you've seen, whether it's Alex or whomever, snap on Joe and show, exhibit some sort of fit of rage or anything? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Have you ever had that?
Have I done
Have
that?
you ever done that?
I have a very second temper, so I've done it a couple times.
Yeah.
I regretted all of it.
Sure. With Joe specifically?
Yeah. And
What's been the situation?
it's just, just some of the things he was doing, I didn't understand what was going on at the time.
And I can understand, he's his ADHD and potentially is autistic. Well, I think the doctor said it was. He has some sort of autism, to whatever degree. Their behavior is sometimes, they can't always regulate their behavior. So what they do is very trying to the normal person. It's out of normal realm of behavior. So you're constantly correcting this child, or you're constantly disciplining them. I completely understand. But I think anybody could. That stuff ratchets up your, makes that quick temper. It makes that, it creates a situation where you're more apt to snap on somebody, or you're more apt to, it's something, do something that you told to do 100 times, do it anyway, and just laugh about it. I mean, did something like that happen where he did something and somebody in this house snapped on him, did something?
That's happened.
Yeah.
That's happened.
When was the last time, or when did that happen?
It's been a while. So I can't remember when the last time it happened, but we've, when we found out, everything was going on, with him and got him tested and all that good stuff, it was before that we need to just discipline him in a certain way.
When did you find out that he had it? How long ago did you say that was that you were diagnosed?
I'm gonna say it was October.
just this last October, so 6 months ago-ish, 7 months ago?
I want to say October, September, somewhere in that timeline, yeah.
Did that happen last night? Did anything like that happen last night?
No.
You thought that nothing like that happened last night?
Nothing like that. That's fine. The only thing that I did was like I said, he wanted cake.
Mm-hmm.
So I said nicely, hey, if you want cake, you gotta finish your food.
Mm-hmm.
When he finished his food, we gave him some cake.
This was dinner time?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we didn't. I don't know if he got angry about that or not, but.
But you ended up giving him what he wanted, right? I mean,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
what he wanted. So
Yeah.
it wasn't a situation where somebody lost their temper.
No.
You know, we all, and you guys, nobody more than you guys wants to find this little boy.
Right.
You know, we want to make sure that we ask all these questions. And I don't want you to take offense to this, but Joe, did you have anything to do with this little boy's experience?
No.
Have you done anything to him or caused anything to happen to him after the fact? Is everything that you told us been accurate and true?
Yes.
You're actually 100% positive
Yes, sir.
in your account? Okay.
I'm just really scared.
Sure. Well, I understand, and everybody wants to find and make sure he's safe, and when I say nobody more than you guys, but we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't ask these tough questions and make sure that we cross those bridges. Okay. Are you guys, how sure are you on the time frame of last night as far as when your wife went to bed? You said that you went to bed around 12 o'clock, she came up to about 1 o'clock. How, is that kind of a loose time frame there, or does she know, no, I was in bed about 1 o'clock?
I know I was bed at 10 because usually by now I would be asleep.
Right.
Usually.
But you were back up for when you peed, right?
Yeah, that was 11:32,
Okay.
something like that. I got up and, we got back to sleep and all that stuff. And, then I don't know when she got up and checked on him, so I can't tell you the timeline on that, because I was already asleep when she got up and checked on him, so.
Okay. But you think the 1 o'clock, that's just from what she has said?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else when you got up? Did you do anything out of your normal routine? Is that what you normally do? Are you the first one up normally?
Yes, I'm usually the first one up in the house, and I'm usually the first one to, just my instinct is, okay, we gotta go to school, gotta get them dressed, get them ready to go to school.
Mm-hmm.
While I'm there, got the clothes, and then that's when I noticed that he was gone.
Where did you enter get close out of the room?
Yeah, they're better. Weird, why is that there? I didn't look at the door because I didn't really think, maybe it's just there because he moved it or somebody moved it, and I went in there and he was gone.
And you said you haven't seen the lock, you don't know where the lock is, haven't seen the key. You guys haven't found those?
We found the key, we found the lock.
Oh, you did, okay.
The lock was stolen to the toys. The key was on the mantle, oddly enough.
Okay. The lock was thrown back into his toys?
Noah's.
In the Noah's toys,
Yeah.
the same room?
Yeah, it's in the living room.
Okay.
All the toys there.
Was it in a bin or just a pile or?
Just, it was a pile. And there's a pile and there's a bin, so.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure which one they found it in, so.
Okay. And you or nobody else intentionally let that door unlock, anything like that?
No.
Does anybody ever go back outside and smoke or anything like that, like your aunt or Crystal?
Crystal does.
Crystal will go out to smoke on the back door?
Yes.
How often does she smoke, like out there?
Just depends. Sometimes she'll stay out there for an hour at a time, or sometimes more than that. Sometimes 10 minutes, just, I guess it's just empty. What she's doing, sometimes she'll fall asleep out there.
She'll fall asleep out there. Has she ever, when she's come back in, does she normally lock it right back with the padlock, or has she ever forgotten to lock it back?
She locks it. She makes sure that door stays locked.
So there's never been a time where y'all have forgotten to lock it, or just left it open for just a little bit by mistake?
I usually check to make sure it's locked.
Did you check it last night?
No, but she did.
Did you see her check it?
I did not.
Have you noticed anything missing today? Like any, like the backpack it is, or?
We checked everything, and his stuffed animal's here, the blanket is here, his backpack's here, there's nothing missing. No shoes, no socks, no clothing, just nothing.
Is there anything that he always likes to have on, like a little, like a coin or something, you know, that he just has to have on, that would be special to him? There's nothing like that. Okay. Any shoes, do you say?
Yeah, no shoes.
No shoes missing?
Yeah, there was no shoes.
From his older brother, or did you check?
Yeah, we checked there's all other stuff, and there was nothing
So
missing.
no shoes missing at all, no clothing, no like toboggans or gloves or anything like that?
Nothing missing.
Was he in his pajamas?
Yes, yes.
What did they look like?
They're black and have white skeleton on it.
Just on the front?
I believe it's also on the left as well.
Is it, are they footless, or do they have like pajama footies type things, or are they, were his feet out?
Yes, people out.
Okay, so you don't get socks on?
No socks.
So as far as you know, barefoot, black pajamas, pants and shirt?
The skeleton he was asking about, was it, I know it was on the front, but was it on the back too?
No.
Just on the front?
Just on the front.
Now, about the pajamas, like in the dark, would you be able to see them at all, or
No.
were they reflective, anything like that?
No.
Okay, not anything like, you know, how some are like glow in the dark or have little lights flashing, or
Yeah, they're not totally dark. They're just white.
just white?
Yeah.
Does he like school?
That's a good question, because sometimes he'll say, if I say, you ready to go to school? No. You want to go to school? No. Or, I'll ask him if he had a good day at school, he shakes his head, like that sometimes, I don't know why, but.
Yesterday, he got to school like normal.
Yeah.
Did he say it was a good day at school or anything? That you recall?
I think I may have asked him, but he said no.
It wasn't a good day at school, and so he would have known he would have had to go back today, correct?
Yeah.
Did he say why yesterday wasn't a good day?
No, he just said no. He just shook his head, and I was like, okay. But I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something that he doesn't want to go back to school. We've thought about homeschooling him because, just, I guess just for safety.
Does he get picked on or anything there?
I don't know.
Okay, you just said safety, so I was just trying to think of safety as far as what?
Like, one of my fears is like, when I went to work a lot, like he would take off during like recess, they couldn't find him, that kind of stuff.
Has that ever happened in school before?
For a long time, I've actually had like legitimate fear that this would happen, unfortunately, because of his episodes of doing this. And it's not like, out of the blue kind of deal, it's like constantly. So.
Has he said anything about wanting to go away somewhere or wanting to run away and not go to school or anything at all? any place that he's wanted to go to where he's not been able to lately? Like, you know, if he's asked to go like to the zoo or somewhere, and y'all be like, no. Okay. Do you ever go, does your aunt ever go out, well, I guess is it Crystal's aunt, Joyce?
That's
Your aunt, does she go up back to on the back patio, or is it used pretty often, the back patio?
It is, and what's interesting about yesterday, you know, before we had the storm, they were out playing.
You know about what time?
It was about 6 o'clock. They were out playing, they were having fun, they weren't fighting. Or anything like that, it was just.
You know, I don't know why. You know about what time it stopped raining last night or stopped storming?
I don't know, I know it was light when I went to bed.
Like, and when you got up and when you urinated in the floor, did you hear any rain then?
I didn't really hear any rain. And I didn't see any lightning.
Does he like playing out in the rain?
No.
Doesn't like.
We usually keep him inside, so that way he won't get sick or whatnot, being outside in the rain.
Oh, does lightning attract him? Does he like lightning or like thunder?
We don't know. He's never had shown a fear of lightning or thunder or anything like that.
Doesn't have any strong reaction to thunderstorms or anything like that you can tell. He clearly doesn't like the storm.
Yeah, he just doesn't react at all to it.
So he's not like, he doesn't love thunderstorms, but he doesn't like, he's not terrified of it either.
Right.
Okay. Anything outside that he really likes to do around here?
He likes to play video games.
Is there like a neighbor that has a video game system?
I don't know.
Has he ever gone out into the woods, anything like that around here?
The backyard doesn't really have woods, but we've seen him go back there towards that area a lot.
Like towards the wood line?
Yeah.
Do you know when the last time he did that was? Maybe, did he do that last time when they were playing?
No, it's been a while. I think it was maybe about, we'll say a month ago. It was nice outside. It wasn't like rainy, it was sunny.
Like the wooded area across from the pond?
It's a more tree line back here.
Yeah, along the line.
Yeah. And
Tree line.
yeah, he runs back there sometimes. And most of the time, that's where we sometimes see him a lot back there, so, and, or the neighbors or whatnot, so.
How is he with like dark? Like, is he terrified, like afraid of the dark? Or does he like darkness then?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I hear him run down the hallway at night in the dark. So, and he's not afraid of it.
Is there anything that you thought of from, like, talking to the detectives this morning to now that you might think is relevant now that you might not have thought about then? Just, over the course of the day, just thinking about stuff.
Besides what the officer told me earlier about the person that was a little suspicious from what he was describing to the police earlier, to the red car incident where there was a person going up and down the road stopping in front of our driveway and how they came into the driveway. I didn't see that, but that's what I heard. And apparently there was they said look at a red Ford. And the person said, Jack said that the person with that red Ford might have been someone they know. So, and I don't know if there's something like, if they're trying to kidnap Joe because of what happened with Alex, because of the custody issue there.
Did you say that was resolved now?
Yeah, that happened back in 2013, but I gotta also remember that this person is not exactly what I would consider as a good person.
And who was that again?
Deborah Rose, it used to be Debbie Rosenbaum, used to be her name. But now it's like Deborah Ivy.
Have you ever seen her go to Joe's school or your other children's school, anything like that? Or has she called here lately?
No, we got all our numbers changed, so she has no contact with any of us here.
When did you change your numbers?
My household number's been the same, but I never gave that out. I don't really give that out anyway, unless it's something like the hospital needs to be, or stuff like that. Really my close friends that I have since I was in elementary school. But I don't know if she's had any contact with anybody in this house recently. I didn't think about that until they told me earlier about the red car, and I don't know if that person may have something she may have seen him. It's like, oh, let's pick him up and we'll get, or something like that. She's not a good person. Most of the people around in this neighborhood are well, but they're really good people. I've never had any kind of confrontation with anybody around here.
So everybody around here has been nice to y'all, they
Yeah.
haven't had any issues?
Yeah. So I don't think, I would not want to think anybody in this vicinity would be that. I noticed that when I was looking on the registry, because, I don't want to put that part into it, but there's a chance that might happen where a sex offender might have picked them up.
Do you know any sex offenders?
I don't.
Would Crystal know of any, or your family know of any?
I don't know. There's a guy at CCC Road, Manly Blue, that are sex offenders.
On what road?
CCC Road and Manly Blue. That's what I saw on the sex offender registry list. So I'm just giving out clues like, hey, these people will be the ones who kidnapped Joe, if that is the case.
Anything else that you want to add?
I just want to know.
We all leave all of it.
I mean, even if it takes, going down CCC Road, knocking on people's doors, and have you seen this child coming ill? I know I was told, not to be involved in the search, there's some issues with that. I can understand that part for certain reasons, it's like, hey, because I can, as a police officer, I can say, hey, if they want to search for a child, they know where they're at. If that goes through your mind, thinking, there's this huge search for no reason kind of deal. It's a waste of resources. I don't know where he's at. Nobody does, except for him. He knows where he's at. And I'm gonna keep the lights on to see if he somehow comes back up here and to our house in the middle of the night. So we'll probably be up throughout the night waiting to hear something.
I got a few things. I talked to you this morning. You remember me?
Yeah.
Okay. There's just a few things that changed, I guess, from when I talked to you this morning to now.
Yeah.
There've been some new things that you've added that I didn't know about. Yeah, I want to ask you about some of those.
Yeah, it's been going on through the day, like just finding out, hospital information, just, from hearing from different people around the house about, the rent car, what vehicle.
Let me just go ahead and I'll go through some of this information that it's either new or it's changed. The incident where you're keeping the floor, nobody told me that this morning. How, if you're in here, it's 11:30, and the kid's peeing in the floor back there, how do you know it?
I was woke up by Alex.
After he come in here screaming off, but
Yeah, he came in here and said, Daddy, he's peeing on the floor. Joe's peeing on the floor. I was like, okay, hold on. So I got up and told him, go back to bed. So he went back to bed. I don't know, there's like so much going on right now. I'm trying to,
where was Crystal when this happened?
when he peed on the floor, she was in the bed.
With you?
Yes.
Okay. Another thing that the change that was important for me was this morning you told me when you got the clothes and you started to go towards the boys' bedroom that you saw the coffee table being not in the same position that it was earlier.
Right.
That you immediately looked at the door to see if the lock was on it. Just a minute ago you said you never looked at the door. So which one is it?
Trying to remember exactly. So I went back there, I got the clothes. And I went back to the living room. I said, okay, put the clothes down. Yeah, that's right. When I told you this morning was correct. I apologize. There's been so much going on. There's been so many police officers here. I know you guys are doing, I still have the helicopter up there, so.
Yeah.
I apologize.
You said you didn't even look at the door, but you wasn't worried about it.
Yeah, because normally that, I wouldn't worry about something like that happening, because, normally the door is locked that night, and I never, when I saw that he wasn't in bed, that's when I'm like, I'm freaking out, I don't know what to do, so I went outside, got Crystal up, and Alex got out of bed and came with us, and he got with me in the car after me and Crystal went out and looked around, and we couldn't find him, so Alex got with me in the car, and we drove around just this area through here as before, and then I couldn't find him, so I just called the police.
How many times you drive around the block? What's what you call it?
Once.
Another thing, the kids were outside at 6 o'clock out there playing.
Yes.
Y'all said this morning, 4 o'clock, everybody was inside, nobody went back outside.
I remember a little bit more about yesterday, as the day has been going on, we're trying to figure out, what could have triggered this. Because we were inside eating, and then we went outside, and they played a little bit, and then came back in, gave them their baths, put on their pajamas, and then Joe went back to the bedroom and he turned on the TV, put on Hockey View, and he went to sleep by 8 o'clock.
One of the quick questions is there any type of boots that are available that he could wear, possibly wear, like a muck boot, a rain boot, some kind of galoshes that are not here, or is there any chance of that happening? So none of them type of shoes are here. Okay. You understand why I'm kind of curious as to why the stories change? Why I get new information or completely different information?
Yeah, I understand that. I just what we found.
I understand that, we do too.
Yeah, it's just throughout the day, when you're first waking up, I'm actually a night person, so that's when I start, remembering a lot of this stuff that's going on. I'm not really a daytime.
My wife's the same way. She's a night owl.
Mr. Crouch, we were intending to stop court today at noon. I have almost 12:15. I assume you're going to have questions for this witness afterwards, and we've made arrangements for the jury to be fed north, quite a ways from here anyway. So is there anything that you need to accomplish with this witness before we adjourn for the day? All right, ladies and gentlemen, then we're going to go ahead and adjourn for today and allow us to get you fed and get you accommodated so that you can have hopefully a comfortable weekend. And we will, now, counsel, I have some good news and some bad news. And I've talked with the jury. They're a very agreeable lot. And they've agreed that we could start court at 8 o'clock in the morning every day when we start court. And that's the bad news for you, because is there any reason anyone knows of that we could not start court and conduct it at 8 o'clock rather than waiting till 9 o'clock?
There's the only day we might have an issue is Monday, bringing some witnesses.
That's fine. Monday will be flexible enough, but I would like to start at 8 if possible so that we could try to accomplish as much. These folks are on Eastern Standard Time, so their body clocks are all operating where they're awake and raring to go by that time, and I'd like to accommodate that. And so why don't we plan on Monday, we'll all be here at 8 o'clock, and if we have any issues with witnesses, we'll do whatever we need to accommodate that. But if we do that at 8, then we'll probably go till 5 or a little later, but not necessarily go to 6 o'clock from 8 o'clock. 8 to 5 will be a full day. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to step back in the jury room, then we will get you transported for your lunch. Oh, and if you will turn those, go ahead and turn those transcripts in to the bailiffs as you come out. Just put them there on the thing, and we'll give them back to you Monday when we can return. Counsel, we will lock this courtroom and it will be secure. As you know, the courthouse will be secured over the weekend in case you want to leave anything here, but that's entirely your decision. So. Agent Kennard, if you want to step down, you can do so. So what is your schedule for Monday?
I'm subpoenaed for a hearing at 10 o'clock.
And who's the judge?
Judge Watkins.
Okay, Monty.
Yes, sir.
Watkins. Okay, is that the Delkey case?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it actually been pushed back for a conflict previous this week as well.
All right. And you know how long your testimony is expected to be or how long you'll be in that case?
I do not, sir. I would imagine in an hour or two.
And I have emailed one of the attorneys in that party, letting him know we were going to call Agent Kennard yesterday, so they could have him on Monday, but as you know, we've been finished on time. I'm just trying to inform the court.
So you just want to figure out which one of us is going to put you in jail because you're not in our court. So. Well, let me ask this. Is it, well, I hate to not pick him up. I mean, I'll take him up at 8 o'clock in the morning, Monday, and I don't know how much longer you've got with him if he can make it to Nashville. If he leaves here by 9 o'clock, you can make it to Nashville.
We have a second consult. Judge, I think for judicial economy purposes, we are going to release Agent Kennard. I've agreed to not ask any further questions on direct.
We'll agree to waive cross.
Well, it seems like that solves all your problems. We're going to essentially terminate, and I will explain that to the jury when they return. That will terminate Agent Kennard's requirement to be here, and with that, we'll release him from his subpoena and let him go about his business.
And before we do that, though, I would move the transcript as the next.
Transcript will be marked as the next exhibit in order, which would be what? I'm lost track. 126.
Yeah. And Judge, just for the record, I still think I'm winning in the number of times I can say judicial economy in this trial.
All right. All right. Then that will conclude our business today, and we will stand adjourned until Monday morning at 8 o'clock.
All rise. Court is adjourned.
Will you let him know the possibility one day trying to do this for that crime? So they're making one day this week.
Recording stopped.
Sorry.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Any matters that we need to address before we bring the jury in?
I filed a motion, but it can be taken up at any time,
When did you file it?
just this morning.
Well, obviously I haven't seen it. We'll address that at a break.
I haven't seen it either, so you say it ain't great. I mean, I see the motion, but I literally just got it, so I haven't read it.
I'll give you adequate time to consider it.
Before the jury goes out to deliberate.
I will. We'll give you that opportunity.
And Your Honor, I just discuss with the state, whenever the jury does come back in, if we could just inform them that Officer Kennard was subpoenaed to another court and that we've agreed to let him go, but also that there is another individual that can be cross-examined as to the content of that. That way they can hold their questions.
Hold their questions. All right. All right, are we ready then?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring the jury in. I've lost count. So are you saying we're at 127? That will be the next one. What was 126? Okay. Somewhere along, I'll let off. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Good morning. I'm glad to see again that we haven't lost anyone over the weekend, so we have you all back. I wanted to make sure that you understood that we had said Saturday we were going to start our day at 8 o'clock in the morning, and all of you, I think, were in favor of that. And this morning we had an issue with a witness not available until 9, so for that reason we're starting a little later. Also, I've been asked to make sure that you understand that the officer, the agent rather, with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, Agent Kennard, who testified on Saturday, and that was the transcript that you got of that interview. He had been subpoenaed for another court this morning in Nashville that had been served on him maybe either before this subpoena had, but in any event, to accommodate him, both sides agreed that he would be released to go and comply with that subpoena and testify in that court. But I'm also told that there is another witness that will be available to be cross-examined about the transcript and that recording that you listened to on Saturday morning. So any questions that you might have regarding that transcript, if you'll hold those until such time as we have this additional witness, then we'll see whether or not any of those questions need to be asked. All right. Then the state may call your next witness.
Jeff Smithson.
Right up, sir, if you will, and face our clerk to be placed under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And when you have a seat, if you'll speak directly into that microphone, it'll help us.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please, sir?
Jeff Smithson,
How do you spell your last name?
Smithson.
All right. Back in April of 2018, where were you living?
1115 Garners Creek Road.
And is that across the street from 1112 Garners Creek Road?
Yes, it is.
All right. And was 1112, was that the Daniels residence?
Yes.
All right. Now, did you move shortly after, or sometime in April of 2018, did you move residences?
Yes, we did.
All right. And during your stay, or while you were at 1115 in April of 2018, did you receive the Dixon Herald at your residence?
Yes, we did.
And was that on Wednesdays and Fridays?
Wednesdays and Fridays.
All right. And that's a local paper. Was it delivered in the mornings?
Yes.
And I know this is kind of a weird question, but did you have a motion light on your house?
Yes, we did at the back.
All right. And that was back in 2018?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on the morning of April 4th, did you leave?
Yes, I did.
Recall about what time that was?
6 o'clock.
All right. Where were you headed?
I was heading to a golf breakfast in a golf league I play in.
All right. And you recall about what time you got back?
I got back probably a little bit after 9.
All right. What was the area like when you got back?
My driveway was full of highway patrol cars, and I couldn't get in my own driveway.
There are a lot of cars,
A lot of cars, a lot of people.
All right, that's all, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smithson. You are step down. You are released from your subpoena.
All right, thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Alex Nolan. Judge, we need a sidebar also.
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to address one issue. If you will step out for me to take this matter up, please. All right, the issue in our sidebar conference was, first and foremost, this next witness is a juvenile, and under the laws and rules of our Supreme Court, media would not be allowed to video this witness to show his face or image. You can have the recording of his testimony that can be broadcast, but I don't think you're entitled to show his image for his protection, if nothing else. And then secondly, the defense has requested a out of jury hearing regarding the competency of the witness for the court to determine whether he is in fact competency and understands the significance of taking an oath to testify. So we will conduct that hearing now, and then we will, depending on the court's ruling regarding his competency, we'll move to bring the jury back.
One other issue, just for clarification, the rule has been called for by both sides, and we've made some agreements as to who can be in the courtroom. Under TCA 24-7-120, the state could seek a closed caption TV production of the testimony of the juvenile, but we've elected not to do that. But under that same provision, a juvenile is allowed to have his caretakers in the courtroom while he testifies. So we would ask that both Mr. and Miss Nolan be allowed to sit in the courtroom during testimony of the juvenile.
All right, then the caretakers for this child will be allowed to remain in the courtroom and will not be considered to be a violation of the rule. Then are you ready for Mr. Nolan? All right, let's bring him up. It's just the only thing that can't be done is they can't show his image on television. It is the public.
Is the camera in front of the witness?
We'll need to, I believe we have stopped, have we stopped that? We've already terminated that camera, so. Alex, if you'll come right up here, please. I have to determine the conference. Step right up there and have a seat. Have a seat. I want you to listen, talk to me for a minute, okay? How are you? Rather be someplace other than here?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, I want you to understand that you're not in trouble, and this is not something that you need to feel like you're in trouble or anything about. But this is the point where I need to determine that you understand the seriousness of what's taking place today. How old are you, Alex?
11.
All right. And 11 years old, what grade are you in?
6. Well, I'm not to be.
going into the 6 next year?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you're living with some other folks, I think that, and you don't live in this area, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. And in school, you understand when you do something that's wrong and how you have sanctions that apply to you if you do something wrong, or punishment that happens if you do something wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're asked a question by a teacher, for example, and you don't tell the truth, what happens?
You get in trouble or you're incorrect.
All right. And do you understand what it means to take an oath to tell the truth?
Mm-hmm.
And do you understand that if you tell us that you're going to swear to tell the truth, that that's a very serious thing?
Mm-hmm.
And you understand that bad things happen to people who don't tell the truth when they've taken an oath, especially. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And do you understand that you're going to be asked some questions? Do you understand that you're going to be asked to swear that that information is true and correct?
Yes.
And you feel like you understand everything that's going on?
Yes.
All right. Anybody have any questions for this witness about his competency?
Alex, has anyone advised you about your rights in regard to testifying?
No.
Of course, we don't know at this point what you're going to testify to, but are you going to testify differently than you?
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of the
It's not an appropriate question for, we're here on this jury out hearing to determine whether or not he is a competent witness, and competency in this stage means, does he understand the significance of taking an oath? He's affirmed that. And
Well,
so your questions need to be limited to that, to his competencies.
we'll save those questions until the jury's back in.
All right. I find this witness to be competent, and when the jury returns, we're going to ask that he be placed under oath and presented to the jury. All right, let's bring the jury back. Alex, if you'll do me one favor, pull that microphone down just a little bit so that it'll be pointed right at your mouth. And then when you answer questions, if you will speak directly into that microphone, about like you are right now, that should help us to be able to pick up everything. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. All right, Alex, I'm going to ask if you will stand up, raise your right hand, and face our clerk to be placed under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
And Alex, I've asked you outside the jury's presence to speak directly into that microphone, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Crouch? Maybe too directly. We've got his, go ahead, Alex, do this for me if you will. Alex, if you'll just push that up a little bit. I think I may have messed you up when I told you that. There you go. And you can stay about that far away from it so it doesn't pick up your breathing. There you go.
Good morning, Alex.
Well,
How are you today?
good.
You excited to be in the courtroom on a Monday morning? No, I don't think anybody here is. But thank you for being here. Would you state your full name for the record, your first and last name?
Middle name too.
Yeah.
Alex Clayton Nolan.
Alex Clayton Nolan. How do you spell Alex?
Alex.
A-L-E-X.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you spell Nolan?
Nolan.
Thank you very much. So, Alex, just a few questions to get us started. How old are you today?
11.
11 years old. And did you just finish a year of school?
Yeah.
What grade did you just finish?
5th.
5th grade. And where did you go to school?
Centennial Elementary.
Centennial Elementary? All right. And you remember who your teacher was this past year?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Miss Pam Dwyer.
Miss who?
Miss Pam Dwyer.
How do you say your name?
Pam Dwyer.
Pam Dwyer. Okay. So if you can, and I know it's uncomfortable testifying, but I need you to speak real clearly when I ask you questions, okay? Can you do that for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you just finished the 5th grade. Your teacher was Miss Dwyer. Did you have a favorite subject this year?
Math.
Math? Why do you like math?
I don't know. I just do.
You just like it? Okay. So, Alex, do you understand the difference between telling the truth and telling a lie?
Yes.
Yeah. And what have I asked you to do today?
Tell the truth.
Yeah. And have I asked you how to testify?
No.
What about your own memories? I've asked you to testify directly from what only you remember
Yes.
and not to testify from what anyone else has told you. All right. So,
I'm sorry, was there an answer to that?
yeah, Alex, you'll have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Alex, just some kind of background questions about your family. Who is your biological mother?
Crystal.
Crystal, and what's her last name?
Daniels.
Daniels. And did you have a stepfather?
Yeah.
And what was his name?
Joseph.
Joseph. Last name?
Daniels.
Thank you. And Alex, who do you currently live with?
My aunt and uncle.
Your aunt and uncle? Okay. And I know it's tough to testify about this, but just bear with me for a few minutes, okay? What is your aunt's name?
Yeah.
Yeah. You need some water?
No.
There's a Kleenex right there if you need it, okay? And what's your uncle's name?
Waylon.
Thank you. Hey, Alex, if you need to stop for a minute, just let me know, okay? You want to keep going? All right. Thank you. Alex, do you remember when you used to live at 1112 Garners Creek Road?
Yeah.
When you lived there, who all lived with you?
Belle, Joe, Crystal, Noah, Joyce, sometimes April, and then little Joe.
Okay. Oh, let's talk about a couple of those people. Did you have Joseph live there? Joseph Daniels, the defendant, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, did his father also live there?
Yes.
And what would you refer to his father as?
Uh,
Did you call him? Did he have a name that he went by, or
Big Joe.
Big Joe? Okay, you called him Big Joe.
Yeah.
And did Big Joe have a wife?
Yeah.
And what was her name?
Belle.
Belle. Now, you mentioned that you had an aunt that lived there.
Yeah.
And what was her name?
Joyce.
Joyce. Okay. Now, did Big Joe? Did he have a job?
Yeah.
What did he do?
He worked as a truck driver.
He was a truck driver. Did Belle have a job?
And I don't think so.
Okay. Did Aunt Joyce have a job?
No.
Did Crystal have a job?
She had one, but she lost it.
She lost it. Okay. Did Joseph Daniels, the defendant, did he have a job?
Yeah.
What did he do?
Computer solutions.
Computer solutions? Was he good at working on computers?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Alex, if you don't mind, I want to show you a couple of photographs, okay? You okay with that?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that photograph, Alex?
Yeah.
I've got a close-up picture. Is this the same photograph that you see on the screen?
Yeah.
Can you see pretty good up there?
Yeah.
All right. What is that photograph?
Of the house.
Is that where you used to live?
Yeah.
At 1112 Garners Creek Road?
Yeah.
All right. Is that the front of the house?
Yeah.
I'll move this to the next exhibit.
127.
And Alex, what's this photograph?
It's a photograph of the back of the house.
The back of the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that the same photograph that we see on the screen?
Yes.
This is exhibit 128. Alex, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the back porch, and that's the porch of the house.
This is?
Yeah.
All right. And I'll move this as exhibit 129. Now, let me ask you a couple of questions about this photograph, Alex. Is that the door on the back deck that everybody would come and go out of?
Yeah.
All right. Alex, do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah.
What is this?
That's the door, but from the inside.
That's the same door from the inside?
Yeah.
All right. Move this as Exhibit 130. Now, Alex, looking at this door, what is that near the top of the door?
That's a fly trap.
And what's next to the fly trap?
A lock.
A lock?
Yeah.
Is there actually a lock on the door, or is that just the latch?
That's just the latch.
And why was there a latch up there?
Keep little Joe from getting out.
To keep little Joe from getting out?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, there's not a lock on it right now, is there?
No.
Okay. And Alex, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is this?
That's the living room.
Living room? Is that also the back door?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it the same photograph that we see on the screen?
Yes.
I'll make that as the next exhibit, 131. Yes, sir. Alex, whose toys are those on the floor?
All three of ours.
All three?
Yeah.
You, Joe, Clyde, and Noah?
Yeah.
So is that usually where you kept all the toys?
Yeah.
What's this?
That's a wagon.
Wagon? Empty container?
Yeah.
Container? And all the toys were kept over in this area?
Yeah.
Now, who would get all the toys out of this?
Joe and Noah.
Joe and Noah? Was it pretty regular for the toys to be scattered out like that?
Yeah.
Did you ever clean them up?
Yeah, we cleaned them up a little bit, but not much.
I mean, with brothers, it's easy to get toys out all the time.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
We clean them up, they just get back out.
You clean them up and they just get them right back out?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you identify this photograph?
Yeah.
What's that?
Same spot, but a different angle. Oh no, that's by the chimney place.
Okay. And I'll move this as Exhibit 132. So we're seeing more toys, is that right?
Yes.
And those are in front of the chimney,
Yes.
the fireplace?
Yeah.
Okay. Alex, can you identify this photograph?
That is the living room table.
Living room table?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the same photograph that we see on the screen?
Yes.
All right. This is Exhibit 133, is that right? Yes. And Alex, in the living room, we've already seen some of the toys. It looks like there might be some more toys sitting around the table. Is that right?
Yes.
Was it pretty common for the toys to get scattered all over the living room?
Yes.
Okay. Alex, can you identify this photograph?
Yes.
What's this?
That is the door to Bell and Joe's room.
That's the door to Bell and Joe's room?
Yes.
Okay. And what's this right here?
TV.
TV. All right, move this as Exhibit 134. Now, Alex, let me ask you a couple of questions about this photograph. These doors here go into Justified Bell and Big Joe's bedroom.
Yeah.
And this is big screen TV. What's this over here?
That's a cabinet.
Cabinet?
Yeah.
Do you know what was behind the cabinet?
A door.
The front door of the house?
Yeah.
Now, why was the cabinet in front of the door?
One reason is because we didn't really have anywhere else to put it, and the other reason was to keep Joe in the house.
Okay. Alex, can you identify this photograph?
That's Bill and Joe's bed.
Is that going inside their bedroom?
Yeah.
All right. And is that the same photograph we see on the screen?
Yes.
That is the next exhibit.
135.
Alex, what's that hanging on the doorknob? Can you see that from your position?
Yeah, it looks like a basket.
Okay, is that an Easter basket?
Yeah.
Did y'all have an Easter egg hunt at your house?
Yeah.
All right. And Alex, can you identify this photograph?
That's the living room / kitchen.
Living room / kitchen.
Because this was like almost in the kitchen, but still in the living room.
Okay. Is that the same photograph we see on the screen?
Yes.
Move that as the next exhibit. Alex, can you identify this photograph?
Yeah,
What is that?
that's the hallway.
Hallway? Okay. And what goes down the hallway? Where do those rooms go to?
That's my room and that's Joyce's room.
Okay. And is this photograph the same photograph we see on the screen, the big screen?
Yes.
I'll move that as the next exhibit, please. So Alex, you've identified this as a photograph of the hallway going down to the bedrooms, is that right? Now, did you have a bedroom down this hallway?
Yes.
Who did you share a bedroom with?
Joe.
Joe Clyde?
Yeah.
Who else had a bedroom down this hallway?
Joyce and Noah, they would stay in the one to the left.
Alex, can you identify this photograph?
That's our room.
Whose room?
Me and Joe's.
You and Joe? And is that the same photograph we see on the screen?
Yes.
And that's the next exhibit.
38.
Do you know what that stuffed animal is on the floor?
Yes.
What is that?
Olaf.
Olaf? Is that your Olaf?
No.
Did you like Olaf?
No.
Whose Olaf is that?
Joe's.
Joe's. And Alex, can you identify this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is Joyce's room.
Your Aunt Joyce?
Yeah.
And is that the same photograph we see on the screen?
Yes.
All right. But that's the next exhibit.
139.
Just shut that down for a second. So I'm going to ask you some tough questions.
Yeah.
Was that April 3rd of 2018?
Yeah.
Did you and Joe Clyde go to school that day?
Yeah.
And did you ride the bus home together?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you got off the bus that afternoon?
We went up the driveway into the house.
Okay. What else did y'all do that afternoon?
Nothing. We just stayed in the house and played around a little.
Just kind of a normal day?
Yeah.
All right. Who all was at home that night?
Kyrstal, Joyce, me, Joe, Noah, and Joseph.
Okay. Was Big Joe and Bill, were they at home that night?
No.
Where were they?
Big Joe was on a truck trip.
He was on a truck trip?
Yeah.
Okay. What time did you usually go to bed?
We didn't really have a usual bedtime. We went to bed whenever we went to bed.
Whenever you wanted to go to bed?
Yeah.
Do you remember which bedroom you slept in that night?
Yes, Bell and Joe's room.
You slept in Belle and Joe's room?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because they had a very comfortable bed.
They had a comfortable bed? Was there
Whenever they weren't there, we would sleep in there.
Okay. If they weren't at home, you would sleep in there?
Yeah.
Was that pretty common if Big Joe was out on the road that y'all would sleep in his bed?
Yeah.
Was it a bigger bed than yours?
Yeah.
Who slept in that bed that night?
Me and Joe.
Okay. Do you know what time Joe Clyde went to bed that night?
No. I couldn't say the exact time, but it was like 9 something.
Was he in bed before you went to bed?
Yeah. He was up like we were already both in bed, just we weren't asleep yet.
Okay. Did y'all have a TV that you could watch in
Yeah.
Big Joe and Belle's room?
Yeah.
What would y'all usually watch when you were going to bed?
Hockey. It's something that he watched. I didn't watch it.
Pocky You?
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that show.
It's old. I think.
Not something that you watched?
No.
But Joe Clyde liked it?
Yeah.
All right. So did anything strange happen that night?
Not too strange, but it was a bit strange.
Okay. Well, tell us about that.
Well, he had come in there and beat him. He did.
The defendant?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Joe Clyde get out of bed?
Yeah, he peed in the floor.
He did?
Yeah.
Did you see him pee in the floor?
Yes.
Do you know about what time that was?
9. It was around 9.
It was just after y'all had gone to bed?
Yeah. We weren't asleep yet, but we were in the bed.
Okay. Well, when you say that he peed in the floor, was that in the bedroom?
In the bedroom, yeah.
And after Joe Clyde peed in the floor, what did you do?
I went and told
Told who?
him.
And when you're pointing at him, you're pointing at the defendant.
Yeah.
And when you went and told the defendant, where was the defendant?
In his room.
In his bedroom? Who was in the bedroom with him?
Kyrstal.
Now, were they awake or asleep?
Awake.
They were both awake? What were they doing?
Talking, watching TV.
Okay. And after you told the defendant that Joe Clyde had peed in the floor, what happened?
He went in there and beat him, like I said.
He did what?
He went in there and beat him.
Okay. Well, and then did you go back to bed?
Yeah.
Did Joe Clyde go back to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that?
Well, I woke up from this loud bang. I didn't go in there immediately, but
I know this is tough. I know it's tough. You need to take a break? You do want to take a break?
Yes.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, just step up from
You need something to drink?
All right, let's just take a short recess. Alex, I want you to understand, I know how tough this is, but just if you need a break like this, just let us know and we'll give you an opportunity, okay? We'll be in recess. If you will send the word to me when you're ready.
Recording stopped.
All right, Alex, how are you? You gonna be all right?
Recording in progress.
All right. Are we ready for the jury? Bring the jury in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Crouch, you may resume your questioning.
Okay, Alex, let me back up just a little bit, all right? You've already testified that Joe Clyde peed in the floor, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that the defendant whipped him and that y'all went back to bed.
Yeah.
And what happened next?
I woke up from a loud bang, and then I didn't go in there immediately, but I sat in there for a couple minutes, waited. Then I went in there, saw him on the floor. just fed a bean. And a couple minutes after that, he took him out the door and laid him down in the yard.
Hey, let me stop you right there, okay?
Yeah.
What woke you up?
A loud bang.
A loud bang? What did it sound like?
It sounded like a thump. It was like,
And that woke you up?
yeah.
And so I think you said you didn't immediately go out of the room. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you immediately go out of the bedroom?
Because I waited for things to cool down.
Okay. And you were in Big Joe and Belle's room?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you walk out of the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see then?
I saw him laying on the ground.
Who was laying on the ground?
Joe.
Joe Clyde?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing?
He was about to pick him up and carry him out the door.
Okay. Did he take him out the door?
Yes.
How did he take him out the door?
This.
Can you stand up and show us what you're doing? And was Joe Clyde in his arms?
Yes.
Which door did he take him out of?
He took the back door.
He went out the back door?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was anybody else in the living room that you could see?
Yes.
Who was in the living room?
Noah and Joyce.
Okay. Can I show you another photograph?
Yes.
Of the living room? It's already been moved as an exhibit. Is this? Can you point to where Aunt Joyce and Noah were standing on here? Tell me where to move my arm to.
Put to the left a little. Up a little. Down, just a little. About right there where that fin is. Yeah.
Was anybody else in the living room?
No.
Was anybody in the kitchen?
Yes.
Who was in the kitchen?
Crystal.
Where was Crystal standing?
She was standing where the hallway is. Behind that.
The hallway is?
Yeah. Behind that cabinet.
Behind this cabinet?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may we have a sidebar?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you once more to step out. All right, it's been brought to my attention that Mr. and Ms. Nolan are here in the courtroom. If you would just raise your hand so I can, all right. I know this is a tough situation for you and to watch this young man have to testify for these things. The concern is someone indicated that you may be crying during this proceeding. It is completely understandable. However, we need to make sure that the jury is insulated from any sort of extraneous influence, if that makes sense to you. I'm not trying to be hard on you. I understand how hard it is to sit there and listen to this and not be emotional about it. But it is important that we not try to influence the jury. If you understand how the jurors might take watching you as the caretakers for this young man, be emotional about it. So while I want you to be able to be here and to listen to everything that's said in his testimony, I think it's important for us to try to control our emotions. Any of the lawyers and myself included in the staff also have to try to control our emotions so that we don't overtly influence the jury in some way. Does that make sense to you? All right, I'm not trying to be hard on you. I just want you to understand that we're doing everything we can to make sure that this case goes forward without any problems, all right? Anything further than before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Alex, you still doing okay?
Yeah.
All right, bring the jury in. This one? Maybe you should come to it. No, I got it right here, I think. So. Once again, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen. Step out of the room. You shouldn't attribute it to either side in this case. You should just tell yourself that it's that judge that's making me get up and walk out, because I'm trying to make sure that we do everything correctly and there's no mistakes, all right? Now, Mr. Crouch, you may continue.
Alex, you before the break, you testified that you observed the defendant carry Joe Clyde outside.
Yes.
Did you also walk outside?
Not immediately.
Not immediately? How long did you wait before you walked outside?
Couple seconds, like 30 seconds.
Okay.
It was a short period of time.
Short period of time? How did you go outside?
I opened the door slowly, and then I put my foot out and my other foot out.
Out onto that back deck area?
Mm-hmm. I tiptoed down the stairs.
What did you see?
I hadn't saw that yet until I got to the edge of the house.
Edge of the house? What did you see then?
I saw him lay Joe down, like he was already laid down, but he was on there on his knee, looking around. But then a couple minutes after that, he saw me.
Who saw you?
Joseph.
The defendant?
Yes.
He saw you?
Yes.
Peeking around the corner?
Yes.
And what happened?
He threatened that he would kill me if I didn't help.
He threatened to kill you?
Yes.
If you didn't help him?
Yes.
Did you help him?
Yes.
What did you do?
I tried to find something to do. I went over to the car, I opened the door and opened the trunk, and I told him to do something. I don't know what it was, and I don't know why he didn't do it.
You opened the door to a car?
Yes.
And you opened the trunk?
Yes.
Do you know which car it was?
It was I think we only had one car. The rest of them were trucks.
Okay. You
I think.
You remember what color it was?
It was gray.
Okay. And what happened then?
Then he said never mind and to go back into the house. Then he walked down the driveway. Then I hid behind the edge of the house again. I went up onto the porch, but then went back down.
So the defendant started walking down the driveway?
Yes.
What had he done with Joe Clyde?
He had him in his arms.
He had him in his arms as
Mhm.
he was walking down the driveway?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was watching him.
Okay. And what happened next?
Then whenever he got to the road and started walking down a little ways, I walked up the driveway.
You walked up the driveway?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see?
I saw him walking down the road with him.
Carrying Joe Clyde?
Yes.
So if you're walking down your driveway, which way did the defendant go?
He went right.
He went right?
Yes.
Do you know the name of the road in front of that house?
Old Diner Street.
Okay. And he went right?
Yeah, he turned right.
And where were you when he turned right?
I was still back up there. I hadn't walked down the driveway yet. Went up there whenever I couldn't see him no more.
How far did you walk?
I walked up halfway up the driveway whenever I first moved, then the rest of the way up the driveway. So second time I moved.
Did you go all the way to the road?
No, not all the way to the road. I stood at the edge of the driveway though.
Okay. And how long did you watch the defendant?
I watched him for a couple of minutes or so. Watched him walk down the road.
Could you tell how far he walked?
No, I didn't know meters, miles, or anything like that yet.
Were you scared of the defendant after he threatened you?
Yes.
After you saw him walk down the road, what did you do next?
I went back up the driveway.
And where did you go?
I went into the house.
What'd you do then?
I went back into the room and I tried to go to sleep, but eventually I went back to sleep.
Eventually you went back to
It
sleep?
was hard, but I did.
When you went in the house, where were Aunt Joyce and Noah and Kyrstal?
Joyce and Noah were sitting at the window, I think.
They were sitting at the window?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
What about Kyrstal?
She was probably back in her bedroom. I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
No.
So when you went back in the house and tried to go back to sleep, did you go into your bedroom or Belle and Big Joe's?
Belle and Joe's.
What happened the next morning?
The next morning, he told me to get up and that my brother had run away.
The next morning, he told you that your brother had run away?
Yes.
Now, did you go somewhere with the defendant that morning?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We rode down the road.
Okay.
We got to the car. We rode down the road.
All right. Now, let me ask you just a few more questions and I'll be finished, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Were you supposed to go somewhere that summer with Kyrstal?
Yes.
Where were you going to go?
Kansas.
Kansas?
Yeah.
All right, I want to show you a photograph, okay? Can you identify this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That was our trip to Kansas.
Okay. And is that the same photograph that we see on the screen?
Yes.
I'll move that as the next exhibit.
It'll be marked as Exhibit 140.
Now, is that in the kitchen area
That's on that cabinet I was talking about.
that Kyrstal was hiding behind?
Yeah. And that is in the kitchen area.
Okay. What can you read from there what that says?
That says 60 days till trip. What? That says 60 days till Kyrstal and Alex leave for Kansas.
Were you going to go to Kansas?
Yes.
Who else was going to go to Kansas?
Just me and her, I think.
Okay. And do you know why you were going to Kansas?
No.
All right.
The night that she told me that we were, she said something. I don't remember what she said, though.
Okay. Just a couple more questions. Earlier, you had pointed out a photograph of the coffee table that was in the living room.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see Joe Clyde move that coffee table?
No.
No? Did he ever push it around the living room?
Only on accident.
What do you mean only on accident?
Like if he was playing with his toys and he would push it on accident.
Okay. Did you ever see Joe Clyde climb up on anything and unlock a padlock?
No.
No.
I've seen him climb up on things, but not to unlock something.
Okay. Do you know where the key to the padlock was kept?
No.
All right. That morning, when you woke up and you testified the defendant said Joe Clyde had run away, how was Aunt Joyce acting?
I didn't see her that morning.
You didn't see her that morning?
I didn't see Noah either.
Did you go to school that morning?
No.
What did you do throughout the day that day?
We looked for him for a while, but then we went back to the house and just sat there.
Almost finished, Alex. And I appreciate you answering so many questions for me. I'm going to show you one more photograph. Can you identify that?
Yes.
Who's in that photograph?
That's me, and that's Joseph.
Okay. And is this photograph the same photo we see on the screen?
Yes.
All right. And is that the morning before or the morning after Joe Clyde was killed?
Yes.
Who are you talking to?
That's Joseph. Wait.
So how many cars do we see in the driveway?
4.
And who do the 4 cars belong to?
One of them belongs to Joseph and Crystal. One of them belongs to April. The truck belongs to Big Joe. And then I think there's a car behind that car.
Is it a car or a pickup truck?
I see the pickup truck, but there's something behind that car.
Okay. And do you remember those clothes that you had on?
Yeah.
Is that your t-shirt and your pants?
Yeah.
All right. You've gotten a lot taller since then.
Yeah.
How tall are you now?
I'm 5'5" or 5'6".
Taller than me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alex. I'll pass the witness.
Alex, the same thing. If you need a break, you let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right. Alex, when all of these things happened, was your story different?
No.
Do you recall telling a different story?
No. I actually do. But it was fake. It was a false story. That was whenever this first started.
Did your aunt and uncle tell you what happened?
No.
Did Miss Taggart tell you what happened?
No.
The lock that's on the door was to keep Joe Clyde from getting out of the house.
Yes.
Did he wander off?
Yes.
So he had a history of leaving the house and.
Yes.
Okay. And you're certain that you weren't told what happened by your aunt and uncle?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor.
I'm gonna take a second to start the video. Josh, you motion.
Oh yeah, I have one of those at home. You did? Yeah. But then my brother thought I was like a daddy. Yeah. But I don't care because he didn't really that much. Yeah. How long were those? You want girl? I'm Jessica. You been talking to Miss Morgan? know that because like, well, I just started heard that one time. Oh yeah, I had one of those at home. You did? Yeah. But then my brother started with them. Did he? Yeah. But I don't care because it didn't really that much. Yeah. My father knows. Do you like dogs? I'm Jessica. Have you been talking to Miss Morgan? Yeah. Does he like black? He's sniffing you. You know, dogs sniff sometimes. Yeah, I know. Do you know what his job is?
Do you remember if you were interviewed one time, two times?
I think I was interviewed only once on video.
And how many times were you interviewed not on video?
I couldn't keep track. There were a lot of times.
Who interviewed you a lot of times?
Dr. David. He's a worker at the CDC.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I'm sorry.
Dr. David. He's a worker at the CDC.
Okay.
Just sit next to like you had. I was thinking he's a dog. Well, he's a different kind of dog. His dog is for you. His job as a dog is for you to pet him. Hey, will you sit on this couch for me? And then I'll get him to jump up next to you. That's okay. How about up, jump. Good boy. He'll sniff you for a minute, and then he'll get comfortable. He's gonna turn around. You want me to open your snack for you? You got it. You like Oreos? Don't feed him any, okay? His dog pretty much sugar. I know that because like, well, I just sort of heard that one time. Oh yeah. You have dogs? No, we used to, but now we don't really have them. You don't have dogs? Do you have any animals? Well, no, we don't. No animals. I used to. What did you used to have? So in the history of our house, we had 4 dogs. You did? One up and down and over. But we had to get rid of that one because, well, it was hard to install them. Yeah. And the black lab, we had to get rid of that one because, it was causing problems. Then we got another black lab. We got another guy. Then we had a white dog and a black dog. But we had to get rid of them. Because both of them were causing problems too. What were they doing to cause problems? Getting in other people's yards and other people didn't like it. Yeah. He was messing up their yards where he cleaned it. They didn't like it. Do you like animals? What's your favorite kind of animal? Dog. A dog. Well, this is all he'll do, and in a minute he's gonna start snoring because he falls asleep in here and he's real lazy. And you can pet him if you want to. I'm real lazy too. And if you don't want to pet him, you don't have to. And if he bothers you at any time, tell me, we'll let him get out, okay? Okay. Tell me what your name is. Alex Jones. And how old are you, Alex? 8. When is your birthday? 11/11/09. That is Veterans Day. You were born on Veterans Day. And what grade are you in? 2nd grade. Do you like 2nd grade? Yeah. I like 2nd grade, but then I also don't like it. Yeah. Who's your teacher? Miss Amy Adams. Miss Amy Adams. Do you like Miss Amy Adams? She is a good teacher. She is a good teacher. What do you like about 2nd grade? Well, I like the fact that the math is yeah. And but then the homework, it's sort of hard, but then once you get used to it, it's very easy. Who are some friends in your class? Amy, Brody, Stefano, Eli, McKenna. Nothing else.
y'all play at recess? What do you like to play at recess?
Well, sometimes we just, well, we don't really have to do anything, so just run, get the ball, eat some, have fun doing that.
Yeah.
I like just involving people. And then you kick it back and kick it back and forth.
That's fun. Do you like lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone loves lunch, especially the food that we have.
Do you eat at school, like do you get school lunch or do you bring a lunch?
I eat school lunch.
What's your favorite school lunch to have?
Pizza.
The pizza.
Lots of people love pizza.
Is that your favorite thing?
But my favorite food is peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, that's your favorite?
Yes.
What kind of jelly do you like?
Blueberry.
Blueberry jelly. Yeah, I bet it smells good.
It smells good and it tastes good.
And it tastes good. Do you eat peanut butter and jelly at home a lot?
No,
No.
we can't hardly find any jelly.
Yeah. I was,
Plus we don't have any jelly.
you don't have any jelly? No. What do you like to eat at home?
Mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes.
My favorite is milk.
Milk, good. Milk. Chocolate milk or just white milk?
White milk.
White milk.
White milk and chocolate milk because they both have it. I don't know what it is about white milk, but it's flavorless, but it still tastes good.
Yeah, you're a milk drinker. When you go to school and you have specials, what's your favorite special?
Gym.
Gym. What do you like to do in gym?
Exercises.
Yeah. Do y'all play games in there sometimes? What's your favorite like game to play in gym?
Dodgeball.
Dodgeball. That might be really fun. Huh?
Yes. One of the games of dodgeball, as long as you can. But then he says jailbreak, then you can get back into the game.
Oh, so if you get out and he says jailbreak, you get back in the game?
Everyone.
Everyone, can you start over time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
You continue, you don't really continue where you left off. Just the people that were over there and still not out, continue where they left. Then the other people will start.
Do you like art class?
No.
No, how come?
Well, because the projects just take too long.
Yeah. You know, with art projects. What about music class? You know, like singing. Computer class? You like, what do y'all do in computer school?
That's my dance. We get one to do a lot more levels. And then we get like when we get like cool stuff. Like different clothes. And a batter. I think it's like how to say it, a batter.
What's your favorite game to play?
No.
What's that?
Well, it's an app. It's an app where there's different grades.
Yeah.
So much. There's different grades and stuff. Where you're playing with them and like. Well, you don't learn a lot more levels. It's just for fun and for learning.
Do you like to learn?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
How, you didn't go to school last week because it was spring break. What did you do during spring break? What did
Be bored?
You were bored? Yeah.
There's not much stuff to do.
Did you watch TV? What do you like to watch on TV?
Person's Island.
Gilligan's Island?
He's very funny.
What's your favorite character on Gilligan's Island?
Jordan. He's just very silly one.
He's silly. Yeah. Who got you into watching that?
James.
Who's James Rosenbaum?
So, my family. Might be older than me.
He's older than you?
Yeah, he's the age of a dad and a papa.
He's in the age of a dad and a papa. What do you call him? Do you call him James or something else?
I call him Papa because he's 50. 59, I think.
How did you meet him?
Well, he had a divorce. And he moved to Tennessee. Then that's when I'm seeing a Debbie and I'm married to her. Then she introduced him to my mom. Well, then my mommy introduced me to him. Something that I hang around there a lot. I lived there for at least a month or so. 2 months. Not too sure.
You live in James's house? Here, I'll take it. Here, I'll get it in there, okay? Are you comfortable? You good? So you lived with him for a little while?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say I'm not quite sure.
How old were you when you lived with him?
I don't know. I wasn't a year old yet. I'm just not this old.
When you lived with him, you were little?
No.
But you still see him now? Yeah. Where is he live?
Well, I was seeing him sometimes. I used to see him more on the weekends, but now my other Papa, well, I call him Papa, but he doesn't call Papa to me. He's like,
He's a mean. Tell me what makes him mean.
well, y'all have told me jokes. Y'all have called me a girl. And y'all have boys me around.
And that this is your other Paul?
Yeah. Then my real Papa, he wasn't that bad.
Where does this Paul that's mean live?
With me.
With you? And tell me a mean joke he does.
Well, he said, he called me Allison. And my name is Allison.
Alex. Yeah. Does he know you do?
He smacked me, and then he said, I didn't do anything, you're just sitting there. No one saw him happen, but he does it sometimes.
Where does he smack you?
He's right here.
On your cheeks? Yeah. Well, Alex, mine's Jessica. Do you know what my job is?
To help kids.
Do I talk to kids? I actually listen to kids. And in this room, you are not in any trouble, and you can't be in trouble no matter what it is you tell me. You can even say bad words in here, and it is okay in this room.
No, I don't want to say that.
Okay. And you don't have to, but if you want to in this room, it's okay.
I don't.
And nobody can hear us talking except my friends that help me do my job.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah. And you've met Miss Morgan and Miss Sarah, and no one else can hear us today, okay? If I did anything wrong when I'm talking to you, like if I called you Peter, I want you to say what? What would you say? Is that your name?
No.
No.
That's not my name.
Right. And what is your name?
Alex.
Alex. So if I get anything wrong, I want you to correct me, okay?
Yeah, I think that's how you say it.
Yeah. And if I ask a question today and you don't know the answer, just say, I don't know the answer to that. And don't guess, okay? And in this room, the only rule we have is you have to tell the truth, okay?
And then it's not big. She told me.
Yeah. She tells you and then I also tell you. And if you need to take a break, tell me. We can take a break from talking.
Okay, I don't want to take a break. I'm really talking for
You like to talk?
sometimes when I'm like depressed, I don't know that much.
What makes you feel depressed?
Everything.
Are you depressed right now?
And
No.
I don't smell a lot.
You don't smile a lot. Do you celebrate Easter at your house?
Yeah, we're celebrating Easter.
Tell me everything you did on Easter.
Well, on Easter, Easter, overall. And then there was on the dollar. And a couple, what? I'm thinking because you left, you wanted to find me. Because you didn't want me to leave.
Didn't want her to leave.
I think he was really down for me. So where she went.
You don't know where Joe went? You think he's looking for Nanny?
Yeah, maybe he's at the truck stop.
Where's Nanny at the truck stop?
No. It's Texas and maybe she's on.
Hey, Alex, when I talk to kids and young people, so I'm gonna write on the board while you tell me, okay? And then that way it can help you remember. What color do you think we use? What's your favorite color?
Well, right here, favorite color.
Sure, you can use any color you want.
I actually like black.
You want me to use black? Okay. So,
Black would remind me of nighttime when I get to go to sleep.
do you like to go to sleep?
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes I feel sleepy, but I just wake up sleepy.
Yeah. So Alex, you spell your name A-L-E-X.
Yeah, some people spell it A-L-I-S, but it's incorrect.
And you're 8.
It's 8.
Okay. And who else lives in your house?
Joe.
Joe.
Joe Daniels.
What do you call him? You call him Joe? You call him Little Joe?
Joe.
Just Joe?
Little Joe.
You call him Little Joe? And how old is Little Joe? He's 5. Okay.
Noah's 3.
Noah?
Yeah, N-O-A-H.
And he's 3. And who else lives at your house?
My daddy.
You know Daddy's real other name?
His name is Joseph.
What makes you not want to say that?
Well, they tell me not to say their name because then my mom.
In here, it's okay. I just wanted to know what it is. So his name is Joseph. Do you know how old he is?
28.
Okay. And then who else?
My mom is
Do you know how old Kyrstal is?
27.
27. Okay. Who else?
My nanny, Belle.
Nanny Bell. Okay. Do you know her other name?
Belle.
It's Bell. Okay. Do you know how old Nanny is?
60.
60. Okay. Who else?
Along with Joe. I don't know how old he is.
Papa.
I'm thinking he's in the 50s.
Okay. We'll just say 50s with a question mark. Is anyone else up there?
Your auntie, she's in the 60s.
Your
I
Aunt
know she's not in the 60s. She's in the 50s. Aunt Joyce.
Aunt Joyce.
I think she's in the 50s.
Okay. Does anyone else live in your house?
Someone used to live there. My grandma, she's at least 100 years old, but she died.
Okay, but she doesn't live there now. Okay, so all these people live in your house? For me to understand about your house, Alex, can you help me understand where everyone at your house sleeps?
Okay, so I sleep on the back of the house.
Okay.
At the bottom of the house, in my on the side.
And do you have a room you sleep in?
Yeah, but I'm on the right.
Okay, tell me what your room looks like.
I have an Xbox One. And Xbox One, I have the tablet. And I also have a TV, table.
What color is the wall?
White.
White.
White and a little bit of brown because distractions on the wall.
What kind of bed do you sleep? With someone or by yourself?
Well, most of the time I sleep by myself, but sometimes I sleep in my father's bed.
And when you sleep in your, is this Papa?
Yes.
So you have your own room?
Yes.
And then does Aunt Joycey have her own room?
Yes.
Okay. Who else has their own room?
Papa.
Papa has,
Papa and me.
they share a room? Okay. Who else has a room?
Daddy and Mom.
Do they share a room or separate rooms?
Like, I enjoy seeing shares Noah.
Okay, so Noah and her sleep in the same room? Okay.
And Daddy and Mom.
Okay.
Sometimes Joe sleeps with me.
Sometimes with you?
Yeah.
Where else does he sleep? And sometimes,
With Papa.
and sometimes he sleeps with Papa. Okay. And so when Papa, sometimes you sleep in Papa's room,
Yeah.
but he's not home? Is this the meeting? This who we think me? Yeah. Is he the one that called you Allison? Okay. And then you go to your friend's house, James,
Oh, next door, so with my parents.
but he's left your dad.
He's a Papa. He's a friend of my mommy. So, actually, he's a dad of my mommy because her dad doesn't do it, and they let you do it. Her mom was just so.
And you said you think Joe left because Nanny went to a truck stop and you think he was looking for her?
No, because Nanny went with Papa. He thinks that he wanted Nanny to stay home.
Are Nanny and Papa at home a lot?
No.
No. Where do they go?
Nanny is mostly home, but since she left, so I'm thinking he went to go find me. Not quite sure. Maybe I'll go stay.
Was Nanny there on Easter?
I don't know.
So y'all kind of Easter eggs?
Not sure what he said.
Easter eggs? What did he say?
When she came back, when she came back, there was happy with anyone. But then she left again, and then Joe wanted to go find her. I'm guessing that's what.
Okay, that's what you think. Yeah, okay. Thanks for talking about it. Alex, where did you find your Easter eggs? What did you find in your Easter eggs? You said Joe found $1.
Well, he didn't find $1. This Papa gave him $1.
This Papa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe, there's no Joe who did sell my eggs.
You did? You sold your eggs?
Yeah.
What were in your eggs?
And they're not, everyone that ate in their eggs, and some of them had stickers on them.
Yeah. Did you help decorate the eggs?
No.
Because you don't like to order stuff.
Well, I mean, us because nasty.
Who did that? Who did decorate? You do, because you told me who's your teacher. How do you get to school every day?
Bus and car and home.
Bus and car. What time does the bus come and pick up?
6 something, I would say, like maybe 5 something, 6 something, I'm not quite sure.
And when you get on the bus, where do you sit?
Second seat, in the front.
Next to you? He rides the bus with you. Does he go to school?
Yes.
Yeah. Who's his teacher?
Miss Beth. That was my last year teacher. I mean, my year before, last school semester. And then the year before, this school semester, her name was Miss Jenny.
Yeah, Miss Jenny. So you've had Miss Beth and Miss Jenny and Miss Amy. And then Joe has Miss Beth. Okay.
And I had Miss Pam that is in my preschool class, but he doesn't have Miss Pam because Miss Pam, I think she now works in the kids class.
Y'all go to the same school?
Yes.
Yeah. So y'all ride the bus? How do you get home from school?
Bus.
The bus. So the bus picks you up, you think maybe at 6 something or at 5 something?
Or 6 something.
And so when I talk to kids, I like to know as much as I can about you and your family.
One for one.
Yeah, so you have 2 in here.
There's like doing this stuff.
There's 11.
Alright, good. And then if you have a penny, I can do a trick.
I do not put this, but when we're done talking, I want this to sit.
Yeah, right. He does put the one on the table. And then sometimes I can get just get from
You know, what's your bus driver's name?
Mr. Home.
What happens on Mr. Tony's bus when you get in trouble?
I never get in trouble.
Anybody, does anyone get in trouble on this bus?
Well, when people get in trouble on the bus, they get rolled up and you have to miss some days on the bus.
But you don't get in trouble?
No, I
Does,
haven't trouble yet.
does Cyle get in trouble on the bus? No. What happens when you get in trouble at school?
Well, I never actually get in trouble at school. Well, when you get in trouble at school, you have to switch their foot down. I see my friend is doing it a lot.
Yeah, and when she has to put her foot down, does she have to do anything?
No.
No, you just put her foot down.
Yeah. And if you go all the way down to parent contact, and if you have your foot down here and you can't go down farther, so contact their parents because that didn't do before.
Oh, yeah. What about Joe? Does he get in trouble at school? Little Joe?
Well, sometimes he does.
What happens when he gets in trouble at school?
Well, you don't have to, he just gets time out. If you get time out 2 times in one day, that would probably get this frowny face.
Does he ever get a frowny face?
And sometimes if you go fighting on the shoulder, you have to you just have to learn or put
What happens at home when you get in trouble?
I usually get grounded from.
Would you get grounded from?
Well, there's nothing more from, so I started to get grounded because I think that I'm going to do anything fun. I try to have fun, but it's been fun.
So you get grounded from that then?
Yeah, first get grounded and trying to have fun.
Okay. What kind of things do you get in trouble for at home?
Well, for hurting your brother, my now it's just forever, and so I'm just like it. And, sometimes I get in trouble for not knowing what I'm called. And sometimes I get in trouble for, I just do myself.
Does little Joe get in trouble at home?
A lot. He pinches, he fights, he hits. Now he'll bite and he'll pinch, but then he'll try to push you around. Sometimes he's thrown to a wall. And sometimes Joe pushes no one down.
When little Joe bites and pinches, what happens?
Whenever he bites me, since I've been taking new medicine, I haven't had that much anxiety.
Do you have anxiety?
Yes, so it's not good, but since I've been taking a new medicine, still haven't been anxiety.
Okay. When little Joe gets in trouble, like what kind of trouble does he get in?
Well, he's on, I told you,
Well, when you get grounded, does he get grounded or something else?
well, I'm not perfect, so he just gets control. And then most of it, because if you give someone a roller, they'll just make him do it again.
So he gets butt whoopings from Papa?
No, it's Papa, no, it's time out.
Oh, he gets time out.
Yeah.
Does anyone get a butt whooping?
No. Or mom and stuff, it's like, and she didn't go with me. That only increased the stuff that we do.
Does Dad ever butt whoop?
Joe, no.
Are you?
I'm not getting butt whooping anymore.
But you used to? Who would give the butt whooping when you used to get them?
And most of the time I didn't even do it.
It would be this Papa that would do it? Yeah. Did Daddy ever butt whoop anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, who would he butt whoop?
Me, Joe. No, it wasn't in the picture.
Yeah, does Noah ever get in trouble? No. When little Joe does get in trouble.
Well, no, you're in trouble for staying backwards.
Oh, yeah. What happens when he goes backwards?
Well, we need to come out, what was it, maybe. And, what you doing?
We just uncomfortable. Too bad. So tell me, you said that you think Joe left to go find Nanny. Tell me everything that happened at the time Joe left. What happened first?
Well, I was asleep.
Okay.
So, as soon as Daddy woke up, his found out that Joe was missing. He woke me up. He said, "Wake up! Joe's missing!"
And then what happened?
Then I got up, and then I helped look for Joe, and we couldn't find him anywhere in the house.
Yeah, where all did you look?
We looked everywhere. The boys looked everywhere. So, like, no one found anything in there. No one found Joe.
So when you woke up, were the police already at your house?
No.
Okay. Did you look for him before the police got there? Yeah. Did you look outside of your house or just inside your house?
Yeah, we were outside, inside, and then my mom called the police. But when we got there, we was already there. When the police first arrived, when we were home because he wasn't anywhere where he usually would go.
Where does he usually go?
He usually goes to the right, but this time he took a left turn.
What makes you think he took a left turn?
Because he wouldn't have made it that far because I found out that he used a track thing. So he couldn't have made it so far that he would not, escape that far. But it turns out that he took a left turn.
When you go to the right, where does that go?
That goes to the dead end. So he might have turned down another way because he was broken in the dead end. So he must have knew there was a dead end there, so that was.
You found out he used the bathroom?
Yes, so that day he couldn't get it too far away, but when they was moving that way, so he got farther. So I was thinking of using those mini cams, like the mini cam that's on the tablet to help find Joe.
Yeah.
I was thinking of that.
You were thinking of that? Did you tell someone else?
Yeah, but it turns out not all the mini cams are on. So if not all of them are on, I couldn't know where to go.
So tell me this, the day that Joe left, you were sleeping?
Yes.
Where were you sleeping?
Back there with Joe?
In what room? Whose room were you in? You were in Nanny and Poppy's room?
Yes.
And Joe was there?
Yeah.
Okay.
They weren't home, but he wanted to find me, I guess.
So did y'all go to bed at the same time or different times?
Different times.
Who went to bed first?
Joe.
Joe did?
Noah went to bed first, but
Okay. Where was Noah?
he was
Sleeping?
sleeping in Thankful.
Okay.
I bet Thankful he slept with us. So he wouldn't be able to go left or right. And then Joe would still be with us. I'm guessing that. Or he could have went downwards. Even if he was still sleeping with us. So he would have stayed no matter what. So we think we might get him about that.
Did he escape?
Huh?
Did he escape?
Yes.
Does that,
We haven't found him yet.
does that happen a lot of times?
No.
No.
He never escaped like that. Usually things will still be in his house. But this time we didn't find him over there.
What does he go do at the neighbor's house when he escapes?
Well, he just goes over there for, I don't know what reason he can't go over or he just goes over there.
Okay, so Noah went to bed first with Aunt Joycey. And then Joe went to bed. Did he go to bed in Nanny's room? Okay, so when you went to bed, was Joe asleep or awake? Okay, so then you got in bed?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Joe woke up. Now I'm dying to go back to the fine.
He woke up.
Then he woke up again. Then I'm just pushed the table over. Then
Well, when he woke up the first time, you got him to go back to sleep. Tell me how you did that.
well, I turned off the TV. And then I turned off all the noise. Then he went back to sleep.
And then when you woke up again, you said he woke up again?
Yeah, but that time he had stayed.
Okay, but did you see him escape?
No, I was asleep.
And you said something about going to the bathroom? Tell me about him going to the bathroom.
I didn't know he went. But then when I went in the bathroom, I noticed there was poop. So he almost thinking we couldn't have made it that far off.
Did he go to the bathroom in your room at all?
No, we don't have a door in my room.
Okay. So he woke up one time and you put him back to sleep by turning the TV off and all the stuff that makes noise. And then you went back to sleep. And then when you woke up again, he was gone?
Yeah, Daddy woke up.
Daddy woke up. So you only woke up one time.
I don't know what the one time he woke up big time.
Does little Joe always go pee pee or poo poo in the potty?
Well, last night he peed on the floor.
He peed on the floor? Tell me about that.
Well, he peed on the floor and then go into the toilet.
Did you see him pee on the floor? Yes. Where did he pee on the floor?
On the right in front of the doorstep.
In whose room was he in? Or was he in another? Nanny's and Papa's? Yeah. And so he peed on the floor. Did you see him do that? You did?
But then he rolled back and then then we both went back to sleep. Then, well, he sort of woke up. And I guess he was super quiet because he usually slams the door when he closes it. But this time, he very gently closes it.
So normally he slams it?
Yeah.
Yeah. When he peed on the floor, was that before or after you put him to sleep, turning the TV off? Before. Did you tell anyone that he peed on the floor?
Yes, I did.
You did. Did you like scream for Dad or go get Dad or something else? You went and got Dad. What did you say to Dad?
I told him to go pee on the floor.
Okay, and then what happened next?
Then, Daddy told him to go to the toilet and quiet and comfortable.
And quiet and calm voice. And then what happened?
Then I just started to feel kind of and I would look back up.
Was the pee still on the floor? Yeah. Did Daddy clean it up or just leave it there or something else? Okay. Did little Joe get pee on anything, like on his clothes or anything?
No.
No.
Only on the floor.
Does little Joe pee on the floor?
Well, yes.
He does. Does Noah pee on the floor?
No.
You ever pee on the floor?
Oh.
No. So little Joe does that. Does he ever get in trouble for that?
No, not really.
Not really.
Because when I was
Yeah.
I was like, I was still
But you said you saw poop in the toilet?
Yeah, when I woke up, when Daddy woke me up. So he couldn't have made it too far, but he must have been traveling fast.
Does he travel fast usually?
Yeah. 3 hours before that, he went to sleep.
Do you know what time it was when you went to bed that night?
9 o'clock.
Do you go to bed at 9 o'clock? Do you know what time? Did he pee right when you went to bed or was that like later?
Well,
Did he wake you up peeing or something else?
well, he didn't wake me up, but I wasn't going to sleep yet.
Okay. And he peed.
And then he never let me know.
So he peed and you told Daddy. Daddy came in the room and calmly and quietly told him to get back in bed. And then later, little Joe woke up and you put him back to sleep by turning the TV and the noise off. And then you went to sleep and then Daddy woke you up and he was gone.
Yes, I am bumped in the floor before I left, so I knew we were not too far, but that must have been about 3 hours before that. I'm gonna say it was 3 hours before, 3 hours after, not too long after I went to sleep. He must have escaped. And
What makes you think 3 hours?
well, I'm thinking 3 hours before that he must have escaped there.
That's what you think. So do you know what time it was when you helped him go back to sleep, when you turned the TV off? In the middle of what?
In the middle of the day, sometime on the night, but it was too dark.
Do you have a clock in your room?
No. Well, I was sleeping on Wednesday.
Oh, you were sleeping in it, that's right, thank you. Do you have is there a clock in Daniel Papa's room?
Yes, but I don't think.
Okay.
Last it was too dark.
Are there locks on doors in your house?
Yes, but in the. I used to have a lock on my doors, guys. I said the key. No, sometimes when you go to the well, she didn't do it on purpose, but she doesn't lock it back, and then she accidentally went to
What about, is there ever a way that mom and dad can lock you or little Joe or Noah in a room?
No.
No. Can y'all always get out of rooms?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, can Joe,
Your Honor, may we approach
You may. On the record or off?
off the record?
house, little Joe? Yeah.
have you seen him open all the doors before? No.
It must have been privacy on getting out of that way. But
What makes you say that? Have you seen him practice that? No. What makes you think he's been practicing that? Did someone tell you that?
No. I'm assuming he tried over and over last night. And he definitely was able to do it.
At your house, is it really quiet when everyone sleeps? Or is there like noise happening?
Very quiet.
It's very quiet. Are there any TVs? Does anyone see what TV's on or fans on or anything? Or noise machines?
I still think it's not fun.
With lights on, but no noise? Do mommy and daddy have noise in their room?
Yeah,
The TV, is it loud or quiet or something else? Can you hear it in your room if their TV's on?
Yeah.
Can you hear the TV in Nanny and Poppy's room if it's on? And the mom.
They're on YouTube. It works, but that's the revolution. Does it always give me the
Lesson. It's soft right there, huh? Tickle. Hey, Alex, is there anything at home that you don't like?
Yeah.
Tell me.
I don't like all the fancy stuff, not a big fan of fancy.
Okay, I've seen that. I understand that. Is there anyone that's mean? You told me about Papa being mean. Is anyone else mean at your house? Are you saying yes or no? What are you saying? No. What about at school? Is there anyone being at school?
No.
No. Yeah, okay.
It's like walking around.
Do you have a lot of land where you live?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a whole bunch of huge backyard.
Okay, so you were telling me that you think Joe went to the left. Yes. To the right, to that end. Is the neighbors to the right or the left?
Forward.
Or forward? And normally he goes forward to the neighbors, but he doesn't go to the neighbors. And you said sometimes he goes to the right. When he escapes, like how does he escape? What door does he go out usually? When he goes to the neighbors.
That door that says that my clothes don't go.
So he goes out the back door to the neighbors. Do y'all know the neighbors?
No. It was so fluffy.
Do y'all ever go like driving around or? They're pretty soft, aren't they? Hey Alex, do you ever go driving around with your dad? Like on dirt roads or gravel roads or anything? What made you say no like that? You never did it? Yeah. Did anyone tell you what to say today? Did anyone tell you not to say something today? You know, sometimes when I talk to kids, it's because someone's worried. Is there anyone that's worried about you? Who's worried about you? What are they worried about?
They're worried that, well, they're not worried about this, they're just worried when I'm not around. But I'm around Daddy, so.
You always feel safe around Daddy?
It's always feel safe around Daddy.
Do you feel safer around Daddy or around Mommy?
I feel safe around Daddy.
What about James?
Oh, I feel really safe.
Do you feel more, who do you feel the safest with ever? Tell me why.
James and Mom and Daddy. I don't have Daddy see us in this.
So Alex, you know, I ask my friends that are watching me to make sure I ask you all the right questions, and I'm gonna see if they want me to ask you anything else. So if you stay here, I'll be right back. You need any water or another snack or anything?
Wow, do you have burritos?
I'm not sure. I can go check and see what I have. Okay. I'll check and see.
I don't have any burritos out.
Okay. Can Pavlov stay in here with you? Okay, I'll be right back, okay?
And it's tomorrow, and then we'll stay with God.
Okay, we'll give you some water and something else, okay?
I did not know you had He does like looking at that. I heard you wanted some Doritos. I didn't know you had Doritos. Of course I have burritos. I have all kinds of chips. Yeah. I have everything. Well, all right. I'll finish Jessica back in just a second, okay? She did some questions from the rest of the people I'd like to ask. Okay, okay. You like doing stuff? So, I just don't want to be like, just want to be where it comes from. Rubbing on their heads. Yeah, I'm gonna tips. I'm very shaky. Stand up. Okay, you're going one better. You really like the smooth shoes. And smooth. Smell me. I remember girls have one of these. Where did they go? Oh, I'm thirsty. Another hand. I'll really just sit up my hand. I found one. Why do you kind of still on? What did you want something? I noticed when I was going this way, I get closer. So, okay. I want to get closer to them and start starting to go. Yeah. Whenever I get closer to this one, it starts riding this color. Well, he might have to go to the bathroom. Or get out of the station, because he keeps on staying in one spot. Do you want me to get him out for a minute? Or just to stay in here? Oh, he's staying here, it's right, and if he has to use the bathroom, he can use the bathroom. Do you have, did you get your chips? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Well, do you want him to sit next to your kid? Oh, if he has to use the bathroom, he's gonna use the bathroom. Yeah, okay. Sure, you want me to try to let him use the bathroom? Yeah, if he doesn't do it. Okay, why don't we do that for a minute and I'll be right back, okay? If you need anything else. Okay, why don't you get your chips, okay? And we'll take them out, I'll be right back, okay? Well, looks like the mom will have to use the bathroom. Oh, believe it or not, dogs. Oh, my favorite pet. Really because dogs under babies are so cute. Or because they're very fast animals. Okay, and what's that sound? Okay. I'm saying I did that. I just see two doors. You're getting blocked in. But I'm in the middle. That's where I'm looking down. I just see two things. I'm not even sure about them. Hey, Alex. Anything okay? Yeah. Need anything? Need a little water? Need help opening it up? You sure? Just checking. We're trying to dodge it. We're trying to have to. Oh, yeah. Why you in your voice? Yeah. Take it out. I was just checking on you. All right. That's all I had a word. That's wrong. You don't want moms to say things like this. What's going on around last year? With me? Huh? Go to the bathroom. How did I know? You just knew, because he was getting up, huh? How about that? Good morning. You want me next to you still? Yeah. Look at Cubsy. Look at Cubsy again.
All right, Alex, help me understand. I just want to make sure I know everything that happened that night, okay? So tell me again, one more time, what happened first? Joe went to bed first. Then what happened?
But I wasn't there.
And then what happened?
I didn't really go to sleep. But then Joe woke back up. And he came on the floor. And I found him go to bed and got forced. And I couldn't up to steaming and stuff and all stuff on his conscious. Then I was asleep. After he went to sleep. Then he woke back up and then he escaped. And Daddy woke me up. Then Joe escaped.
You said Joe escaped. And then you said y'all looked all over your house.
Yeah, but then we were, it was on the left, I mean the right. The right.
You and Daddy did?
Yeah.
Outside of the house you went to the right?
Yeah.
Did y'all walk or drive or something else?
Drive.
Yeah, what did y'all drive in?
A car.
And then y'all went to the right, and where did y'all go?
We went into the dead end. And he went to bed.
Does he normally go there? He does? Have you seen him in the dead end before, little Joe?
No. Bryson, when we dropped him off to the dead end that way, so he didn't go that way.
You remember that Dad can't hear us talking, right? He can't hear us. And you're not in any trouble today. Do you remember that? And what's our only rule in here?
Don't want.
Okay, just tell the truth, right? Did you see little Joe be on the floor, or did someone tell you that happened?
I saw no.
And your dad came in and told him quietly and calmly to go back to bed. And then did your mom or dad ever come back in that room that night?
Now, Mommy came in there and Metro was cut. But then
She came in there to do what?
Metro was cut then.
Okay. Was that after he peed on the floor or before or something? After. So after he peed on the floor, your dad came in, you went and told Dad. Dad came in and said, get back to bed. And then your mom came in to make sure you were tucked in.
Yeah, and Joe was still there. Then Mommy left the room and went back to bed. Then Joe was when the dog was there and Daddy, oh shit, what's up?
Has Joe escaped when y'all slept before? Never. And you've never seen him try to get out that door with the coffee table?
Yes.
But you've never seen him do that?
Actually, yes, I have.
You have seen that.
I haven't seen him do it, just I found out that he did it, but we got him.
Who did you find out from? Who did you find out from?
Mommy and Daddy.
They told you that?
Uh,
Tell me about the dirt road.
the dirt road, when we dropped off our dog,
You guys know about that?
I wasn't there.
Who was there?
Mommy and Daddy.
Have you ever seen that dirt road? And what did they do with the dogs?
Dropped them off there.
Yeah. Does Dad go to the dirt road a lot?
No.
Has he ever taken you or little Joe there?
No.
No. And you told me you feel safe with James?
I'm so sad with him. I'm not myself when I don't feel safe.
But when you're with James, you feel the most safe? No.
If I'm with anyone, I feel safe. If I'm not myself, I don't feel safe.
Earlier when I was out there, you were talking and you were saying something about you saw two doors. Tell me about the two doors.
Oh, I zoomed in on my glasses. When I first saw one door there and one door there. And I saw two curtains behind me.
You can see in your glasses that.
If you look down,
Can you see without your glasses on?
I see everything a little bit too bright.
Can you make out faces and stuff without your glasses on?
What faces?
Like if you didn't have your glasses on, can you see my face? Is it blurry or does it look normal?
I see all this static. I see static. I see all these dots just up there on the middle of nowhere. Then it's hard to see.
Did you see Joe's face when he was peeing on the floor? No. When he was peeing on the floor, was he like looking at you or away from you or something else?
Looking away from me.
Looking away from you. And when Daddy came in the room, was Joe still peeing? Or had he stopped? Or something else?
He stopped.
And so when Daddy came in, what was happening?
Joe was climbing back in the bed.
He was climbing back in the bed. Did Joe say anything about being on the floor? No.
He didn't talk.
Oh, he can't talk. And Daddy just said get back in bed, but he was already getting in the bed. Do y'all sleep with covers or anything at your house? Did y'all share a cover that night or did you have your own?
Yeah.
You shared one? What did it look like?
Flowers. Well, not flowers, but it showed, that girl power. It's a monument, but I don't know what it is.
Okay, that's okay. If you don't know, it's okay.
It's sort of like a pyramid, just not made out of sand. It's more like made out of, what do you call that?
Do Mommy and Daddy work?
Not yet. Soon that'll.
When Mom and Dad aren't home, who takes care of y'all? Are Mom and Dad always home?
No, sir.
How does little Joe act at home?
Well, he is happy. Whenever he does something he's not supposed to, he laughs. I don't know why he does that.
What happens when he laughs when he does something he's not supposed to? Does anyone get mad about it? Who gets mad?
Mom, Dad, everyone.
What do they do when he does that?
Nothing.
Nothing, they just get mad. How do you know they're mad?
They're not see it on their faces.
What do their faces look like? Do they say anything with their mouths when they get mad? Do they do anything with their bodies when they get mad? What are things Joe likes?
All trucks.
Trucks. What else does he like?
Water.
Does he know how to swim?
No.
No. Do you know how to swim?
No.
Is there water by your house?
Yeah, but he didn't go in there.
Oh, he didn't.
He drank it out and they didn't find anything.
Well, let me go see my friends one more time and see if they want any more questions, okay? I'll be right back, okay? Huh? You have to pee?
No, I said I like to pee. I like to pee, where you see things, or learn things, or know people.
Yeah.
I like to do that.
It's a
Like a pee, yeah. I just want to say it right.
That's okay. I'll be right back, okay? You watch Pavlov for me, okay?
Easy challenge. Just really. What's a car about. What's the bug doing on the floor?
Well, the carpet, we need to pull it tighter. You have to have someone come in and just does that with their profession.
Oh, there, I heard a little squeaking noise.
Well, it's real squeaky. It's an old building.
I wasn't making a noise.
Oh, it was. It could have been people walking up and down. Hey, Alex, tell me this. You said that Daddy woke you up and said Joe is escaped. Joe's missing.
All our Joe is missing. I'm not sure.
And so y'all looked all around the house and then y'all got in the car. When you got in the car, did you sit in the front or the back seat?
Well, the police said I was calling them to get to the front.
If you're not in trouble, it doesn't matter where you sat.
The police officers say I'm in the front because I'm taller than I'm supposed to be, so he said I needed.
So when you went to look for Joe with Daddy, before the police were there.
But here's something about it. The car door was slightly open. The front driver's side of the car door was slightly open.
When you went out to the car?
Yes.
Did you get to the car first or last or something else?
First.
First, and the driver's side was slightly open.
Yes.
Okay, so then what happened next?
Daddy come out to notice that like his part of the car was almost open. So we found out that Joe was trying to open that part of the car.
That's what you think?
He opened it. It was unlocked, and he was still grabbing something.
What did you grab?
I guess.
Was there anything missing from the car?
No, he just opened the door and I thought he was looking for me. And I thought he thought maybe we need to use colors or strong.
So did your dad get in the driver's seat?
Yeah.
And then you got in the front seat?
Yeah, I got in the front seat, the passenger seat.
And then you were in your driveway. And when you pulled out of your driveway, which way did you go?
Left.
Left.
But apparently they didn't go that way.
So where's the dead end? Is the dead end on a dirt road?
Actually, yes, it is.
It is. Is that where the dogs were dropped off?
No.
No. What makes you think it was another dirt road?
Because someone was taking pictures of them with it.
Did you ever go to the dirt road?
I think they're running that day with it.
And who else went with him? So y'all went to the left.
Yes.
And how long did you drive looking for Joe?
Me and Daddy. So both of us didn't do it that long. But then when Daddy left by himself, he did it a long time.
Oh, he did. Where did he went by himself?
Yeah.
Where was that when the police were there, or something else?
Yeah, when the police arrived, Daddy left. So we went for Joe. So but he wasn't able to find it.
So when you and Daddy were looking for Joe, were you like looking out the window? Did y'all stop the car or just drive or
We
something?
stopped the car and asked some of my friends if they found Joe.
What friends did you ask?
All the ones that are sort of like on the right side of the road. The bus goes to the right side, the right side, and then, but then he turns around at the dead end, and we turn this way, and then we just go.
When you're on the bus, do you go to the dead end? Or does it happen before it gets to your house?
Well, we don't go to the dead end, we turn around whenever we push like the people.
Who lives closest to the dead end? What are their names?
Well, close to the dead end. Weston.
Weston. was closest to the dead end.
Yeah, but he took the car, so we searched longer.
When you went to look for Joe, did you go towards Weston's house or a different way? Okay. And then y'all came back?
Yes.
And then when you came back to the house, what did you do?
I took on my shoes. And then Mommy told me to stay inside because I knew I wanted to be able to like find something because I was busy.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything.
So you said that the door to the car was open when y'all went outside. And they.
Well, it was propped open.
Where were the keys?
The keys that he had with me.
Did you see them before y'all got
Yeah,
there?
I live on front here.
Yeah. Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little hole. Did, you see Daddy get the keys?
No, he's got both the keys in his, like, if he's got the keys in his pocket. I bet that, no, he put them on the keys rack. The keys rack,
Have you ever seen Joe get on the coffee table and try to unlock the door?
No.
All right, let me make sure they don't have any more questions on right back, okay?
I'm just standing there. Always be strong. That's the same one with the beans. The toss and turn. When you got to sleep. I'm not know that. Yes, boss. Thank you. My team don't like this too. Yeah. I wonder how many even so gold. You know what diamonds? A diamond's gold. Just for some point, you go like that. Or is this now still metal or something like that? And here, the helicopter or airplane. That must be the helicopter looking for him. So I know he made things. Really not so safe for you. That can work cool. Yeah, but that's what he's thinking. But safe to do by checking the phone. But this is capable. If you watch it.
Mitchell, is there a reason we need to watch this section, or can you fast forward it? I mean,
That's what it is.
Anything else?
thank you.
Good. I don't have any more questions for you. Okay. But I want to know, is there anything else you want to tell me? Or anything else you think I should know?
I thought someone had 4 bus spots, but they actually have 5.
Is there anything else you need to know about little Joe or anything like that?
I don't know.
I think they might talk to your dad for a minute. Is it okay if you hang out here for a sec?
Okay.
Yeah, are you okay with that? I'm gonna turn the camera and stuff off. Okay. I'll turn it off and you can just hang out here for a second. Let me get him some water. Do you need anything?
No, I did not.
Okay, give us just a sec, okay?
Wait, but I didn't need a water bottle.
You need a water bottle? Let me get you one right now.
I need a water bottle. I just thought I could.
Don't worry about that. I hit it all the time. Just ask anybody. They can tell you that I'm always running into the microphone. So.
All right, Alex. That video happened. He's saying it the night before, but it actually happened on the 5th. Do you recall that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And so your testimony earlier today is that you're lying right there?
Not all the way. I lied about the part where Kyrstal came in and that's saying she didn't actually.
She didn't come in the room?
No. And another part I was lying about is whenever I said he said it calmly, I was trying to protect him because I didn't want him to get in trouble.
You also said earlier you had many interviews. Any other recorded interviews you know of?
No.
And have they continued the entire time? Or were they just initially?
For a while, I was going every Monday or Tuesday. I don't know if it was Monday or Tuesday. When did I quit going? Didn't need it no more.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that.
I didn't need it no more, the therapy, the sessions.
Okay.
They weren't recorded.
Okay.
I don't think.
When you testified earlier, you said that you saw Joseph and carrying Joe Clyde down the road. How long was he gone? Do you know?
How long was he gone?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I went back into the house.
And how often did Joe Clyde pee on the floor?
A couple times.
Okay. And when you were confronted with the fact that Mr. Daniels had been arrested, did you change your story?
No.
When did you change your story?
When did I change my story? Whenever I remembered. It was blocked off till a couple months ago.
So your story didn't change till a couple months ago?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, there is another recorded interview, and it's 50 minutes long. I don't know if the court wants to recess and come back. About 50, I think.
An hour, 50 minutes?
50 minutes, Your Honor.
Well, they're bringing in the lunch for the jurors, and I'm told it's supposed to be here between 12:20 and 12:30. Do you have any other questions you had for this witness, and then we can reserve him and have that video or the interview or whatever it is played at a later time? I mean, I'm not going to stop you from asking you further questions. Do you have any other questions for him before the interview?
No, Your Honor, they involve the interview.
All right. Then we will, I guess, go ahead and break for lunch early and allow, I don't want to think an hour from now would be almost too long to wait. So we'll break for lunch. We'll come back. Let's be back at 1 o'clock. Well, let's make it 1:15 because that'll give them adequate time. We'll resume at 1:15. We'll be in recess until that time for lunch. Do you want to do it on the record?
Yes.
All right. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step on out to the jury room, please.
Judge, before we break, I'd just ask the court to give instruction to both the witness and his caretakers as to what they are allowed to discuss during lunch. I mean, he's going to have to eat. And we want to be, I've never had a juvenile on the stand for this long and through a lunch break. So I want to be very cautious.
Alex, you holding up okay?
Yeah.
All right. Here's the thing. You can go to lunch wherever you want to go to lunch, and you can go to lunch with the folks who you're living with now. What I'm going to tell you is that I'm just going to instruct you, and they're sitting right here, so they're hearing you too. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about anything about it. Talk about the weather. Talk about whether or not you like the idea that the Titans hired or signed a contract with this guy from the Falcons that everybody thinks is going to put them in the Super Bowl. You talk about that. Talk about anything you want to. Just don't talk about this case and anything that you've testified to or what you might testify from here on out, okay? So we're going to keep you on the stand when we come back from lunch. But again, if there's any kind of problem that you have, you need a break at any point in time when you're testifying, then you go from there, okay? And when you do testify, if you will kind of speak clearly so that everybody can hear you, then that will be a great advantage for us as well. All right. Then we'll, with those instructions, and I know Mr. and Ms. Nolan are in the courtroom, they've heard what I've said, so we will go ahead and anything else then before we break for lunch. All right. Thank you, Alex. Go have some lunch and we'll see you back here at 1:15. We'll be in recess till then.
All rise.
Recording stopped.
For the recess till 1:15.
Okay, you can go on.
Did you get my message yesterday?
Well, I this morning, I'm sorry,
I called Connie too, because I knew I had Connie's phone.
Yeah, well,
I don't have Jake's phone.
didn't charge my phone last night, so I would have didn't see any of my messages, but I had like 12 messages last night.
I called Connie, I said, can you get a hold of him, because Jake's phone's not answering.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, because I texted y'all, and then as soon as I saw it, the Facebook card, it was
Well, I have Rhonda's, I'll put it on Rhonda's voicemail.
Thank you, thank you, but call anytime, call.
All the things are off.
It is, I want to say that, maybe 3, she said how she said yes. She likes burgers and stuff. I'm gonna take the word food. Wait, what's that? What on top of the hill? Oh, I love it, I came up early to, yeah, I was doing something in the laundry, and I came up early just to eat breakfast there. I was just afraid I couldn't get in, like on 12 seats. Yeah. Make it like that.
Yeah.
Where were you at when you recovered that
At
marijuana?
home.
And it's your testimony that no one told you what happened?
Yes.
We'll watch this video, okay?
Do you want water or anything? Yeah. If you need one, while you're talking, let me know. You want to sit on my couch and he'll jump up next to you like last time? Yeah, you know. You have been here. How about that? I understand number 7. Those are good things when you need to move your hands. Sometimes when I talk to kids, they need to move hands. Yeah. Have you been here before? Remember that day we talked? Yeah, this is when we start someone's muscle. It is. Muscles. Muscles. Alex, you remember my name? Mm-hmm. Jessica? Yeah. Do you remember that day you came and talked to me? Mm-hmm. Tell me how you got here that day. Where do you remember her name? No. Was it Miss Sarah? I think so. You think so? Did you ride in her car? Yeah. Tell me about her car. Is it fancy? It was very fancy. Even though it was from a long time ago? It was. What makes you think it was from a long time ago? Where did you sit in her car? Backseat. Backseat. Who was with you? You and Daddy. And remember we talked that day? What are some things we talked about? We talked about stuff that goes home and stuff that are we talked about school. We talked about help me remember, okay? You're in the 2nd grade. And your teacher is Miss Amy. What's your teacher's name? Miss Amy. And you told me about some friends you have at school. And you told me that you like lunchtime and that you like PE time. Yeah. Great. And you like related arts. Yeah, related arts is like when we go to special classes like that. You like those things? No, I don't like all of them. You did not like music and you did not like art. Which ones did you like? Help me remember. You liked PE. Did you like computers? Yeah. Tell me what you did what you do in computer class. Well, we play certain games and do certain things. So. Words. Sometimes I can't hear very good, okay? Okay. And remember my friend Miss Morgan that you just talked to? Remember she watches to make sure I ask some more questions. I have some other friends watching today. And there's this microphone behind you and they want to hear your voice too, okay? Oh, I did not know. I don't know if I told you about the microphone last time. No, you didn't. But we talked about the camera. Remember the camera that watches us? That wasn't there last time. It was there. I think we just didn't talk about it. I was there a lot and I never saw the camera. You did. That was a loud truck trying to stop at a stop sign. And it sounded like me. What does it sound like?
It sounds like a train.
A train?
I never got to go on a train.
You've never got to go on a train?
Yeah, soon we was actually about to go on a plane, but seems like that's been spoiled.
Where were you gonna go on a plane?
Kansas.
Yeah, tell
But that has been spoiled.
Yeah, how did that get spoiled?
My dad, he did something bad. And then he goes out there and yelled and, yeah, now that sort of protected us from someone who can do. And, I don't know what to say. We got to go on the phone. But don't worry, we'll be going back there.
Okay.
So we had to get a phone sign to, for the insurance stuff got straightened out. So
Alex, you remember what my job is?
we got the kids.
I do, and you just told me a whole bunch of information, so I'm gonna ask some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
You said that you've never been on a train, but you were gonna go on a plane, but that's been spoiled because daddy did something bad, and now you can't go to Kansas. You've been taken away from your mom, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be going back to it.
Okay.
I know, well, with our uncle and my.
What's your aunt and uncle's name?
What is it?
Wait. Why are you looking at me like that?
And then,
What do you call them?
like, what's her name? I forgot. Like, no, it's not Disney, no, it's,
So remember, I'm gonna go over my rules, okay? Remember, if you don't know an answer to something, you're supposed to say what? You're supposed to say, I don't know. Don't guess, okay? And Alex, remember, if I get something wrong,
I have to say what it was.
like if I called you Sam, what would you say to me?
I'll say that's a good name.
But is that your name? How long have you had a cough?
Ever.
Forever? And you cough a lot?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then there's a bump on my thumb.
Yeah, how'd you get that?
I don't know.
Do you remember the one most important rule in here?
Do not lie.
And you cannot be in trouble, right?
Okay.
No matter what you say.
There's 2 rules at this place.
Yeah.
She says there's only one.
No.
There's actually 2 rules. You never get in trouble for what you say, and you also have to always tell them the truth. So that's actually 2 rules.
There's 2 rules. Yeah. How do you feel about getting here today to talk to me?
I was actually wanting to sleep all the day.
Tell me why.
Well, because I was tired.
Are you tired?
I had a tired day, so I'm not tired now. And I can't wait to get home to see what we're gonna eat.
Are you hungry?
No, but like that is not too long ago. Whatever we do home, we'll eat too much.
Did you eat breakfast?
Yeah.
What did you have for breakfast?
Cereal.
What kind of cereal?
Cereal or something. Yeah, cereal.
Cheerios. Did you eat it with milk or no milk?
Milk sort of brings out the sweetness when you get the taste of sweetness.
Yeah.
I like that part. The Cheerios.
You
they're
do?
super sweet.
They're good Cheerios. Okay. So tell me about Kansas.
You want to know why I was wrong there?
Yeah.
16 and mommy, grandma. Mommy.
To see mommy's grandma?
Yeah.
Who all was going?
Like Dallas and I told mommy.
Or mommy?
Only them.
Only you and mommy? Yeah. What about everyone else?
They didn't know us.
When did y'all talk about going to Kansas? Like what day was that y'all talked about it?
Let's see. That would be 24 days. We had at least 54. 50.
It's okay.
It was 10 days ago.
That y'all talked about it? That's okay. Just I don't know. medication? Yeah, tell me about your new medication.
Well, when I was in hospital, Daddy and the cough, but it doesn't help with the cough, but it actually does help with the anxiety.
Yeah.
I'm good at it.
Did you take it today?
But last night I took the medicine and helped me go to sleep. And it calms anxiety.
How's your anxiety today?
Usually when I hurt myself in the head, it hurts. But it doesn't.
Do you have anxiety today?
No.
When you came here last week and talked to me, did you take your medicine that day?
Yeah, I think my medicine when I'm having trouble falling asleep. Okay. But then when I get that medicine, it doesn't take too long, and and the medicine wakes me up a lot. But then I'm also it's so hard to sleep.
Is it?
Yeah. Because I just can't stay still. I'll start itching or I might have to cough and then move me and then
It's hard to fall asleep, huh? Okay. Well, you said you can't go to Kansas because it got spoiled, because Daddy did something bad and he's in jail. Tell me about that.
well, the investigation on little Bill.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that he wasn't missing. Okay. He was actually dead.
He's dead. Tell me about that.
Well, somehow Daddy was able to put away the evidence on what really happened. So the reason why I'm betting the reason why he keeps on losing the sense is because like he was going to these little instant places in the car and then it stopped at each river.
What stopped at each river?
Justin, each river just stopped. Because he keeps on losing the scent.
So tell me about the car. You just said something about the car.
Well, I don't know if that's true because maybe Daddy might have bought and just ran or something. And just took him to these places and took him there. Well, if he did that, they want the box to scent. So I'm guessing he took the car.
You think he took the car?
But he took him out for 3 hours. He would have to come back home.
Was he gone for 3 hours?
No, I was asleep, so I'm guessing it took him 3 hours.
Do you like those? Yeah.
And then you can say fish and fish spread. So I'm not quite sure about this one.
So Alex, remember, only my friends can hear us talking today, right? Yeah. And you can't be in any trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know your dad has talked to some people and told them some stuff that's happened.
Did he come here for counseling?
Did we go for counseling?
Right? Did he come here?
No, he didn't talk to me, he talked to my friends.
Like, yeah, that's right. That's the day that we come here last time.
Well, I think he's talked to some people since then and told them some things that had happened. He said that it was okay to tell the truth.
We told people that it was okay to tell the truth about him doing that bad thing. I don't know if my family knows.
What does your family know?
I don't know. I don't know if they know.
What do you know?
I don't know that much. I would miss some school because of what Daddy did. I would have to be this to school. But I'll be going back to school in a few days.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me what Daddy did. Well, help me understand what happened. Because you know what? I wasn't there and I do not know. And I need you to help me. Tell me what you heard with your ears.
Didn't see anything from what happened that night. How are you supposed to see something in sleep? I'm thinking this film, he got took to for all his orders, and he just stopped at Rivers. What makes you think that? I can see another people's eyes. Whose eyes? I'm seeing everyone's eyes. It doesn't matter whose eyes we are. I can go through the past, look in other people's eyes. But one time I saw myself. You did? And it wasn't your picture. What did you see? Oh, I saw myself standing on backpack on, and then I just went out the door. My friend said it was time for me to go home from Papa. I was when I studied. I didn't see any other people's eyes. And I'm starting to see my little nose eyes from the past where he went to these rivers. So you said they were dead? Well, Daddy said that he killed them, though. Yeah, he said that. He did. He was being honest. He was being honest. Tell me what you know. Well, I know that just I heard that my uncle, not uncle, my uncle Jack, the one that lives at his own now, Tony, and yeah.
Who told you what happened?
He didn't come from that.
So you're saying that what you're talking about a few days afterwards is not true?
No, it's not true. This is a lie.
Let's keep watching it.
What did they tell you? He told you that Joe didn't have it, and you said, oh no.
Someone was going up with Pedro. For Daddy, mostly.
That day that you came to see me, when you went home, who took you home? Did Daddy drive you home, or did Miss Sarah drive you home, or something?
Miss Sarah.
Miss Sarah, and when you got home, what did you do? You took off your shoes? Yeah, and then what did you do?
Tried to sleep. Cause I get sleepy in the daytime.
You get sleepy? How, are you sleepy now?
Sort of. Sort of. Oh, I didn't see this back thing right there.
You wanna lean back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I don't.
Why don't you want to?
I don't know. Okay. Just that doesn't help with it. Okay.
Are you comfortable right now?
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
Okay. How do you feel about that being a meal? Feel safe? When you were here the other day, how did you feel, Alex? Sad? Scared? Thank you for telling me that. What made you feel scared?
The fact that Joe's missing.
The fact that Joe was missing made you feel scared? But you feel safe that Dad's in jail?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, since I'm not told that Joe died because of Daddy, I started to feel safe because Daddy was gone. But I didn't feel safe for Joe. So very worried.
How do you feel now?
Confused.
What makes you feel confused? Tell me about that.
Well, Daddy don't know.
Well, what happened?
I don't know.
What did you see?
What did I see before I went to bed? Well, nothing that much. Nothing that Joe needed in form, but Daddy wouldn't remember anything. He just told me to go to bed.
Is that what Daddy told you to say? Is that what happened or something else?
That's what happened.
So he peed, and then what happened?
And he just told me to go back to bed.
Have you had to talk to anyone about that day?
No, but
Just me? How do you feel about talking to me? You feel regular?
I'm always, depressed.
Are you depressed right now?
Yeah, I'm always,
What's making you depressed right now?
I don't know, I'm always just depressed.
Why?
I'm not happy that much. I think my 4 piece sentence better. I just can lose a lot.
Tell me about your house normally. What's it like at your house?
I haven't been to my house in a couple days.
Tell me where you're staying with your aunt and uncle. Yeah, do you like it there?
Yes, but no.
What do you like about it?
I like the fact that we have cool, delicious food, and I like that it's my aunt and uncle. And I like the fact that we have video games. I like the fact that I don't like is that that was saying it was a hoax at home, and they're right, it was a hoax.
What was a hoax?
They were saying mom was a hoax, but it was actually daddy.
Where was mom?
Oh, she was at Uncle Jack's. I mean, Mom.
Who's that?
Amy's mom.
Who's Mandy's mom?
I don't know. I forgot.
When did mom go there?
No, I forgot again.
That's okay. If you forget, I want you to tell me, okay? Because remember what my job is just to know everything that happened, because I wasn't there and I don't know anything. And I need you to help me understand.
Okay.
You need a water or a snack or anything? Did you have a snack here when you got here? Tell me about Noah.
I'm also hungry.
Are you hungry? Do you want a snack? Tell me about Noah.
There's so much I do this morning. Because I was on that in my head for some reason.
What do you like to do with Noah?
Nothing wrong. I don't know how to do anything.
You don't. So you said that they said mommy was doing the hoax, but it was really daddy that did the hoax?
Yeah.
What's the hoax?
It's like a hosting thing on, where people pull something, but it's not anything.
What did daddy pull?
People don't know
What was the hoax?
that you're missing.
That Joe was missing?
Yeah, you know, it's all along.
What makes you say that?
You're going to feel them.
He's the one who killed him.
That's what I'm missing, because he said he told the cops himself. I had Joe. That's what he said, yeah.
Did you hear him say that?
No. Mommy just goes, mommy when the dad's crying with tons of tears.
Have you had tons of tears?
No.
So you're gonna go back to school in a few days? What do you miss the most about school right now?
the most school because I hardly learn anything. The classes are too easy. There's only 2 classes a day. We got adults and for adult class. And it's just too easy.
You like to go outside of school? You like to go outside and recess at school? Remember I told you I have my friends that help me do my.
Oh, I have a best friend named 8. I have that tell you about him.
Yeah, tell me about 8.
He likes turkey. And I like zombies.
You do.
So we sort of made this game where turkey and zombies were friends. So, you know.
You have to vote 8.
Yeah. The turkey from the movie, like, where
do you see that movie?
No, just, I saw the part where that guy burned him with the fire thing.
Yeah.
And that's the only part I saw. How come he does that?
I've never seen that. I'm gonna go to the restroom and be right back. Is it okay if you stay in here for a minute?
Okay.
Did I get you anything?
No.
Okay. You don't need anything? Okay. I'll be right back, okay? Can you watch Adhd for me?
Yeah. Okay. He's late. Ready to go.
Judge, I'm gonna ask that the continue to play it as it speaks.
Well, if there's a reason to let it play, we'll let it play. I just didn't know if it was just blank air. I was gonna fast forward, but let it play.
I found something good about that happening. Papa no longer my Papa. Now since Dad is in jail, Dad's no longer my Papa. So he has no owns of me. So that could be the thing. That's the only good thing about me going to jail. I can finally get away from him. I can finally get away from him. And finally also get away from, well, and also get away from her. I can get away from cruelty. I can get away from me. I can get away from Papa. I can get away from, that's all. That's all. That's just all. That's from it. If I can get away from my other thing, so. That's a good thing. That's a good part of this. Oh, no. Yes. It's a million times. I get to get away from him. Because we're not kids no more. He has no custody of me. She can try to do all the things that she wants for me. But she's no longer in the family. He's no longer in the family, so booyah! And it's just Papa. But my other Papa, yeah, he's still in the family because he's not good. Two Papas. I'm finally get away from the evil one. can be around the other one, which is something I want. So this could actually be good. And it could actually be bad.
What you doing? What you doing?
I'm counting the even. This is where both sides are even.
How many are on each side?
6.
You like it to be even?
Here's the good side, and here's the bad part.
What makes it good and bad?
Well, the fact that there isn't no, that my mean papa, my mean nanny, my other mean nanny, and my mean pussy, I can get rid of them now. Well, I can get away from them now, so, fine, no other part of the family. That's the good part. And the bad part is, that's in jail. There's also the bad part.
So you got away from the mean?
I got away from the mean, but since that is not in jail, that's bad.
Tell me about your other nana that's mean.
She just came to our house after walking the girl because of this new idea of children.
Missing 5-year-old joke I gave him.
You saw her on the news?
I didn't see it on the news.
Okay. So the good part and the bad part.
So the good part is you get away from all the mean. The bad part is that he's in jail. But you feel safe that he's in jail.
Yes. So both sides are good.
So both sides are good because you feel safe.
Hunter, good side.
It's all the good side. Okay, thanks for helping me understand. Okay. So you said that your dad killed Joe.
Yes.
You call him Little Joe or just Joe or something else?
Joe and Little Joe.
Can you show me your eyes? You know you're safe here, right? You know you're not in any trouble. You said that your dad told the police.
Yeah.
Your dad told the police that you saw what happened.
No, no one told him that he killed him.
I think he told the police, he told the police that you saw what happened. So I need you to help me understand.
I didn't see what happened.
And you don't know, you don't need to be scared because you are safe. Remember all the good stuff, you're safe. Show me how you're safe because he's in jail, right?
Here's all the bad stuff, all the bad stuff. And then there's only 4% good stuff.
Okay. So remember he's in jail and you're safe. And
Yes, but even though that he is in jail, this is the only good stuff left now. Now I'm going to call the police that I know what happened. I don't. So
remember you're not going to be in
I
trouble.
don't know what's in good now.
Tell me about your brother hiding. Tell me about Noah hiding. Did you tell Noah to hide?
No. And wrong question. Because I don't know the answer. No, it doesn't matter.
Is it something that you know and you don't want to talk about?
I don't know. No, it's not hard that much.
Where was Mom when it happened?
When I was asleep.
When you got in the car, did you go in the car with Dad? Where'd y'all go?
This place one here.
Here.
No. That wasn't that. I don't know.
Where was Joe at when you went to look for him? Okay. You need a break? Okay.
But one last answer, I did not know what it was.
Do you want to break by yourself or do you want to break with me in here?
Both of them.
You want me to have a break too? Okay. I'll leave you in here for a minute, okay?
Hey, I'm gonna do
Do you need anything? How about some water? You want some water?
I have the water.
You want me to go get it?
No. I'm taking the bottle.
Okay. Do you need a snack or anything?
No.
Okay.
All I had was.
Okay. I'll be right back, okay? Well, I'm gonna let you have a break for a minute, I'll be right back, okay? Oh, I didn't blow up. I blew up. I like to be called is because I'm asking myself a question. The reason why I like to be called is because that's not a called sweet fact. There was a cold silver. Still good. This is good. This is really good. Are you good to talk for a minute? Yes, okay. Is it still all safe or not safe? Mostly unsafe. Why is it unsafe now? If you pull something that no one happened, there's only 1% broken that. Tell me why. Well, there's actually 0% broken that. Why? Oh, because the police whole thing down. Nobody thinks that you lied to them, Alex. Nobody's mad. You can't be in trouble. Nobody's upset. You are safe. Okay? And all the police want to know is what you did see. And if you saw it, it's okay if you didn't tell us before. Okay? So Daddy said that he saw it, that he did it, and that you saw him do it. And that you might be scared. I did not see that. I was trying to that's fine. You tried what? I was trying to grab what he was using and just fend for myself as long as I could. What was he using? I don't know. If I knew what he was using, because I would have learned on and tried to survive as long as I could. Did you survive? Well, that's only if I was better. I wasn't better. So you know Pavlov is a really good listener. Yeah. I'm gonna leave for a little bit and let you sit here with Pavlov. Can you talk to Pavlov about what happened and let him be your listener today? Okay. It's confusing something to the dog. Well, Well, he's a really good listener. You can just tell him what you saw that night, what you heard. And you know what? Nobody thinks you lied to them. It's okay.
I'm in 7. Wait, no, it's 7.
Are you scared? Who's a murderer?
I don't know. Tons of people.
You know
This
one?
is how much I feel safe. This is how much I don't feel safe.
You know a murderer?
No. I would never see a murderer.
You know anyone that's killed somebody?
One. That is worse. I didn't know if that's happened. Maybe you just said that to cut off their investigation because it's taking too long. Or maybe you just being really honest and let you go admit that.
What room did it happen in?
Huh?
What room did it happen in?
I don't think that happened at home. I'm thinking that happened outside. And if you want to know the reason why I think it happened outside, we would have saw blood all over the place.
What's their blood?
Not a drop. Unless he cleaned it.
Where did he put Little Joe?
I don't know. You never told anyone. Because I was asleep.
Do you live in a big house or a small house or something else?
Like, maybe I might have saw it.
What did you see?
I didn't see anything. I thought sleepwalking, and that's the reason why he said I saw it.
Can you think real hard to tell Pavlov what you saw? Okay. Why don't you sit here for a minute and think real hard about it, and then you can tell him, okay?
I'm not sleepwalking. I think I thought he said I saw it. I could have been sleepwalking. Okay, this is a silly idea. I'm not working my sleepwalking eyes. This one's scary. That didn't be true. Because nothing was happening. Sleep. I'm sleeping. But how come I was seeing already? My sleepwalking personality was seeing all red. That can't be a good sign. And then I'm gonna mean if when you're sleepwalking, you're actually. When you're sleepwalking, you're actually. I mean, just clean water in there. Actually, that is, I don't believe that. How about that? I don't believe that, but like, ugh, that's scary. You hear that good scary thing? Still, oh, scary. Scared myself. Anyway. How did I teleport? It's not impossible. No one's ever teleported. But you do have portals in their life. Just have so much money. You know, they're not yet. I bet the cheap ones are the ones that don't work. I'm not using your don't want any portals for at least free. But is it actually possible to use the teleport? Like, what? I think. I'm so tired. I was calling you. Betty. What you thinking about? You want to sit there? Yeah. Whenever I put my hand to the light, it's red color. But then when I have it covered, it looks all green. It does. You look yourself. Doesn't this look green to you? Sure. Hey, look at me. You were telling me, you can see through some glass. Yeah. I tried to look through my night blocking eyes.
Can you see
What?
your dad's eyes?
And he's related to him, I can't. I don't know, but I could see the dress because he's not that related to him, but,
What did you see in Joe's eyes that night?
well, I just looked nothing in the middle, and when I looked in his eyes, I actually looked in my own eyes, but everything in my eyes were actually just like all this red color.
Red color?
I couldn't see the red color, I could only see red.
Did Joe see red that day?
Yeah, but when I looked in the glass, I saw that my eyes were like plain, bright white. Very bright.
When, did Dad tell you that he was gonna hurt you if you told him like what happened to little Joe?
Yeah. And so we won't have to go there until Uncle Jackson. And I was at my hand in that reflection, and then I saw like there's like a little thing right here. There's a cut straight in my hand, but there's blood pouring down.
Where did that come from?
I don't know. It must have came through a knife. But it's not.
Did Dad have a knife?
I don't know. I'm just thinking that he just grabbed a knife and
Is that what happened?
and that's what I think I saw. I saw him just, I just saw my own eyes.
What else did your eyes see?
I see what I see. My eyes also saw, I just saw, but I don't know, I couldn't move myself.
You couldn't move yourself. Where were you?
I was like, I don't know. It's like I never been to that place before.
Thank you. You're doing a good job helping me understand a lot of the same things that happened. And you're helping Joe, okay? So thank you for helping me and for helping little Joe.
Okay.
Right? Tell me.
Draw a tree.
Draw a tree?
I saw a tree.
You saw a tree?
Yes.
Was it a red? Probably not a red tree.
Yeah.
I want to draw your house.
Okay.
Okay?
But it wasn't in my house.
Well, I just want to know what your house looks like inside. We talked a little bit about it last time, but if this is your house, okay? Tell me, where's the kitchen? But here's your front door, okay? So this is your front door. If you open this front door, where's the kitchen? Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is your room? Okay, and right, Alex. You have your own room, right, Alex?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is mom? Does mom and dad share a room? Crystal and Joe? Where is their room? By the kitchen?
Yeah.
So is it this way or this way?
This way.
Okay. So this would be mommy and daddy. Okay. Where's Aunt Joyce's room?
I mean, like the next door beside me.
The next door beside you is Joyce? Okay. And that's where Noah sleeps?
Yeah.
Okay. What about mom, pop, your grandparents' bed? What do you call it, Nanny and Papa?
Yeah. Nanny, Papa.
Where's Nanny and Papa?
Other people sleep in this side.
There's it another door? Is it?
Yeah, there's 2 other doors.
Okay, so this is Nanny and Papa? Okay. And you slept in this room with Joe? Little Joe and you slept in this room, okay. Where is like the TV at? Like where does everyone watch TV? You have like a living room?
Yeah, we have a living room. It's right down.
Okay. We talked about the coffee table in our living room.
Yeah.
Is there a coffee table in there?
Yeah.
Tell me about the coffee table.
But I have apples in that.
Okay. You like apples?
No, the only reason why I'm saying to add apples is because there was something weird about the apples. The apples were like dripping down this red stuff, like blood. It's like I never saw apples should have blood.
You told me that you saw Dad dragging little Joe's body. Where was that? Was it inside or outside?
It was outside the house far away.
Okay. What did you see with the coffee table?
It was moved a different way. Everyone saw that.
Where was it moved?
Daddy tried to make it look like he didn't, that Joe escaped. It was moved right there.
Did you see Daddy moving?
No. It's like,
Remember, you're only in trouble.
I wasn't sleepwalking yet at the time.
When you were sleepwalking, what did you see?
Those apples were bloody. I swear.
Did you see little Joe?
No. There's no blood coming from it. Maybe it's because he was asleep.
Tell me what happened to Joe's face.
Well, Joe's face, I just couldn't even see. My eyes were so bright. Only thing I could see is like blue.
Was Joe crying or screaming?
No, he was asleep. When he shut off, everything else in his body shut off too.
What about his arms and legs? What did you see?
What anything. He didn't move at all.
Or was he laying down or sitting up?
He was sort of, Daddy was to this instant spot. But then, Daddy must have stabbed me in the hand, because I looked down here.
When all this happened, where was Mommy? Where is the hallway with the hole in it? This is a hallway, and there's a hole there?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to check there.
Oh, and there's a hole. Did you see Mom standing in the hallway at all?
The only thing I did, I teleported out of the house. That's what I saw. How did someone teleport?
Remember, in this room, Alex, we can only talk about things that are true and real. Remember?
These are true.
And remember, you're helping little Joe, right? You're helping us understand what happened to little Joe. Because we weren't there, and Daddy says you were there and you saw it.
I was sleepwalking. I didn't say that. I was sleepwalking and saw it.
You saw it. What did you see?
I heard tons of stuff. And I saw these guys just walking in a strange way.
What did you hear in your house that day?
Well, I was in Thursday, like that day. So when I was in the sleep.
Remember how you told me that jumping on the floor and went told Daddy?
Yeah. He told you about that again. And we all went to sleep.
Is that what really happened? What Daddy told you to tell me or something else?
That's what really happened.
Because remember, you cannot be.
And I know that I heard screaming noises. It wasn't anything like screaming.
What was it?
It was like a trumpet, but it was actually some weird guy who looked like he was middle.
Where were you standing or sitting at?
When I was asleep. When I was standing, go all the way to the house and say that. And I couldn't move.
Did you try to move?
I tried to move. I couldn't move because I wasn't there, but when I was asleep, I was there. So
You couldn't move.
I didn't move because if I tried to move, something would happen.
What would happen?
Well, I heard that someone told me like, this was told me if you move, what's blood until the 9 pieces. So I tried to move, but I was stuck because no, someone didn't want to go up.
Did you tell Noah to go and then?
No one was asleep. But I did see someone else coming with me, and I didn't know. Me and Noah did the same thing as I did. I was being Noah's voice for a second. That's strange. What? The same thing. Me and Noah both saw the same thing.
What did Noah see?
Noah saw everything I saw. He just ran, but he can move. I can't move. He was sleeping, so I can't really say anything. It's almost like Joe didn't want me to see what was happening in his eyes. I tried just now, but I don't see anything but just static. But I'm seeing something right now. I remember last night there was this thing like where I was starting to not be able to see that much of what was going on. But I think that's because I was starting to wake up. I saw all sort of static.
So you saw something, but you couldn't move.
I didn't move. If I moved, someone told me to contact a world and just. But I don't know if that was true. Plus, I teleported there, so I was sort of stuck.
And Noah saw the same thing, but he ran because he couldn't move.
He didn't run backwards, he tried to stop Daddy.
Tell me about that.
Noah protected Joe for a few hits, but then Noah woke up. So, he went back there.
Was Daddy hitting Joe?
Then I must have woke up. I know I didn't wake up, but I couldn't see anything else that happened.
So you saw Daddy hit Joe and Noah tried to stop it?
Noah stopped it for a few hits, I guess, but then.
Where was Daddy hitting Joe? Where on the car?
You see, I didn't know because as soon as Noah defended him for those 2 times, it sort of got rid of me. And I saw this very, very, very tiny red thing on the ground. It looked like it was very shiny and it was very red. So as soon as I could move it in, I picked it up.
What was it?
I looked at it and it was actually like I touched it and it felt like a jewel. I never felt a jewel before, but I'm guessing that's what a jewel feels like. Hard and squishable and.
Where is it?
But something happened to it. Want to know how to do it? I sort of dropped it and then this blue person just came out of the middle of nowhere. But then he just picked up the floor and left. It was a pitch black and part blue.
Alex, did you ever get in the car with your dad? With Joe's car?
No, I must have teleported. I teleported somewhere.
Okay. Did you ever get in the car and go with Dad and little Joe?
Well, before he got killed, before we was asleep, like a long time before that.
Well, after. Did you ever get in the car after little Joe was killed with Daddy?
Yes, that one. Maybe Daddy was trying to kill me too.
What makes you think that?
Because if he took me with him by himself, that's what he did to Joe. So right now that makes me think he was trying to kill me too.
Did he hurt your body? No. Did he say that he would hurt you if you killed his body?
No.
Where did he put Joe in the car?
I I don't know. The strange thing is that that kid disappeared. And another strange thing is, no one ran off.
How did you run off?
But I did.
How did he get out the door?
He did.
That he ran off?
Yeah, but you don't want to know how I got out that door?
No.
I tried to open it, and then I found out that you don't have to open it. Then I put my hand through it, I teleported. This wasn't a door, it was a portal.
Can you do me a favor? And can you think while I'm gone, if there is anything else that you need to tell me?
There's nothing
Or if
else.
there's anything else you can tell Pavlov so he can know what happened, okay?
I do remember one thing.
Okay, tell me that.
There was this person with Daddy, and he just they was both just standing there, and until I Nova came on, and no one dodged their hits. But then I just
Was it mommy or
it was on video. Because everything was so good, I was only trying to tell if it was out because I had seen Noah when we looked at each other, like on the sleepwalkers, we can actually know who it is. But I actually did see Noah, I didn't see him. And this morning when I heard that.
So you don't know if it was mom or if it was she that saw that taking him?
But
Where were they standing when I was in?
It was in the seven.
Right side down? Were they saying anything?
No.
What did they have on their bodies? What were they wearing?
They're just wearing, you know that house that I said was blue and white? He was at that stinking something. And this morning when I woke up, I went to check that mark. I looked at it earlier, but I forgot to be confused, and so I left the watch all the time.
Are you confused right now? What are you confused
Do you
about?
see that little part of my skin that's like this little thing right here that's curved straight down? And perfectly. That's the day before John, 2 days before John was here, I wasn't there. So I'm guessing I got stabbed in the hand. But that was okay.
Yeah. How do you feel about talking?
Mostly worried.
Worried.
What if someone evil broke into this room, like, not that this room, but that room, and were grabbing information?
They can't get in the children.
No.
Because it's secure. We're behind a locked door that no one can get past behind. If you press a certain button, nobody can get back here. So nobody can get information.
Okay.
And I can't give anybody the information.
Only if it's on this one. Only, well, is that recording? I like so.
I don't want you to be worried, okay?
It was so scary.
It was scary what happened that day.
What happened that night?
Yeah.
Well, a couple seconds before I teleported back into family sleep, I saw something like, I saw this thing that looked like, I don't know what it looked like, but it looked like a tiger, but it didn't have any teeth.
So you know by telling me about little Joe that you're helping little Joe so that we know what happened? Do you know why? Because Alan's looked at me and said, I wasn't there and I don't know what happened. And and I need you to help me as best you can understand everything that happened to little Joe that night.
Sometimes I can't see my things. Why is that?
I don't know, I really felt it.
Seriously. Some days I can't see my things at all that day.
Is there anything I should know about that?
Anything else I don't know. I think I do remember a scream.
You do?
I did. I don't even remember a scream, but it wasn't like little Joe's scream. It was almost like little Joe's body was in that spot, but his soul was somewhere else.
When you saw his body in that spot, how was his body?
I didn't hurt his body, it actually just hurt his soul. And it wasn't him who screamed, it was his soul. It killed his soul.
What killed it?
I know. But Daddy wasn't doing it. There's this person beside him with a super, you know that person that was beside him? That super short man. But he must have been a soul guy that only kills your soul, not you. Then
So you heard a scream.
I heard a scream, but
Was Daddy making any noises when he was hitting Joe?
no. I only heard this thing where it was like, I saw this thing in the sky.
Was Mommy making any noises when Daddy was hitting Joe?
No.
Were you making any noises when Daddy was hitting Joe? Was Aunt Tracy making any noises when Daddy hit little Joe?
Actually, I honestly didn't notice.
What did you think?
It was this thing that was happening in my hand where it was just, my nose was just going so sharp.
Will you do me a favor, and I'm gonna go for one more second. Will you just think really hard if there's anything else you're doing? You know, we still have one. I'll be right back, okay?
I'm 100% sure.
I have some talk about.
Now,
I'll be right back, okay?
Tastes good. What? It tastes good. It tastes good. Doesn't have a taste. What's your voice? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And pretty much I blew up.
So, remember, we were talking about the police? These are my police friends. They gave me their cards when I hold them. This is my police friend, his name is, Mr. Brent, and this is Mr. Brent.
Okay, friends and friends.
And you know what? They are not mad at you. They think you're doing a great job helping us understand about little Joe. You wanna hold him? And they're not mad at you, even if you think that you lied about something, okay? Nobody is mad at you. And do you know what? Tell me here.
Can I say something else? Well, I'm thinking that is the one who blew up my friend, my great uncle. Because, well, it was a young teenager, too. So, I thought, what about Daddy when he is a teenager? Maybe he has a feeling speech.
So you remember when you were worried they might be mad that you lied, and they're not mad, okay? And do you know what they told me just now? That they talked to your daddy, and your daddy wants you to tell the truth today, okay? You were saying that you went to a river you've never been to, and you saw Daddy dragging little Joe's body outside. Tell me about that.
Well, that's the strange part. The part that I saw that was most strange is that Daddy's shadow, there was a hook to his mouth. And then I just saw these super sharp teeth.
Well, tell me about the knife you saw. What did it look like?
It was so sharp. Super sharp.
What did it look like?
It looked like it almost like Daddy has swords in his closet.
Did you see a sword?
Yeah, it was. Well, unless he was trying to use it like a big knife.
You told me that you saw Daddy hit Joe and that Noah tried to step in and then ran off and hid. Did you see Daddy with a knife?
It was a knife. It was big. A lot bigger than a knife.
What did he do with it?
Well, I guess he just put it back in his closet.
Did he touch little Joe with it?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. I just disappeared before that happened.
Was that by the river or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Where?
Well,
Help me understand what happened to little Joe, okay? Can you help me? Help me know what you saw.
I saw a quick flash of blood. And I also saw this thing. Where did the blood come from? The blood was coming from the blood apples. And then some of the blood was actually coming from me. Some of the blood like all in my eyes.
When you went to bed that night, you slept in Nanny and Papa's bed?
Yes, but there's something that I saw in that house that was never there. But it was this one blue or stick that is white and blue. So somehow that stick in our house that day. I think someone put it in there trying to do something.
Where was it?
It was back in the room.
Whose room?
Back in the room.
Where was it? In her room.
It was in the closet. So
did anyone touch it that day?
Only I did. Only me and Noah did. So maybe that's why it happened with me and Noah. Maybe that's why that thing happened with me and Noah.
So let me walk through the night one more time, okay? You went to bed. Joe, you on the floor.
Okay. Jumping on the floor first. First Joe was up, then he on the floor, then he went out of the room around and
when Daddy came in that room, was Joe being on the floor still? What was happening?
He started came in the floor.
Did Dad get mad?
No, not a bit.
Did Dad tell you to tell me that he didn't get mad? Or you?
No.
Because remember, he can't hear us. He's not here.
I know, but he wasn't mad on anything. He wasn't mad. I don't know.
And you remember, he wants you to tell the truth. He told the police to tell you to tell the truth. And you saw him hit Joe, and Noah tried to stop it and then ran. And you couldn't move.
Yeah. But here's something else I want to tell you. Okay. When I looked back in the closet the day after that stick was gone.
Okay.
So I'm thinking someone put that stick there. And then
when he was hitting, look at me, in this house, when he was hitting Joe, was he in this house or somewhere else?
He was going away from that house. There is this one place that there's still a house just like our houses.
Yeah. Did you go there with Daddy? No. Where did you go with Daddy after little Joe went missing? Like you came out your front door and where did you go?
Well, if I'm looking this way, I went that way. But if I'm looking this way, I went that way.
And where else did Joe go? Did Joe drive to the river?
No.
You said you went to a river you've never seen before with Dad? Was that with little Joe in the car?
That was a different river. This river was like, this river was like very, very big.
What did you do with the river?
Remember that we went through that day?
Yeah.
What did you want to do?
What did it look like?
I don't know. I forgot. And what's something like the shape of the dinosaur? They call it the dinosaur lake.
Have you been there before?
No, it's not a lake, it's actually the dinosaur, water. I don't know, what is the name of that? Whatever.
If you do remember stuff, Kelly, can you just think in your permanent and see if there's anything else you remember?
No, I'm gonna do this one too.
Alright. Remember you're helping little Joe, right?
But wait. What if Daddy didn't kill Joe on purpose?
What makes you think that?
Well, the stick. That one blue stick.
Did Daddy get mad that he threw him before?
No.
Did he make him go outside or anything?
No.
Alright, give me just 1 sec, okay?
Okay.
I think I'm gonna, remember I'm recording us, and I'm gonna have to turn this one off and put another one in, okay?
Oh, we have to do it again.
Well, not again, I have a couple more questions I'm gonna ask you, but I'm gonna switch it out, okay? Is that okay?
On a different disc.
Yeah, because we're gonna run out, so I'm gonna leave you here and I'll be right back, okay?
We're gonna run out of time.
In this video, you tell Ms. Taggart over and over again that you were asleep.
Yes,
Is that true?
yes, but I woke up.
And she gets frustrated with you and keeps pushing you back to the story. How many times do you think she told you that you watched your dad beat Joe?
At least 4 times.
That's in this interview, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how many times were you interviewed?
A lot. It's only been recorded twice, but I've had a lot of interviews. I've only had 2 with her, or somewhere with the other person.
Give me just a second. Have you told any other stories of what happened that night?
No. That's the one story that I told. Well, no. I've told the other story, but this one's obviously a lie. To be 100% honest, I just wanted to get out of there.
Today, when you talk about what you saw in the house, where was your mother?
She was back in the hallway, hiding behind that thing that had the Kansas sign.
She was the furthest away from Joe, wasn't she?
Yes.
You want her to be as far from the problem as you can, don't you?
No.
Mr. Crouch?
I'm going to move the April 5th, 2018 Child Advocacy Center interview as the next exhibit And then the April 9th, 2018 Child Advocacy Center interview is.
All right, 141 will be the April 5th. Child, what's one?
141 is this picture.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Alex, we're almost finished. Can you take a few more questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. You said that you had about 50 interviews at the Child Advocacy Center. Was that with Dr. David?
Yes.
No, were those interviews or therapy sessions?
Interviews, they were kind of like interviews, but they were therapy sessions.
Who all was in the therapy sessions with you and Dr. David?
Just him.
Just him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know his last name?
No.
All right. And when was the last time that you saw Dr. David?
2 years ago, I think.
Okay. When Mr. Mitchell first asked you some questions before we watched the videos, you said that something about at the Child Advocacy Center, some of the things you said were to protect the defendant?
Yeah, but that was before that I knew that he killed him.
Okay. You don't want to protect him anymore?
No.
Who got rid of your dogs?
Bill and Joe, actually. But I think that Joseph and Kyrstal drove him off, but Big Joe made him.
Okay. And just a couple more questions. You mentioned in this interview a hoax. What was the hoax?
I don't know what the hoax was, but I think it's when he said he had run away. That was the hoax.
And everything that you've testified to today to this jury, is that truthful or not truthful?
It's truthful. That was a lie.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been handed one question, but I'm of the opinion this is one that I can talk to the lawyers on the sidebar conference and deal with it before we take a recess. So let me see lawyers over here, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I talked with the lawyers about the question that was submitted by one of the jurors, and I'm going to go ahead and ask it. Alex, I know you are 11 now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Back at the time when you were taking those interviews, did they have you on some sort of medication?
Yes.
Do you know what it was?
It was a sleeping pill to help me sleep, and then I took an allergy medicine.
And then what?
Then I took an allergy medicine.
Okay.
I had bad allergies. That still happen.
All right. But was that for a particular problem that you were having?
Yes, I had very severe allergies.
Allergies.
They're less severe now, but they're still severe.
All right. Were you given any kind of medication for any type of anxiety or anything?
I don't think so.
You don't remember specifically, or you don't think so? All right.
No, I just don't think so.
All right. Anybody have any questions then based on what I've asked? All right. Then we're going to allow you to step down, Alex, and if you will. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to go ahead and take an afternoon recess and let everybody stretch their legs. So if you'll go back to your jury room, we will be in recess for 15 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Price, do we know how many more witnesses you are going to plan to try to get through this afternoon? A lot. All right. All right. We'll try to go as long as we can. As long as the jury is alert and attentive, we'll keep going for a while. So, all right. Then we'll stand at recess for 15 minutes. So I am reminded that they have to return to their original lodging tonight, which means they're transporting all of their lodging, their luggage and everything. So.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Recording in progress.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Judge, our next witness is going to be Ms. Tiger. And I believe Mr. Locker was wanting to have a Daubert hearing out of the jury's presence if we want to do that before they get back in.
All right.
Would you like me to call her on up, Judge?
Sure. Let me say this so that everyone's clear. The clerk tells me that in order to accommodate the relocation of our jury back to their original quarters, we're going to need to put around 5:15. They have to transfer all of their luggage and check them back into rooms and so forth. So unfortunately, we'll not be able to go much later than that. 5:15. We should be able to start tomorrow morning at 8, and we'll go from 8 until whenever tomorrow. So.
If that's the case, there are some other motions that need to be taken up after the jury.
Are these written motions that I have not seen? Okay, that's fine. We'll take them up after we release the jury if necessary. Ms. Tiger, raise your right hand. Let's place your hand up.
You solemnly swear from the testimony you give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but
Would you state your name for the court, please, ma'am?
Jessica Tiger.
And Ms. Tiger, where are you employed?
I work for the Child Advocacy Center of the 23rd Judicial District.
And what do you do there?
I am the senior forensic interviewer.
All right. And to be a forensic interviewer, do you have education, experience, and specialized training in that area?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you the document here. Do you recognize what I've handed? Your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Child Development from Texas Women's University in Denton, Texas.
All right. And what about your employment background?
I worked for the Department of Children's Services from October 2007 to November of 2009, and then again in August 2012 to May 13. I worked at the Marshall County Juvenile Court as a youth service officer from November 2009 until July 2012. And I've been employed at the Child Advocacy Center since June of 2013.
All right. So you've essentially been working with children since 2009.
7, yes.
2007, I apologize.
That's okay.
And you've listed on your CV, looks like over 750 hours worth of training that you've had. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's that training? What's it about? I mean, I know it's all different, but what's it all dealing with?
A lot of it was DCS and how to talk to kids and families and things of that nature. And then since I've been here at the CAC, it's all pretty much been in forensic interviewing.
Okay. And what is a forensic interview? What is the purpose of it?
Forensic interview is something that is recorded here in the state of Tennessee, audio and video. And we talk to kids ages 3 to 17 and disabled adults. We do that with a SIPIT team watching us. So there's always a DCS worker and or law enforcement present. And the idea of the interview is to interview the child and only be the only person that talks to them for the team. And if they're under 12, that video can be admitted into court if they have to go to court.
Okay. And your training, is it instructing you how to ask questions and what types of questions to ask and that thing, sort of thing?
Yes.
All right. And about how many of these interviews have you done?
2,135.
So you've done over 2,100 of these forensic interviews.
Yes.
And that's why you've been employed with the 23rd District Child Advocacy Center.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to tender Ms. Tigert an expert in forensic interviews as well as child development as it pertains to child disclosures of trauma.
Board out.
Do you have the educational background that qualifies you as a psychiatrist,
No, I do not have a master's.
a psychologist?
No,
Are you qualified as a mental health specialist in any field?
no.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Right, and again, what's the field you're asking for her to be qualified as an expert in? Forensic interview of children, but what's the other?
And Judge, the other one is child development, just as it pertains to disclosures of trauma.
All right, you wish to make any other argument?
Your Honor, I've got Ms. Runyon copying this case, but I can give it to you. It's a Sixth Circuit case. U.S. versus Moses, 137 F. 3rd 894. My scroll down there is slow.
Ms. Runyon just came back in, Mr. Lockhart. She doesn't appear to have anything in her hands.
All right.
Okay.
It's printing, Your Honor. Our printer ran out of, our little court printer ran out of ink, so we're trying to make that.
While we're printing it, the case says, given the common meanings of the terms expert and trauma, expertise of psychiatrists, psychologists, or other children's mental health specialists is presumably required. So we contend she can testify about interviewing, but would not be qualified to testify as an expert in regard to mental health, trauma, or the effects of trauma on a child witness, because this case specifically says you've got to be a mental health specialist, psychiatrist, or psychologist.
All right, do we have her CV? Was that lady good?
No, sir.
And she just testified she was not any one of those three.
Judge, I would just state in response to Mr. Lockhart's argument, of course, I haven't seen the case, but I believe he said trauma, and we are limiting what we are asking Ms. Tiger to be qualified in to trauma as it pertains to disclosures in forensic interviews. And she's done over 2,100.
What are you intending to ask of this witness?
I can run through those questions real quick, Your Honor, if you prefer. And, so Ms. Tigert, of course, we'll skip kind of to the end of the questioning that we'll do in front of the jury, if the court allows. In your experience, why do you think that Alex's testimony was different from what you saw in the interview?
In my experience, when children have experienced a traumatic or multiple traumatic events and they are not in an active disclosure mode, that it takes time for them to realize what happened and to be ready to talk about it.
All right, so essentially it takes their brain a little while to process things?
Yes.
And in your opinion, had he not processed what had happened just 5 days afterwards?
No, and he was scared.
All right. So he was scared. You think, in your opinion, he was scared to tell what happened on the 5th and the 9th?
Yes.
All right. And is that typical of non-active disclosures or on occasion of non-active disclosures?
Yes, in my experience.
Okay. And essentially that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Lockhart, you want me to review that case? It would appear to me that she is certainly, Ms. Tiger testifies in front of me on a regular basis in other unrelated cases. I can't remember the number of times she's testified as a witness for these child advocacy forensic interviews. Clearly, in my opinion, she is an expert regarding the forensic interview of children who are alleged to have been abused physically or sexually. It is another step to go beyond that and to have her qualified as an expert in the disclosure of or in child development. Her undergraduate degree is in child development. Clearly, that is a background that I think she can testify about. But putting the stamp of an expert in that field gives the jury the impression that the court recognizes her as a specific expert in that particular field, which I'm not sure that, I don't think, I know she has great experience, and I think she can testify based on her experience. But if she's not rendering an opinion based on some sort of other type of training, then it seems to me that she can testify to everything you just asked her based on her experience in the 2,135 interviews she's conducted of children who are alleged to have been abused, and speak from her experience rather than her expertise in that particular field. Mr. Lockhart, do you want to address that issue? I'm essentially saying that in my opinion, she can be qualified as an expert in the field of forensic interview of children, and that would be all.
I agree she's an expert in the forensic interview of children, but she is not qualified to give an opinion as to why a child in a certain situation may act the way they do. This case makes it clear, if you're going to get into that area, and we're talking about how trauma affects a child and why they might act like they do. And the case clearly says you got to be a psychiatrist, psychologist, or have a specialist area in mental health. And she's testified she does not have any of those three areas. So, I mean, she can testify about the interview and what she asked, but she's not qualified to in any way say that she thinks Alex is testifying because of this, or he's telling the truth because of that. She just doesn't have that expertise.
Well, this is a lengthy opinion that you've cited, so obviously to make an appropriate ruling, I'm going to have to review this case. Mr. Turnbow, the case is the United States versus Scott William Moses, a 1998 case, cited as 137 F3rd 1894, 1998. We'll take a short recess. Hopefully it'll be short and I'll be able to come back and give you my opinion.
All right. This court is in recess.
Recording in progress.
All right. I have looked at the case that Mr. Lockhart cites and find that it is distinguishable from our present situation in one regard, and that is, in that case, the main issue was the right of confrontation under the Constitution, that the defendant, that statute allowed a child who is the victim of trauma to testify via closed circuit television instead of appearing in person in front of the accused. In that case, a lady named Ballman was a social worker And she was allowed, or she was the one that the state relied upon to establish the trauma. And for that reason, the district court, or the court that reversed that, found that Ms. Ballman was an experienced social worker, but she was really never qualified with any special skill or knowledge generally relating to trauma. They were convinced that she was not a proper expert to establish the substantial likelihood of Elizabeth's trauma from testifying in open court. This is a far cry from what we have in this situation. The court previous to that detailed an explanation about expert testimony, which is basically the same as what our state law is, and that is an expert witness may be qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, and experience, or training, or education. And a person with a high degree of skill in or knowledge of a certain subject is as defined by the American Heritage of English Language, Dictionary of English Language. It goes on to say presumably the expertise of a child psychiatrist or psychologist or other children's mental health specialist is required. And then it goes on to say that the state failed to, in that case, demonstrate any type of specialized expertise on the part of the social worker that they were using to justify the deprivation of the defendant's right of confrontation under the Constitution. And they allowed the use of closed circuit television instead of in-person testimony, and that was why the case was reversed. Based upon this case, as well as the language of this case, as well as Tennessee law, in my opinion, Ms. Tigert can be qualified as an expert in forensic interview of children who are alleged to have been sexually or physically abused, and she would be allowed to testify based upon her experience rather than any sort of academic training that she would have undergone. And we will mark her curricula vitae as an exhibit.
Now, I assume Your Honor is not finding that she qualifies as a mental health specialist.
I am not finding that she qualifies as a mental health specialist. I am finding that she, as I've stated, is an expert in the forensic interview of children who are alleged to have been victims of physical or sexual abuse. I am not qualifying her as an expert in child development as it pertains to the disclosure of trauma, which would allow her to render opinions beyond her experience. She's allowed to render opinions based upon her experience.
And I'm assuming that she'll not be allowed to render an opinion as to the ultimate issue of whether this child is telling the truth.
Well, of course not.
And based on State versus Ballard, 855 Southwest 2nd 557, which holds that an expert testimony that children exhibit symptoms or characteristics of post-traumatic stress syndrome should not suffice to confirm the fact of the abuse. So she cannot be used to bolster Alex's testimony now. I'm assuming that would be followed.
Well, number one, you have gone beyond what you were arguing. Number one, your first argument is that she should not be qualified as an expert in the field to give any sort of testimony regarding that. I've just made a ruling that she is in fact qualified as a forensic interviewer based on her experience, training, and 2,135 interviews she's conducted. Plus, this court's familiar with this witness because of her multiple court appearances as an expert witness on those very issues in front of me. I'm not qualifying her as an expert in child development as pertains to disclosure of trauma. Her testimony will be limited to her experience in this situation. She will not be allowed to give, and I don't think the state intends to ask her whether or not Alex is telling the truth or not, because that is a question that goes to the ultimate issue in the case. That's for the jury to decide. And someone to render opinion about whether some other person is telling the truth or not is, in my opinion, not appropriate, especially from this witness. As far as the other issue that you have, it appears to me that that is also not something that has been raised at this point. So
I understand, Your Honor. It's one of these situations where until she answered the questions, we didn't know what she's going to testify to.
Well,
So we have very short time to look up case law, but I did find one while you were back there that says the expert can't be used to bolster the child's testimony. So if they attempt to bolster his testimony in any way, I'll just stand up, make objection, and ask the answer.
Now, how do you think she's going to be used to bolster his testimony?
I think she's going to testify that based on her experience, that children acting like Alex is consistent with going through something horrible, and that's not unusual to act like that. And that now it appears that he is being honest and forthright. Any way that they can bolster his testimony is just improper. If she can testify about interviewing him, what she asked him, what his responses were, but she can't give an opinion as to why he might say something or why he didn't say something.
Well, the questions that the state asked, at least my recollection of the short period that they asked those questions, I don't know if they're planning to go beyond that, was simply that they asked her whether or not, based on her experience, was it unusual for children to have those kinds of problems. I think she can testify about her training, her experience in dealing with that as a forensic interviewer, that it's not unusual to have children who don't disclose at the outset. As far as going beyond that, I didn't understand the state was going to go beyond that, but if they are, maybe we should recall her as a witness.
We don't intend to go.
And I think
do intend to ask the question that I asked, if Your Honor allows that. I don't intend to go beyond that.
Well, as an expert that I'm qualifying her in, as an expert in forensic interview of children alleged to have been sexually or physically abused, and that's the limitation I'm placing, then she would be allowed to answer those questions. And I believe then the question of whether or not the state is attempting to bolster Alex's testimony, I don't think she can then get up and say she thinks Alex is now being truthful versus untruthful before, if that's your question, Mr. Loggart, if I'm understanding you correctly. Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
All right, bring the jury in, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. State may call your next witness.
Jessica Tiger.
Ms. Tiger, if you'll come forward, please. If you'll raise your right hand and face our clerk.
Would you state your name for the jury, please, ma'am?
Jessica Tiger,
And how do you spell your last name?
Tigert.
Okay. Where are you employed?
I work for the Child Advocacy Center for the 23rd Judicial District.
And what do you do there?
I'm a senior forensic interviewer.
What is a forensic interview?
A forensic interview is something that we do. It's video recorded. We work with a SIPIT team. So there's always a DCS worker and a law enforcement officer present. We interview kids ages 3 to 17 and disabled adults who have an allegation of severe abuse or a witness to a crime.
And you were present in the courtroom when Alex Nolan testified, is that correct?
Yes.
And you witnessed the video on the screen?
Yes.
Was that 2 forensic interviews?
Yes.
And were those conducted by you?
Yes.
Okay. How does it come about that you conduct a forensic interview?
Are you intending to go ahead and qualify her? I did not.
Not yet, Your
Get
Honor.
to it? All right.
Yes, sir, I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, so that I don't normally interview an attorney and ask him a question like that, but out of your presence, we had a hearing that I wanted to make sure we got addressed what we dealt with in that hearing. So go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. So how does it come about that you are asked to do a forensic interview or that you conduct one?
The way we do interviews are DCS. We get DCS referrals. So a child protective service worker will contact us or a law enforcement officer, and we set up an interview.
Now, do you have some specialized training and experience to conduct forensic interviews?
Yes.
All right, and have you provided me a copy of your CV?
Yes.
And what is it that I've just handed you?
My CV.
Okay, and what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Child Development from Texas Women's University in Denton, Texas.
All right, let's briefly go over your work experience as well, please.
I worked from October 2007 to November 2009 as a child protective service worker in Tennessee. I also went back and worked there in August 2012 to May 2013. From November 2009 to July 12th, I was a youth service officer for the juvenile court in Marshall County under 2 different judges. And I have worked at the CAC since June of 2013.
And when we say CAC, that means the Child Advocacy Center?
Yes.
All right. And have you been conducting forensic interviews during your employment at the Child Advocacy Center?
Yes.
All right. And do you have, on your CV, you have multiple trainings listed. Are all those trainings that you have been to and gone through?
Yes.
And it looks like there's over 750 hours of training, if my math is correct. Does that sound right?
Yes.
All right. How many forensic interviews have you conducted?
2,135.
All right. So over 2,100 interviews of children while you've been employed here with the Child Advocacy Center.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would tender Ms. Tiger, an expert in forensic interviews.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am holding that Ms. Tigert is in fact an expert, and at the conclusion of the trial, I'll give you some instructions on how to weigh expert testimony and how you're to interpret that. But she is declared to be an expert in the field of forensic interviews of children alleged to have been abused.
And I would tender her CV as an exhibit if we've not already made
We'll
it.
mark that as the next exhibit, which should be 144.
All right. And Ms. Tiger, did you interview, well, we know that you interviewed Alex Nolan, is that right?
Yes.
And how many times did you interview him?
2 times.
Was that on April the 5th of 2018 and April the 9th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Alex Nolan, did he have some therapy with a Dr. David that you know about?
Yes.
Okay. Was that just with Alex and Dr. David?
Yes.
Does Dr. David work with your office in some capacity?
He did.
Okay, he did.
Yes.
All right. So that wasn't an investigatory kind of interview. That was a therapy session.
Yes, a weekly therapy session.
Okay. Now, so you sat through Alex's testimony today.
Yes.
And were some of his answers different today than it was in the forensic interviews back in 2018?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about some of the things why that could be. Do you generally, I'll scratch that. What does it mean for a child to disclose something?
It means a child has made an outcry and told somebody that something has happened to them or that they have seen something happen.
And if you will, describe for the jury the difference in an active disclosure and a non-active disclosure.
So when we interview children, we get referrals in 2 different ways. There can be a child who's actually made an outcry to somebody who has called the DCS hotline and reported that. And that child would be an active disclosure child because they are already saying something happened. We also get referrals where it's a non-active disclosing child, and it is because someone said something is happening to them, someone saw something happen to them, or there are pictures or videos of something happened to them, but they have not said that.
Okay, so essentially the active is when the child's already talking about what happened. The non-active is when the child has not yet talked about what happened. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and which category did Alex fall into?
He was a non-active disclosing child.
All right, let's talk about non-active disclosing children. When you interview a non-active disclosing child, is it typical for them to just come right out and tell you what happened?
Not typically.
All right, and in your experience, is it more common that children won't come out and tell you what happened if they're non-active disclosers?
Not right away.
All right. What are some of the reasons, in your opinion, that children would not come right out and tell you what happened if they are a non-active disclosure?
They could be scared. Somebody could have threatened them. They're not ready to admit what has happened to them. They have to go back home to where it possibly is going to continue to happen.
And you mentioned they could be scared. Who came to the Child Advocacy Center with Alex on the 5th of April?
His stepfather.
And is that the defendant, Joseph Daniels?
Yes,
Okay. And Alex went back home with Joseph Daniels after the interview. Is that correct?
yes.
All right. And then on the 9th was obviously Mr. Daniels, I don't believe, was with him that time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about Alex specifically. What was his demeanor like when you were interacting with him?
He seemed a little guarded in the beginning. The first interview, there were some questions that he would kind of talk about the dog or not really want to answer. In the second interview, he was guarded. He seemed anxious, nervous, scared.
Okay. And you said he seemed scared in the second interview. And did he in fact say that?
He did.
In the second interview? Okay. So in your opinion, why was it that Alex didn't come out and say what he saw in one of those two interviews?
He was scared.
Okay. Does it take children's brains time to kind of overcome what they've seen or heard or thought about?
The objection, the basis for your objection is on our previous.
Not qualified to give an opinion in regard to children's brains and how they develop.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have qualified Ms. Tigert as an expert in forensic interview of children that are alleged to have been abused. She is not qualified as a mental health expert for children and so forth. The objection that's been lodged is as to her rendering an opinion about the developmental stages of children and so forth. So I'm going to sustain the objection to the question as presently worded. She can testify.
Hey guys, I literally just got dumped for the day back at home.
In your experience,
Do you want to switch over to Jesse Smoulier?
In your experience, did it take Alex?
Yeah, sorry about that. Today got a little hectic. All I know is this trial was going on. I have no idea what happened, and I didn't have a chance to listen to 2 minutes of it, so I apologize. So guys, if you're new, like Katie, looks like you're new. Maybe another person or two, Ashton. I'm potentially criminal. I'm Sean Martin. I'm the guy who runs the channel. I'm an attorney. Was working today. Some trial prep got out of control for today.
I asked based on her experience, did it take Alex time to get
We'll pause this and we'll get Juicy on. I know they're going, nothing's happened yet. Jesse hasn't talked yet. Yeah, guys, we'll start this back up tomorrow morning where we left off. It's on a playlist, so I'll save it.
And about based on her expertise, if there's any opinion rendered regarding the mental state of this child or the conditions of the child that change his belief system or whatever, then that would require someone that's an expert in mental health. In this situation, Ms. Tiger is being allowed to testify about based on her experience.
Let me know what you think real quick.
This child. Not as an expert in the mental health field.
By the way, he's not going to jail or prison out of this.
So with that limitation,
yep, I'm here.
The objection and ask you to restate.
I can just tell you that he's not going to.
So, in your experience, children who are non-active disclosures.
Sorry, I'm also a little shoveling in my shirt. Like I've just been
Alex
running around. It's all unironed.
A non-active disclosing child.
All right, and I believe you said sometimes they're just, though, in your experience.
Oh, hold on, my mic fell over. You guys may not have heard me too well.
And it takes them some time.
Hey, Matthew.
And how long ago was that interview done that you conducted?
April of.
Hi, Andrina.
Okay. And did you
Okay,
hear
how you doing?
Alex say?
Yeah, well, I'm going to switch over to
interview, was
Jesse,
it,
and we're going to pause this bad boy. So, let me stop screen. Hey, little miss, if you don't see me, I'm like right there. I think everybody else can hear me and see me. It's like angels in the outfield. Nobody could see me or hear me but you.
I want to talk about the underlying serious criminal misconduct that Mr. Smollett engaged in and that he was convicted of.
I think they're still going on the prosecution people, or I mean, the letters of recommendation.
That he was guilty.
This guy might be the prosecutor, though. I'm not sure. Let me see.
I want to talk about that. We've heard a lot about that in this sentencing hearing. A lot of talk about how it's kind of a low-level thing, not a big deal. I want to talk about it. Number two, Another aggravating circumstance that I think is a
Oh,
big
it's
issue
prosecution. We're on
is that
aggravated
During
circumstances.
this trial, Mr. Smollett made the choice, sitting here in front of a jury, listening to evidence, he decided to beat the case and go in front of a jury and take an oath to tell the truth and decide to lie to them and lie to them for several hours.
Can you guys hear
It was
me?
an effort to obstruct justice in this courtroom, to try to convince a jury to ignore evidence and accept his lies, and they didn't do it. They rejected it all. And after 2 or 3 hours of deliberation, found him guilty of 5 counts. So I want to talk about that. The third is the issue of contrition. As far as I know, as I stand before your honor, in the 3 years that this case has been pending, 3 years, Mr. Smollett has never made any statement publicly or in a courtroom or in a court pleading to ever accept any acknowledgement that he's responsible. for what
Nobody's
happened.
going to admit responsibility before
that
their
he, in
fucking
fact,
case is over. That is
engaged in
stupid.
wrongdoing. To
I hate that argument when
apologize
prosecutors
for making
make it.
mistakes. None of that has happened. Not a single act of contrition has happened so far in this case, and I at least want to talk about that as a third factor. Let me go through them one at a time.
The bigger thing is some
On the
innocent
first
person may have
one,
gone to
on the
prison over
seriousness
this.
of misconduct.
That's the big
I know
thing.
we've heard a lot about this, and it's a low-level offense, but I want to talk about it in a minute, because what I believe, if you look at the evidence that was introduced during the trial, what you see is that Mr. Smollett actually engaged in a very well thought out plan, a calculated plan for him to fake a hate crime to benefit himself because he's black and gay. He made the choice. He didn't want to fake an automobile accident. He made a choice. He wanted to fake a hate crime to benefit himself because he's black and gay. And he then made a choice. He made the choice to falsely report it to the Chicago Police Department because he wanted public attention to it. The only reason, the brothers had nothing to do with that decision. That was Mr. Smollett's decision. He actually wanted public attention, called to the fact that he was reporting a hate crime. He wanted it to be made public, and that's why he reported it to the Chicago Police Department. He's the one that made that choice. Remember, he actually, when he planned out the fake attack, he wanted it to be put on a camera. There was a police camera overhead near his apartment building. He wanted that filmed. In fact, that's why he told the brothers where to do the attack, because he's the one that wanted a great deal of public attention, called to this because he thought he would benefit from it. And then he made the decision. It wasn't like he sat down with a policeman for 10 minutes. You've heard 5 different police officers testify in detail. He spent hours talking to police officers, going through details that were all false, to convince them that there really was a real hate crime. And he lied to them over and over and over again. And the idea that lying to law enforcement, taking their attention away from other crimes and criminal activity in order to benefit himself is some type of low-level, insignificant activity. I respectfully reject that as not being consistent with the evidence. And respectfully, to what I heard from others here today, there were consequences to others of what he did. And that's something the court is allowed to take into consideration. What Mr. Smollett did in this case is he denigrated, degraded true hate crimes, and he marginalized the people who are true victims of hate crimes. That is what he did. And he did that knowingly. He knew exactly what was going to happen. He didn't know he was going to get caught, but by what he did here, he's the one that made a choice that resulted in true hate crimes being denigrated, degraded, and true victims being marginalized. We know, in fact, it's in the Chicago Police Department report, that the hate crime victims of hate crimes are frequently minorities, whether it's based on race, religion, or sexual orientation. And studies show that that group of people are reluctant to report criminal activity to police, hate crimes to police. And that was discussed in the Chicago Police Department report. There are studies that support that. It takes a tremendous amount of courage on behalf of someone who's been truly victimized of a hate crime to have the courage to come forward, to go through the process of reporting it, to go through our criminal justice system as a witness. It takes courage. And what Mr. Smollett did in this case clearly would have a marginalized, discouraging influence. It hurt the effort to have people come forward and report hate crimes. And that was wrong. That is serious misconduct and a serious consequence of what he did. And he did it in 2019. And if I want to go back to that time period, that's a time period where there was a lot of racial tension, divisiveness. Hate crimes were becoming far too common, and police were accused of not paying enough attention to it. And that society was trying to find a way, at least this is my view, of trying to find a way to make it clear that that needs to be reported. Hate crime needs to be addressed by law enforcement machinery in this country. And what he did, what Mr. Smollett did, to marginalize that, to discourage people from coming forward, I respectfully suggest is wrong. And that, and it was a normal consequence of what he did in order to benefit himself. Remember what the facts are. He made the choice in January of 2019 he felt that Empire was not paying enough attention to a hate letter about him that came to him, and he wasn't getting enough attention. And he decided to fake a hate crime to benefit himself. He wanted to benefit himself. That's why he did it. And he hatched the plan. And Your Honor, he did it all. Nobody else did any of this. I know you know the facts, but he did it all. He planned everything out at that time. He recruited the brothers. He went forward with this plan, and even to the point of trying to work out where they would actually do a dry run, so that the brothers would know exactly where to do the attack at. All of that, he told them what to buy, what derogatory, homophobic, racial slurs to utter, to try to pretend as if there's whites involved by yelling out MAGA country. He owned every bit of the plan, and he worked hard on it. He planned it out, and he executed on it, and he owns that for doing that. And so, yes, it is serious misconduct on his part, and it had broad ramifications. And the true victims are, of course, number one, the true hate crime victims that are not going to report these crimes. They are the true victims. The police department, though, is a victim, and I'm going to talk about that, because sometimes the Chicago Police Department gets criticized for not doing things the way maybe people think it should be done. I'm not here to defend the Chicago Police Department, but I'm telling you, in this case, this Chicago Police Department shined. When this, and then we hear in this courtroom, the police department paid too much attention to it. They shouldn't have they shouldn't have spent so many hours investigating this misconduct. And they argued last night in the filing with Your Honor, they argued, well, we shouldn't have to pay restitution for all that because the police department spent too much time on it. My Lord, I wonder what would have happened if Chicago Police Department took this hate crime, which on its face, by the way, is a heinous, serious, awful hate crime. Awful. Ropes, lynchings, gasoline. It clearly called out for a thorough investigation, and that happened. And we put 5 police officers on the stand. They testified in great detail to the 4 different occasions when Mr. Smollett lied to them. They described in detail 3,000 police hours, Your Honor, were devoted to this case instead of being devoted maybe to solving homicides or other cases. And therefore, Your Honor, I believe that the effort of the Chicago Police Department here, and when you look at the evidence, the fact that this police department within, I think, 15 days figured out what happened here. I mean, if you remember, what they were able to do in this case, I think was truly amazing, because what they did is that they were able to locate some surveillance tapes of these two suspects being dropped off around 1:15 in the morning in the Streeterville area. They traced it all through that area of where the suspects went. They traced that cab back to where the Autisitc brothers got into it in the, I think around Wells and North, and they solved the crime. They figured out what happened here. And that the point of that is that, and by the way, they did it, Your Honor, they did that as an incredible effort on their part, when we now know from the evidence at trial, that Smollett, while he was reporting a hate crime, he actually was trying to obstruct the police. He didn't want the police to actually find out who the culprits were, because he was afraid they would turn on him and testify. So he refused to produce his phone. You heard all the evidence. He refused to produce it because there's 50 contacts on there with Abel Osendero that he didn't want them to find. So he just refused to cooperate. Number two, he refused to let the police look at his Northwestern medical records the day that he reported the crime, because he knew that he wasn't seriously injured, and that would not support his argument about the attack. So he refused to cooperate. And then he wouldn't even do a 3-second DNA swab when he had reported this and reported that the rope may have the DNA on it of these culprits, but the police wanted to eliminate his DNA and he wouldn't do it. So while he's reporting this, as far as you considering whether it's a serious crime or not, I respectfully suggest that the fact that he not only planned out to falsely report it, but then to obstruct the police investigation. And yes, the issue about whether it's serious, and I've heard a lot about, well, no one goes to jail. That's not true. Every case, Your Honor, if anyone knows better than you, each case is decided individually. But I did go out and do some research because I was curious about all this stuff I've been hearing that, well, no one goes to jail for this. That's just not true, by the way. There was, in fact, I think there's 6 cases in the last 5 years that we found in the research of people in Illinois going to jail for this very conduct of falsely reporting crimes to police. It is a serious course of criminal misconduct to do it. It's a felony. And I think there was one decided by appellate court 4 months ago, which involved reporting to the police that the person was hit by a police car when they weren't. I think what happened here was a lot worse than that, and that person got 14 months incarceration for filing a false police report. So so yes, I do believe that this conduct is serious, and I respectfully suggest it's an important factor to consider. Aggravating factor number 2 is lying under oath. I'm not going to go through it. Your Honor heard the testimony. He made a choice. By the way, I'm a defense lawyer, Your Honor. Yes, we all get choices to be made, and defendants can make choices. But he made the choice. Mr. Smollett made the choice that he could deceive that jury and would understand and lie to them about so many different things. I'm not even going to, I was going to summarize some of them, but I don't even want it. I don't need you. You heard what happened during the course of the trial. Testimony that he went out and at 2 o'clock in the morning to buy eggs from Walgreens when the Walgreens was not even a 24-hour Walgreens. It was a ridiculous story. The fact that one of the attackers is white and he didn't even know who attacked him was ridiculous. The fact that the brothers had no foreknowledge and just happened to stumble over there into a Streeterville that they didn't live in and were happened to be there at 2 o'clock in the morning when he was out going through that in that stairwell. All of that were intentional lies. And by the way, people do not, that going in front of a jury and deciding to lie under oath to see if you can beat the case and obstruct justice is a serious course of criminal misconduct that I think should be taken into consideration. I also will tell Your Honor that the issue of lack of contrition here, I do think is an important issue, and Your Honor can decide how much to give to that. But the reason I went and did some research on this, Your Honor, because I wanted to make sure I was handling this issue properly. before Your Honor. And so I went and did some research. And the Illinois Supreme Court has made a big deal out of the fact that sentencing judges absolutely can consider that someone has shown no contrition whatsoever, particularly after they have been convicted of a crime. Now, it may be, it could be here when I'm done talking, Mr. Smollett will speak to the court and explain how he's accepting full responsibility for his criminal misconduct. He may do that. That's fine. Let's see if that happens. But at least at this point, that has not happened. And there's an Illinois Supreme Court opinion called People versus Ward, in which I'm going to quote, the Supreme Court told sentencing judges a continued protestation of innocence and a lack of remorse may convey a strong message to the trial judge that the defendant is an unmitigated liar and at continued war with society. That's the quote from the Illinois Supreme Court. So I do think it's at least a factor for Your Honor to consider during the course of your decision making here. So let's go through the different issues of sentencing and just talk about them briefly. Term of imprisonment, yes. We are recommending to Your Honor that the seriousness of this crime should result in a period of incarceration for all the reasons I've just articulated to you. As you know, that each of the counts, the felony counts, 3 years times 5, he faces 15 years maximum in jail. And Your Honor knows that Illinois law provides that you have the power to impose a term of imprisonment if you find that probation would deprecate the seriousness of the offender's conduct and would be inconsistent with the ends of justice. I'm not going to suggest any amount of time, because if there was ever a judge that had the ability to understand what to use discretion, whatever you decide is let me just say this, your ability to decide based on all your years of experience and your years on the bench, we accept that, and whatever you decide on that issue, you decide that. But we do believe that it is a serious criminal misconduct that warrants an appropriate amount of prison time. Number 2, restitution. The Illinois restitution statute covers class 4 felonies and says that you shall determine whether the defendant should be required to make restitution in cash for out-of-pocket expenses. You've heard the evidence. It's $130,000, $130,106. And on that issue, Your Honor, we believe that's the appropriate amount of restitution to order. Now, I will say that first Smollett case, which led to a $10,000, it's called a forfeiture in the record, okay? It was some kind of forfeiture to the city of Chicago. It was not restitution. The city of Chicago was not trying to get, that was done by the state's attorney's office with no agreement by the city of Chicago, but he did pay it, okay? So at least our thought is that would be deducted, that the order for restitution would be $130,000. That's the right order, but he does get a credit for that because he did pay it under, let's call it confusing and this unusual circumstances that I've talked about in another report. I'm not going to talk about here. Probation. As Your Honor knows, under Illinois law for a class 4 felony, you can impose a period of probation not to exceed 30 months, but you cannot impose both a term of imprisonment and a term of probation on the same class 4 felony convictions under the case law. So that our recommendation to Your Honor is that you have the authority to impose imprisonment on one of the counts that he was convicted of, one of the 5 counts he was convicted of, and then on one of the other 4 or more than the other, you can impose a consecutive term of probation to follow. Now, why do I talk about that? Okay, why should that be? Because he's not a violent crime, etc. Your Honor, in 2007, Mr. Smollett had a prior conviction in 2007 in connection with a DUI arrest in California for providing false information to a police officer. Mr. Smollett reflects that this case today is not the first time he had lied to law enforcement officials. And so I believe as a result, the Office of Special Prosecutor believes that an appropriate term of probation, whatever you decide in your Honor's discretion, should follow an imprisonment term. Next, criminal fines. Again, this is in your Honor's discretion. You can decide the maximum is $25,000 for 5 counts. That would be $125,000 for each, for the totality. We recommend a reasonable criminal fine to be imposed by your Honor based on your judgment about it. Community service. Let's talk about community service because there's been, the defense has asked that maybe you should consider community service, and we agree with that, but it should be a condition of probation following a term of time in jail and following a term of probation. But as part of the probation, you have the authority, as your Honor knows, to perform. He can be ordered to perform 30 to 120 hours of community service as a condition of probation under Illinois law. We respectfully ask your Honor to impose and to at least consider maybe it should be devoted to an appropriate Black or gay community service organization that can benefit from Mr. Smollett's hours of community service. And so, your Honor, I'm going to conclude. You know the case very well. I was appointed as special prosecutor, as your Honor's already pointed out here today, because Judge Tooman, after looking at the unusual way that Smollett 1 was resolved by the state's attorney's office, when the case was dismissed completely with absolutely no term of imprisonment, no criminal fine, no restitution, no probation, no supervision, nothing. That Judge Tooman found that to be what he described as to be a significant mistakes by the state's attorney's office, and he believed that the public's confidence in the criminal justice system should be restored. I will tell you, at least as a trial lawyer, I believe this trial in this case has already done that. I believe, okay? The public wanted Smollett to be put, not just have his case dismissed, but Mr. Smollett should be put on trial and let a jury hear the evidence and decide. You brought that to happen at the end, well, almost still in the middle of a pandemic, you made that happen. And absolutely, Mr. Smollett got a fair trial here. There are some ins out there, though, that relate to punishment. And I respectfully suggest that the confidence in the criminal justice system can be restored as a fair and proper sentence is imposed in this case. I have nothing else to say unless your Honor has questions of me.
Thank you. I have no questions. I'll hear arguments in mitigation. Ms. Tucci.
Mr. Webb, Judge Lane, may it please the court. Judge, the defense is respectfully asking that you, as a starting point, consider the following: the extraordinary media publicity surrounding this case, the intense negative backlash against my client, Mr. Smollett, the significant negative impact that has had on his career, his livelihood, his family, who's been in court all the time, and perhaps more importantly, his reputation. All those things taken together in of themselves are not just extraordinary, are not just unique, but indeed eternal enough punishment. And some will argue more than enough punishment for a low-level class 4 felony in this state, and I dare say in any state in the union. I begin by quoting a judge. I am trying to treat this case more like other cases, not differently than other cases, but more like other cases. That was you, August 26, 2021. You made that statement to us while we're discussing jury selection and procedures. And so I begin by asking you to treat this case like any other.
Guys, let's make sure we're being nice.
Somehow this case has turned into a sheep in wolf's clothing, a misdemeanor dressed up as a felony, essentially.
I don't know. Fabricating hate crime is kind of a big deal.
Spent the entirety of his argument talking about the time wasted by the Chicago police force, time wasted by the city of Chicago. He also spent time talking about the impact this could have on the LGBTQ community. There are problems with that, of course.
No, it's not. Like if you call it a bomb scare, you have to talk about the harm you could have caused.
Disorderly conduct.
That is a valid consideration. He could have hurt a lot of fucking people by
And
doing
I was
this
searching
shit.
to see if there was any aggravation or enhancement ladder that our legislature in Springfield put in place for Class 4 disorderly conduct. Did they meet during the discussion of the bill that they passed to say anytime anyone wastes more than $30,000 of resources, it becomes a Class 2. Anytime anyone wastes more than $500,000 of resources, it becomes a Class 1 or maybe a Class X. No, it's not there. I searched for it. But what we do have is an enhancement ladder that does exist in the disorderly conduct statute, and it's right here.
I'll fix that guy. Sorry.
Falsely 911 or the police to claim that there is a bomb threat, any terrorism-related issue, you get a Class 3, and that's the only enhancement ladder. And I trust that our legislature has the common sense to think about time wasting and money, but it's already infused in the Class 4. That's the whole point.
Is this better, Violet?
Disorderly conduct. Mr. Smollett is not being accused of screaming fire, fire, or bomb, bomb, bomb.
No, oh my God, Nazis are running loose.
Public safety concern. That's
Evil,
why the
racist
legislature put that
Klansmen.
in there. Because they were thinking of a situation where someone comes into a movie theater, screams bomb, and there's a stampede and people could possibly die. So there's a public safety concern infused in that enhancement ladder. They did not think about money or time wasted because it's
There sure as shit is a public safety thing here. Telling people there are racist guys running around the street targeting black people, that's kind of a big fucking deal.
And we know they think of these things when you look at the statute, the armed robbery statute. If you rob someone with a gun on top of the Class X enhancement, what happens? You get 20 years added to your sentence. You rob someone with a gun and you discharge that gun, causing great bodily harm. What happens to you? 25 to life, enhancement on top of the Class X.
Class X, so it's
Even down to
X-rated.
Basic speeding laws.
Kind of kinky.
You're
I like
driving
it.
26 miles per hour over, now Class B misdemeanor. You're going 35 miles per hour, it's now a Class A misdemeanor. The legislature thinks about this thing. Mr. Webb and OSP wants you to legislate law that doesn't exist in our statute, and that is not for the courts. The $130,000 they talk about, well, there are problems with it. We can't take it at face value. Judge, you have the victim impact statement in front of you. If you look at the first 2 pages, there are no dates on that. If you look at the second 2 pages, highlighted are entries with dates, and only 4 of those entries are before February 15, 2019. Why is that important? It's important because on February 15, 2019, the Oshundaya brothers, according to testimony, confessed allegedly to this incident. And that was the day detectives let them go and began the investigation on Mr. Smollett. So why do we now have charges, most of which are after 2/15?
Guys, it's hard to hear this dude. He's talking away from the...
Judge, the second point I'll make is we're asking you to adopt the previous sanctions. Mr. Webb tries to dress
Yeah, it's up all the way.
Sure, call it what you want. Mr. Smollett was fined $10,000. Black Law's Dictionary, that's a fine. You can't punish a person twice. And I know
Dude,
you
you're
deny the
making
motion,
double
that's
jeopardy
fine, but
arguments at
that's
this
not
point.
why
You're
I'm
going to
bringing it up.
lose.
Because there is an 8th Amendment issue here, cruel and unusual punishment. Punishment that is too severe for the offense. And how do we know this is too severe? Assume, well, the jury found him guilty.
Although,
Okay,
Violet, that's a fair time to bring it up.
but Smollett won. To 2019, they made him pay what? $10,000 fine, which has never been returned to him. The sovereign of the state of Illinois, through their agent, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, said, Mr. Smollett, we're taking your $10,000 bond, we're giving it to the city of Chicago. Bye-bye. He's never seen it. That is a fine. Then they made him do community service, which he cannot undo unless we had a time machine. So those two things are punishments that has been meted out to him. Sanctionable steps. And now Mr. Webb has come here to ask you, on top of those two things, which he cannot undo, nor can anyone. You can deduct it all you want from the fines or the restitution. It's still a fine that occurred. They're now asking you, on top of those two things, we want you to give him community service and jail time. He doesn't say how much jail time. And jail time. And by the way, while you're at it, for the restitution that has no dates on the first 2 pages and the other 2 pages, there are only 4 after 215. We want you to give him that too, $130,000. It's overkill. It's called beating a dead horse. And that is not justice. That's retribution. That's punitive. And that has no place in the judicial system. Why should Mr. Smollett get probation? You've heard from the witnesses. I'm not going to rehash their testimony. And you specifically heard during the trial from someone who was in here today, Pamela Sharp. She talked about how Jussie gave most of his payments, his earnings, his salaries to charity. How many people do that? I haven't done it. But maybe I've learned something from Mr. Smollett. How many people at the age of 16 were taking a bus to go do community service and charitable foundation work for other people in other countries that weren't even here? How many people do that? Most kids at 16 are playing video games. I did. And that's the type of person we want to crucify for a class 4 low-level misdemeanor type felony and slam him in jail. That's what we do to people like that. When according to the jury, they made a mistake. Lock him up. There's no violent crime, no felony that is above a class 4 alleged. He has no felony conviction in his record. Mr. Webb brings up the DUI, but conveniently left out the fact that it was a misdemeanor. And he was drunk. When people are drunk, they say silly stuff. Let's not forget that. And he was 24 years old. He was a young man. If Your Honor doesn't seem to, if Your Honor is somehow, and I don't know what's in Your Honor's mind, thinking, Mr. Uche, that's just you as defense attorney. Of course you're going to ask for probation. Well, the adult probation department here in this building that has been around forever gave you a probation report, Judge. And what did they rank Mr. Smollett using the Ohio risk scale assessment? They ranked him a 7.
The ORAS, the Ohio Risk and Assessment Scale.
To the scoring system, 0 to 14 is considered low risk. So Mr. Smollett is not just low, but he's low within the low risk standard.
That is true.
15 to 23, moderate risk. 24 to 33, high risk. 34 plus, very high.
Oh, that is definitely, I know that stuff. I deal with
Minimal
sentencings.
supervision.
It's a risk assessment tool
Non-monitoring
determining
That's what he told you.
recidivism. We'll talk about it when they're done.
Point 4, there is extraordinary public policy. Mr. Webb got up here and talked about Mr. Smollett's conduct, and that's offensive. He's a black man. He knows. You can't educate him on racism issues. And Mr. Webb got up here and said, well, Mr. Smollett, what he's done, because remember, they're trying to give you an enhancement that doesn't exist. What he has done, Judge Lynn, this is what Mr. Webb is telling you, is he's now negatively impacted members of the gay community who would not want to report. Where are the statistics? Who said that? We still haven't gone past the part that his case was dismissed and he paid a fine. And that's some serious constitutional issues. But what we do know statistically, in an era of partisan tribalism and hyper-aggressive tribalism, political tribalism, there has been bipartisan agreement that there's disparate treatment of Black men and minorities in the criminal justice system. This is no longer a controversial topic. President Trump, a Republican, pushed forward the First Step Act.
Yes, but to argue
President
disparate
Obama
treatment, this
was
is a
known for
completely
his criminal justice
self-induced
reform.
situation.
Governor Bruce Rauner
There's no disparate
put
treatment
reform
here.
forward
This
to
is an
remove
own goal.
Low-level, Class 4 nonviolent offenders from custody. And Your Honor, we have to look at stare decisis precedents in this court. Your Honor has had multiple Class 4s, and I listed them in the what I turned over to you. Some including some level of violence, domestic violence case number 19 CR 0139401 with a prior. He got 2 years probation for Class 4, and I'm sure Your Honor has absolutely every reason to have given that. DUI, serious offense involving public safety, 24 months probation, case number 21 CR 0059101. And I list a bunch of cases, 6 more, Class 4 felonies. And I bring this up to say, Your Honor has absolutely always been on the right track. And I do not mean to be condescending. I hope I don't come off as that. But this is an important issue. You heard from Tamara when she read the NAACP letter, the Black Lives Matter letter, and the Innocence Project letter. And they all say that there's disparate treatment of Black men in the criminal justice system. They get punished harder and harsher for low-level offenses compared to white counterparts. That's a fact. Mr. Webb was appointed special prosecutor almost a decade ago in a case involving involuntary manslaughter. That's why I was surprised he was asking for jail time, because that individual, what did they get? 30 months probation, including 60 days in their house, home confinement, for an involuntary manslaughter where someone died. And I showed the statistics, Judge. I put it in the filing that I made. The irony of this entire thing, when Mr. Webb gets up to point out that Mr. Smollett disrespected somehow the Black community or the gay community, the irony of this situation, and Mr. Webb quotes statistics that he believes show that people are punished and false reporting. Well, most Black men and most Black people are falsely accused all the time. And in an age of social media, we're inundated with reports about this. And what happens to those things? They go unprosecuted, underprosecuted, and not prosecuted at all. So why are we jumping up and down and acting like this is a murder case? It's not. Even one of Mr. Smollett's jurors gets the big picture. This unknown juror spoke to the Chicago Sun-Times a day after the verdict. What did they say in quotes? "We didn't know what the penalty will be. Are we sending this guy to jail?" she said. The juror said she hopes Smollett gets probation. They were the ones that sat down through the evidence, and even her gets the picture, or he, whoever this juror is. They get it. What does jail accomplish? Mr. Webb is asking for incarceration for a low-level Class 4 felony. Well, Your Honor saw the submission from a medical affidavit. The jails are inundated with the pandemic. Illinois had one of the worst cases in the world. Sending Mr. Smollett to jail is almost like a death sentence. Yes, it is. Because anything medically can go wrong. And everyone reacts to the COVID-19 infection differently. Now, he hasn't gotten it yet, thank God, but I don't know what will happen in the jail, where I showed you studies show, unfortunately, the guards in the jail, unfortunately for them, and it's wrong, are always the last to get medical treatment, including booster shots, which as of January, they haven't even received. So we send Mr. Smollett to jail. he dies of COVID and what, for a class 4 low-level offense?
If you don't want things to happen and shit to happen when you like go to jail, not committing fucking crimes is generally the best strategy to make sure that doesn't happen.
Defense team, it comes to the territory. Each and every one of the defense lawyers has received racist or sexist attacks after this case and during this case, and that's okay. We take it. We're defense attorneys. That's what we do. So now imagine the attacks that Mr. Smollett has to live with for the rest of his life. That is punishment enough, mentally.
Oh, whoa, he's going to be attacked for causing a big fucking spectacle of shit. Just walking down the street and this shit just happened to him. I mean, we've all been there. Think about wanting to fabricate hate crime. I mean, we've all thought about it.
For politics. And they can get up here and say the pride of Chicago was offended. That's fine. And time and money was wasted. And I heard Mr. Webb state to this court something I couldn't really decipher during the trial, that Mr. Webb did it for himself. The problem with that is we've all heard testimony from multiple people who say that Mr. Smollett does things for the community. And moreover, let's not forget,
this is not in federal court. This is state court.
Unimpeached on their side or on our side too, in terms of this particular issue. Mr. Webb, in terms of deciding,
sorry, Katie,
trying to figure out
great minds think alike.
Mr. Smollett to do this, started off by saying he wanted more money, then it became attention.
Man, this dude's just running up the fucking meter on the bill. That's all I could think at this point. Like $700 an hour, I bet.
On that theory that Mr. Webb states for this court,
make the mortgage payments, bro.
Because he was somehow benefiting himself. There was never a clear picture coming out of that for that. Judge, we ask you, at the end of the day, you are the one who decides the sentence of Mr. Smollett. But we ask you to decide it based on the law, not on the time wasted, not on a sprawling investigation. It's not here in our law. It's not accounted for.
Generally, the law can factor in harm caused to the community. Recalcitrance of a defendant.
He's well known. People like him. After this case or during this case, I doubt that anymore. But at the time, he has suffered. And we see it every day as a defense team. He has suffered, and it's enough. It's really
He
enough.
suffered? Imagine if some guy got fucking arrested. They would be drugged through the mud.
On other cases,
Imagine the suffering they would have.
Judge Lynn, give him a break. Let him just walk out and forget about this. I haven't asked for that. I haven't told you to dismiss this case right now in this argument. But I do implore you, and I ask you respectfully, to focus on the law and to tamper justice with mercy. We've all made mistakes, Judge, in this life, and I'm speaking from your point of view. There was a conviction in this case. But what I'll leave you with,
yeah, we've all made mistakes, but this is a pretty big
sin
fucking mistake.
among you, let him cast the first stone. Everyone, a lot of people jumping around on social media, crucify him, how dare him. Everyone's made mistakes.
This isn't a mistake. This is an intentional act. You don't accidentally do this. But he is without sin. I haven't falsely reported shit to the police. I guess I can talk crap about him.
And that's really the way it should be. People are watching this case. Minorities, black people. I've gotten so many letters. A letter Mr. Allen and I got yesterday from a lady complaining, how is a police officer who shoots a young man 16 times getting out of jail for 3 years?
Not the same thing. Don't tampon woggle this.
That's
Come on, bro. Don't tampon drizzle right now.
So people are watching because people think
because this is George Floyd.
Double standard, and
this is George Floyd. Are you serious?
But Your Honor has been one
You're gonna cheapen
of the
that
few
whole thing
people in
with
the
this
United
bullshit?
States in terms of dispensing justice.
Come on, man.
That has stuck to the letter of the law. and has treated class 4 felonies the way they ought to be treated. And so, Judge, with that, I submit my client to your hands, and I ask you for mercy at this time, and I ask you not to allow a political stoking to influence your decision, which I know you will never.
Politics seeping into a decision, yeah, because we haven't had that happen
There's no
in the past
enhancement ladder
3 years.
for time wasting and resource wasted. And so, Judge, one more thing I would say, Mr. Webb talked about the restitution. Now, Your Honor has the power to give restitution, and we concede that point at this time. But Judge, what I would remind you is, if Mr. Smollett has to pay that amount or any amount Your Honor deems fit, he's lost nearly everything. He's had a very negative, significant impact on his career and his finances. So I would just ask that if Your Honor is going to give him that restitution order, you give him some time to pay. And
Grady can't be an actor.
Was asking for incarceration because
George
for a
Lucas,
second,
I don't know if that's a
brought out my
compliment
notes
or an
thinking he was going
insult.
to ask for some sort of suspended jail time, which will in a way be a middle ground. I disagree with it. To say
He hasn't.
Judge, maybe you give
Great,
him
he can't be an
suspended
actor
jail time
anymore.
to
Go
allow
do
him
another
to pay. He
fucking
doesn't
job.
pay
I don't
the-
know. Go
the
pick
fine
up
within
welding,
6
bro.
months, he gets 6 months in jail.
A lot of gay
I
guys
thought
who
that's
weld.
what Mr. Webb was going to say, but of course I'm not the prosecution. So Judge, I would ask you respectfully to give Mr.
Yes,
Smollett
Matthew, this is as much as an
probation,
accident as Chandler Hollison chopping
in
up
fact,
the
I would be
bodies.
asking for no fines based on the fact that he's been fined before. Thank you, Judge Lee. Thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Smollett, you're about to be sentenced in this criminal case. Is there anything at all you'd like to say to anyone? Want a break? We'll take a break. 5-minute recess.
Wait, did he say he's going to talk? Oh, come on. You better not bitch out on me, Jesse. You'd better talk, bro. Okay. So some of you guys were asking what the ORAS is. This is kind of boring, but this is like inside baseball stuff. It's called the Ohio Risk Assessment Tool. Yeah, we're taking a break. I'd be wanting to pee if I were them earlier. He kind of has to.
You've been listening
I can
in
only imagine the
to
million
the
mouth
sentencing
horseshit
hearing
he's
for
gonna-
Jussie Smollett.
Say, oh, you're gonna bring your legal analyst. Fuck your legal analyst. I'm your legal analyst, guys. I appreciate that. That's a compliment, I guess. I don't know. George Lucas has a couple of chins. I don't want his chins. Anyways, here's what the ORAS score is. 'Cause you guys asked about it, so let's actually talk about something legal related. Here's what the ORAS is. It was developed to be used with adult offenders. Can you guys read that? But this is how you determine, things that give people assessments for administering and figuring out if people will reoffend. Okay. Yeah, Green Mike, I agree. Also, hello, if I haven't seen you before, like and subscribe. Oh, Hellcat, you're leaving? You don't have to. Are you saying bye to Jussie or like bye to us? Anyway, would you guys like to read about the risk assessment tool while we're working on something? No, it's not. What it does is it's a bunch of different tools. There's a pretrial version of this where if I'm trying to get somebody out released on bond in Ohio, we use it. It's very helpful. There is a community supervision, which means probation. There's a supervision assessment tool. There's a screening tool, and this is what the probation department does when they're trying to figure out whether or not how probation will work for you when they prepare the report. Okay. Let me see if I can. This isn't really about the. Yeah. Okay. So like the pretrial tool, it can talk about 7 items, and it's really quick, and it's a formula that helps them determine whether or not this person's a high risk, low risk, medium risk as far as reappearing for court or skipping out or committing new crimes like out on pretrial. It's actually very helpful, and it's fairly it works. It's not 100% predictive, but it's close enough. And courts in Ohio rely on it a lot. So you may not like it. You may think that's bullshit pseudoscience, but if you're playing the game out here in my woods, you're going to have to, this is what you have to play with, okay? The community screening tools and the community supervision screening tools. So this one is for people who are going to score high on the test. There's a bunch of things here you can look at. And they have a misdemeanor one. They have ones for prison intake, for people getting out of prison, the reentry tools, like how to help them, give them needs, get their stuff assessed. I'm going to try to see if there's a, okay, yeah, the Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. That's what you guys were saying ORAS was. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I just remember Pokemon Red and Blue. So, you guys are killing me here. I'm trying to see, guys. I'm trying to find one for you. But I will just state, like, for ORAS, it's recognized, like, in many states. The United States courts use it. So it's very helpful. I was going to try to find you guys a sample one so you guys could look at one. But I also have a couple in my files, but I cannot give those to you. Ashton Schwinn is. Sure, I'll find out who he is. Yeah, Thursday nights, guys, 9:30. We'll be back on to talk about some stuff. Well, God, at this rate, we might be fucking covering this still. Gonna talk about this guy. Gonna talk about the Ghislaine Maxwell juror who Helen Kellered his way through the jury form, allegedly, and might get her a new trial. We'll cover Husel a little bit. Shocker, they're still having doctors testify. And that's probably going to be it. 'Cause I've got some busy things I need to get done for the week and the weekend and get ready for my trial. So I'm probably not going to be on all night tonight. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. But yes, I understand people saying like nothing had really happened here for Jussie. But at the end of the day, you have to be careful because yeah, Fallon Court, it's you'll actually get to see me. And I apologize, you probably haven't seen me yet. But you'll, a little laid back, we usually have fun. A couple of White Claws or Road Pops, or maybe even a little maybe a Grandpa's cough syrup, but we have a nice time. Thank you, Ashton. I appreciate it. Okay, yeah, I'll be looking forward to Matthew telling me what happened. So, what will I get a kick out of? What the fuck? I spend all day doing work, and apparently you guys are like inventing your own lore within the chat. You get a spanner after your name if I give you one. So that's how that works. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. What's that? We don't like Ashton to by means give Ashton a spanner, power goes to her head. Have fun trolling. Well, I can't encourage you to troll it, but if you do what you do. Okay, wait. Is this really Addy like the are you guys joking or what? Like I can't tell if you're being serial or not. Like, are we seriously serious? Yeah, no, I'm looking, but you guys are like going really fast, so I'm like, look up. Yeah, I'm. Oh, I'm Matthew used a fake name to troll a mod on. Oh, okay. So Jesus, what did you get a spanner or something over on LNC, Matthew? You guys are ridiculous. Hey, I applaud guerrilla warfare on the internet. You guys are. I can't believe we're not going back yet. What the heck? Hey guys, I'm gonna restart this with the new Jesse Smollett thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. We're gonna restart the broadcast.